We'll be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
Is it there?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down, down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost sold Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. One more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man! Can we use fruit? Where is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money. Yeah,
We'll
we're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the shot.
Oh, okay. Click on that. That's a Kabuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just see E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew I had half a second.
We got a lot.
Okay, I roll as soon as we start the round.
It's carousel. Go to the center.
Okay, center?
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Right again. Click. Okay, perfect. We have KO 3-star. Okay, level man. Just go crazy.
How much HP we have?
10 XP at level 7.
10 HP?
10 XP and 26 HP.
No, and HP 26. Okay.
Okay, we made a fun, man. We
Okay.
made a fun.
Where is the
We also
Yumi?
have Ginsu.
I will hold it and sell it instantly.
There we go. Let go. Great. Now you have a Ginsus.
Where is the
Stay
Ginsu?
there. Go right fast. 3 right. 1 more. There. Click.
Okay, I shall get the item and give it to
We
someone.
have the. I think we're dead, but we have backup dancers.
Are we dead?
Oh, we have 1. We have 1 HP. Okay, we have 1 HP.
Do we
as
have
green.
any item or something we can do?
Oh, I think we got top 4, man. I think we got top 4. Holy shit, we got
Oh
top
my
4.
god, this is
We got-
insane. I'm going
We
crazy.
got top 4 with the brief. We got top 4. Officially top 4. Go down 3. 1, 2. 1 more. Hold. Ah, fuck, we died. It's okay. It's a top 3, man. It's a top 3.
Top 3. No puedo ver nada de golpe.
Pretty good. It's pretty good for a blind game, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way more than what I expected. Okay. GG's.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Really hard to play TFT without seeing anything that's going on. If you want to keep up with the content and see more pieces like this, subscribe to watch some more.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, ready.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip,
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin,
Is it? I'm 8th.
you are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss
I
the
should've-
Wally Bear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won. So I'll do what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip,
It's not even good.
that is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip,
Is this Malphite?
that is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock.
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like,
But I was too scared. I thought it would be
Yeah,
like pause
same.
champ or like hold or like something like that.
name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh, man.
Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the back like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
I
buzzer.
hate faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000. The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great. It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it's
I
this.
think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category. I feel like there's like.
Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Like, are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering,
Nope.
or like
I
you
know what it
actually
is, man.
Okay,
That's
I don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
All right, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijian Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. EMEA.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
Oh, I lucky thought it was like past the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro. What is Taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait. Oh, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Philip.
Old man buff.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
Just no, I guess.
She's like white in the
Yeah.
like a white.
I mean, I have no chance in retired items. Let's do name that comp 600.
Weijian Iverson.
This is Pikachu, right?
That is correct for 600 to Weijian.
How does this guy know all the comps that are supposedly before he played the game?
What chance is that with the shivs? All right, let's do retired item 600.
This guy's about to sweep the board on retired items.
Summon a spirit who mirrors your attacks, dealing 60% damage.
What is this? This is just Shadow Clone, except way more OP.
Oh, I can like visualize the item. But I don't know what it's called. Damn.
No, go for it, buddy. Buzz it.
This guy's still talking about visualizing the item and nobody cares.
All right, I'm gonna call time. This one might blow your mind if you didn't already know it. This is Runan's Hurricane.
Oh, that
yeah,
actually makes sense. I'll do Trade Spotting 600.
Weijian Iverson.
This guy's so
This is
fast.
an easy invoker. Easy.
So
That
fast
is
as well.
correct for 600.
I'll do name that comp 400.
Weijian Iverson.
Is this Candyland?
That is correct. This is Candyland for 400.
This guy was for sure playing the
What?
game
This
back
guy
in the
for
day,
sure
man.
played it. He literally instant named all the
I just
possible
watched the
sets that he
tubers,
never
man.
played.
I watched like the disguised
Sets that he
tubers, you know.
supposedly never played in his entire life. He guessed all the comps were.
Literal definitions for 200.
Donald Duck's identical triplet nephews. Philip.
Huey, Dewey, Louie.
That is correct for 200. Over to Philip.
It's I'm not feeling great about either of these categories. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go retired items for 400.
It's just feeding Philip the points now.
Where dodges all critical strikes. Philip.
Oh god, no, this is old Bramble.
That is incorrect. It is not Old Bramble. It is Phantom Dancer.
It's PD.
Oh
It's
god,
PD.
okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I'll do a Trade Spotting 400.
Weijian
Bro,
Iverson.
this guy is
Disco?
not. No. This guy's actually buzzing so
Disco?
fast. He's actually
That is
buzzing
correct.
So fast.
It was
Buzzing and
Disco.
then just praying that he knows what it is, man.
No, I knew what it was.
No.
I knew what it was right away.
That's not a 580 millisecond difference, man. No.
Let's do retired items 200.
Attacks on hit have a low chance to reduce enemy star level by 1 for the rest of combat. Bosso skills.
Shrink Blade?
Oh man, come on!
I don't know.
$200, man.
That is
called? I don't remember.
Incorrect for minus 200. It is called Cursed Blade.
Yeah, close enough. At least like reach Philip.
Come on, man. We need to work together to take down big bad Wage and Iverson.
And the last category is going to be trait spotting for 200. Also skills.
Mentor.
That is correct for 200 points.
Mentor?
This is Mentor? Mentor has like a cane?
Wait, what?
Bro,
You
these
said
guys
a little
don't.
dance?
No. I used
mean,
to
there's
wait
no
for
emblem.
that I was
wait.
clicking first and
Is
thinking
this-
later, and these guys didn't even know what it was.
Is this what Learn from the Best looks like? That's not the icon, right?
Why does it have a cane?
This looks like Bosso skills, man.
It's supposed to be a teacher, man. It's like the teacher. Imagine like the caricature of like the old Asian guys with like the
The beard.
He has like the beard and like.
Oh, it's a beard.
Oh, it's a
I
beard.
was trying to figure out what the water droplet was.
I thought it was like a teardrop tattoo.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, man. I got Rage Invade over here.
As it stands right now, Wage and Iverson has 3,000 points, Philip has 5,000 points, and Bosso Skills has 1,200 points. Now, you have an opportunity to increase your points by wagering in the final trivia question. So you can wager as many points as you have. There's no limit to that. Okay, I have everybody's wagers. Now, the good news is you don't have to get this question 100% correct. You just have to be the most correct. Let's get into it. 5 players in the current America's TPC competed in the first ever North American Regional Finals in Set 3. Name those players. And so you don't have to buzz in for this. You're just going to DM me your guesses for those 5 players. Bosso Skills wagered 1,200. His answers were Soju, Replay, Kuramex, Robin, and Pakigam. Weijin wagered 2,001 and said Milk, Soju, Robin Songs,
I'm
Replay,
so. No.
and Marcel P. Philip
Marcel P.
wagered.
I'm pretty sure Marcel P competed like way back. I don't
Wait,
think-
Replay made Set 3 regionals?
Philip
Marcel P.
wagered. Philip wagered 1,001 and said Robin, Soju, Kuramex, Milk, and Pakigam, which means, if I'm reading this correctly, all 3 of you got 4 players correctly. The correct answer was Robin, Milk, Soju, Kurum, and Replay, which means that everybody will get their points doubled. Weijin is at 5,001 points, Philip at 6,001, and Bosso at 2,400. Congratulations to Philip for winning TFT Trivia episode number 2.
World champion! World champion! Thanks everyone for watching. This was a lot of fun. It was really easy for me. Hope you all enjoyed. If you enjoyed, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for more content like this.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revin will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Kaiser? Okay.
First shop. Down,
okay.
down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. You're perfect. A little bit up, left, a little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Revin, you have 2 KOs now. Okay. Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw Kale. It's okay. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money. It's good money. Yeah,
We'll
we're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the
Oh,
shot.
okay. Click on that. That's a Kabuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew I had half a second.
we got a lot.
Okay, I roll as soon as we start the round.
It's carousel. Go to the center.
Okay, center?
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Right again. Click. Okay, perfect. We have KO 3-star. Okay, level man. Just go crazy.
How much HP we have?
10 XP at level 7.
10 HP?
10 XP and 26 HP.
No, and HP 26. Okay.
Okay, we made a fun, man. We
Okay.
made a fun.
Where is the
We also
Yumi?
have
I will hold it and sell it instantly.
There we go. Let go. Great. Now you have a Ginsus.
What is the
Stay
Ginsu?
there. Go right fast. 3 right. 1 more. There. Click.
Okay, I shall get the item and give it to
We
someone.
have to. I think we're dead, but we have backup dancers.
Are we dead?
Oh, we have one. We have 1 HP. Okay, we have one HP.
Do we
as
have
green.
any item or something we can do?
Oh, I think we got top 4, man. I think we got top 4. Holy shit. we got top 4.
god, this is
We got-
insane. I'm going
We
crazy.
got top 4 with the We got top 4. Officially top 4. Go down 3. 1, 2. 1 more. Hold. Ah, fuck, we died. It's okay. It's a top 3, man. It's a top 3.
Top 3. No puedo ver nada de golpe.
Pretty good. It's pretty good for a blind game, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way more than what I expected. Okay. GG's.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Really hard to play TFT without seeing anything that's going on. If you want to keep up with the content and see more pieces like this, subscribe to watch some more.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, Name that comp and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200?
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a minus 200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 200.
Philip,
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin,
Is it? I'm 8th.
you are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No, I'm right. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
There,
No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volley Bear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss
I should've-
the Volley Bear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won. So I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip,
It's not even good.
that is correct
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip,
Is this Malphite?
that is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock.
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time, the answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
that's what I was thinking, but like,
Well, I was too scared. I thought it would be
Yeah,
like pause
same.
champ or like fold or like something like that.
name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh, man.
Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the back like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
Maybe
buzzer.
faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000.
Ghostly.
The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great. It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
It's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it's this.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was Pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I feel like there's
pirate
like...
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
everybody, and welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics channel for the continuation of our competition here at the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be joined at the top of the day by Gangly and Hope-san. Welcome back, both of you. How you feeling for this next day of competition?
Feeling good. I missed day one, but don't worry, I was watching off from the sidelines. I'm ready. I'm excited to see how everything plays out. Today's a big day for a lot of players in the field.
Yeah, feel the same. Elite players from America. The meta is pretty good. So, I mean, it's time to enjoy peak TFT.
It feels like we are in one of the best eras ever. A new revamped KO Coliseum esports circuit with a TFT Pro circuit. We also have Set 16 that's going to be coming around the corner soon. And the Paris Open, our biggest TFT event of the year. You're not going to want to miss it. Scan the QR code to see how you can get involved for this year's TFT Paris Open. We are going to be there, but we will also have spectator passes still available, and we will be broadcasting it, so make sure you tune in December 12th to 14th. So if you can't be with us, you can at least join in on the action that way. But our first day of competition for weekend number 2, it was amazing. I just had to make sure that I got that right in my head. But yeah, basically just yesterday was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the things that really stood out to me is just how different this weekend is compared to last weekend, right? Last weekend, we saw the entire weekend of competition dominated by the mighty mech line. This time around, yeah, it is definitely centralized around the Crystal Gambit Ashe, but because of mech being out of the meta, I think there's been a lot of different lines that have kind of been pushed into the spotlight and suddenly are capable of winning games that otherwise just were not possible.
Yeah, 100% agree. Also, tempo play has been more prevalent. Even players trying to go for Saya, trying to go for reroll very early into the game. Fast 9 for some players maybe working out to be there on the bottom, on the midterm, but actually not working out. And we see the expression Kambuli there, just enjoying himself. And I mean, the stakes are so high that this is the best moment for us to see the cameras and the expression of players, both of them, all of them evolutionating so much. And now, well, Wei-Chan, I mean, that's the one we should talk about here, Nekra, losing on day one.
Yeah, it was so tough because I feel like you had, exactly as you called out, the elation of the players that knew winning this combat meant securing an extra placement point to keep themselves in the competition. But on the flip side of it, you saw Wei-Jin Iverson and how animated he was because that knockout knocked him out of the competition entirely. And I think that was a very big surprise for us. But I think when you take a look at just how this rest of the weekend is going to play out, we're going to see more heartbreak today. As we enter into day 5 of our competition, we do have 24 players that are going to be continuing the competition today. But Gangly, this is where things do get really interesting because we've got some severe cuts that are going to be taking place.
Yeah, day 2 is kind of a hybrid of the different days of competition that we've seen before, right? For today, we have 24 players coming in. Everybody plays 2 games, and after 2 games, we cut the bottom 8, which means if you're one of those players on the bottom, you're going to have to, at some point, flip your tournament life pretty quickly. And then after 2 more games of competition, we are going to be cutting, but this time, not just the bottom. We're going back to what we saw in weekend 1. We're cutting 4 from the top and 4 from the bottom. Some players advancing directly into day 3 of competition, and we are left with just 8 players left where they'll play 2 more games. And from there, we'll cut the field in half to determine who our 8 players left on day 3 are going to be.
Yeah, that advancement to day 3, so important to get the possibility of going to Tactician crowds. 6 more slots are already available beside the 3 slots of already qualified players through winning the TPC. So Nekra, I mean, everything on stakes. And just want to mention $50,000 also for all of this tournament. So also prize money important for them.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up because that 50 grand is going to be given out to all of our players that are competing this weekend. And that prize money that you get is just going to continue to increase as you keep moving forward in the standings and further into the competition. But another point that you talked about is that all of the TFT Pro Circuit winners are still in the competition. As we look at our standings after what happened for those 6 games yesterday, you will see all of those names listed here, but also that heartbreak of those 8 players that we unfortunately sent home after yesterday.
Wajan Iverson, Pokygom, Setsuko, Bopster, these are all players who have made it to the Tactician's crown previously, some of which have won regional finals before, Wajan Iverson having won it twice. These are players that you do not expect to have gone out in day one. And alongside them, I will say, are some of our newer faces, Lumen and Crazy Cat, two players that we had our eyes on going into the weekend. You have to imagine, even though they are underdogs, this is not their expectation for themselves. They might be underdogs for us, but it's not the way you want to start your TPC season.
Yeah, 100%. Want to highlight also that no Brazilians were in the top 8, so all the Brazilian players are still up and running. In terms of Latam, we lose Jose Deleted, but still Fan de Kite and Michael for the run, and with good possibilities also to advance to day 3.
Yeah, and at the top of the standings, gotta shout out JD Zielinski and Marcel P for both getting 37 points on the day. And even if you take a look at 6th to 7th, that's a pretty big point difference. I feel like you can actually see there's kind of that gap there, and that's why we love the format that's going to be coming through for today. We get to send forward those players that will have these legs up in the competition right now with the points they were able to accumulate from yesterday, and so that'll be nice to kind of send them forward in just a little bit. But I really want to go ahead and talk about the meta, because yesterday was the first day we got a chance to see our competition after that B patch happened that took Mighty Mech out of contention. And so now when you look at what was played in its place, there are a lot more four-cost compositions and rerolls, I feel like, that were really able to come to the forefront.
Yeah, some of them also just being less popular in general. The one that stands out to me the most in this slide, Hoope, is what you called out before, the Zaya. I think it was Marcel P yesterday in the second game. He goes first in game 1, or goes 8th in game 1, and then he ends up playing Bastion Zaya, and I think wins out against one of the Fast 9 boards. This is a composition that we saw much earlier on in the season, but kind of fell out of favor as it didn't really have as high of a cap. Now that we're seeing a lot of these high vertical Bastion boards perform well, even on level 9, it suddenly has kind of found a place for itself in the meta.
Yeah, 100% agree. Also, Katarina with a great abreast placement, like the go-to reroll composition. Legendaries not performing well, even though they have a significant, maybe because of the tempo of the lobby. People playing Star Guardian, playing this Saya. It's not easy to go level 9 and then roll and try to find those legendaries. And of course, we mentioned in the beginning, Crystal Ash, totally strong. Now we have another slide to check the rest of the niche comp. Maybe comps that weren't played that much, but with interesting results.
I mean, give it the chair. Mundo is the one that stands out to me. I feel like when we were looking at the hero augments from last weekend, a lot of the ones that were popular were the one-cost rerolls. You got Kale that was very popular. You also had like the Garen hero augment. Pocky actually got the Garen hero augment yesterday, but it just didn't. It felt very underwhelming compared to the rest of the power level that you could see.
Gangly's laughing. Poppy got creative yesterday.
Yeah. Pocky got a little bit. He got. There's this quote from Pocky that where he says, "Sometimes you have to curb the voices in your head asking you, what if you tried this?" And it turns out Fury Break Garen 3 with Schoolyard Justice was not the tech, unfortunately, for Pokygom yesterday.
Hang on, you forgot that the Kog'Maw was a part of this in the front line as like the Fury.
Right.
That's a pretty critical piece missing, I feel like.
It's true, and that's the way Pokygom's going to win, and unfortunately, it's also the way he's going to lose. But there is a comp on here I want to just call out real quick because we saw it yesterday, but we didn't see it at all last week, which is the Double Trouble Malzahar playing around the Rammus, and then you can either play it with Protectors with the Cassante and the Nico, or you can go into something like the heavyweights as well. So it's a cool composition to look out for.
Yeah, and Malzahar, well, it feels like there are those two unique ways that you can re-roll it with the heavyweights and like the double trouble. I think we just have to call out the rest of the re-rolls that were successful. Now, it's kind of funny because when you take a look at this, Katarina and Janna, they have been good. They've been very consistent to get top 4s. Actually had over 70% top 4 rates for both of those compositions, but they were never able to win. The only rerolls that we were able to see do that were Malzahar and Zaya. And so I think those two compositions, like if you can get them online, I do think that they can be very strong to keep up with those 4 costs and the Bastions and Legendaries and all the other good stuff that comes at level 9. It can be challenging because you do need good items, and if you can't really get great items, then maybe sometimes you have to think about pivoting, or like if you don't hit your a 3-star, then the game becomes hard. But I love that we got a chance to see the Xayah reroll yesterday, Hoope. I thought that one was the one that really stood out, especially because of that win Marcel P got with it, like Gangly was saying.
Yeah, totally agree. The Kraken, I mean, is one of the best items right now, if not the best, and Xayah is an amazing holder. You can reroll her, or what you can do is go ahead and go fast 8 if you don't have the immediate angle and go for Ashe. Ashe has been the best comp so far, Crystal Ashe. First lose streak with 3, then try to win or get the kills, and Ashe is just too perfect because you get additional resources and just a moment where you're paying maybe a sub gain of TFT, but where you have so many resources, the TikTok or one of them, then you have like the Jinx possibility. You have on-hit Jinx that you go with Gather Force, obviously with the Showdown, or if you get the Kraken, you are more flexible to try to play. And the one that has not been the best, at least in Americas, has been the Soul Fighter Samira, a comp that is not very good in the late game, so it's always outscale, but I think in a great position is still a very viable comp.
I love that you call out the Ashe itemization there, because it's almost like this this evolution of slamming these items early, right? You slam Ginsu Kraken, you can either reroll Xayah, you can go Ashe, or you can fast 9 with it. Like that's the other angle that's open from the early game, and we've seen a lot of these fast 9 boards over the last 2 weekends, either playing around the Juggernaut or the Bastion. If you're playing the Juggernaut version, we're seeing people play around this Gnar early game, getting the Luchador on a Mundo 2. The Bastion version, suddenly Xayah becomes this really premier item holder, both of which are very strong at getting you to a strong stage 4 board, and then you have the option to tech in Crystal Gambit if you'd like. The one thing I want to call out though is that even though we've seen a lot of boards play these fast 9, it did not win a single game yesterday. And granted, probably a sample size thing. I'm not ready to say that fast 9 is not a viable win out strategy, but it's important to note that we've seen a lot of other even reroll compositions rise up and snag wins from lobbies that I think otherwise we would have expected the fast 9 boards to win. Last thing I just want to say very quickly, Lee Sin, Braum, they are premier 5 costs, but it's not just them. Zyra, Seraphine, pretty much anything that you find on level 9. Yep, and the TF as well. There's a lot of different things that you're looking for on level 9 that'll help you cap out. It can be pretty flexible.
I want to see more Gwen. That's like the one 5-cost legendary that I feel like we actually don't get a chance to see super often in these Juggernaut and Bastion Fast 9 comps, where I'm like, please, like if Soul Fighter is good, like make Gwen good and give her a good showcase for us today. But this is just a sampling of what we can expect to see from today's competition. And as a reminder, this is all leading up to the Tactician's crown. But we still have 2 more days of competition ahead of us for the Americas Regional Finals. 6 players from the Americas will join 6 players from EMEA, as well as 8 players from CN and 9 from APAC from their respective regional finals. And combined with the 11 players in the TFT Pro Circuit that were able to win their cups, we will have 40 total competitors at this year's KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown.
All the players being on site means that I can finally lock them down and start preaching some dark tech. So if you guys end up seeing another one, Sterex into Mecha Blade Aatrox being played at the Tactician's Crown, just know that I cornered them at the breakfast.
Americas and EMEA has been nerfed indirectly here by Gangly, I have to say it. And of course, APA and CN players will also be together, and they will be in Chandu. So first time that all the players will be live, and maybe they will change a little the way they play. It will be great to see how it changes, right? It gives their energy, or maybe it's a little nerf for some players that get nervous.
Hey, I'm just waiting for those players that just hold up the sign of what they're going to be playing and just like shove it in every player's face that's in their lobby. Instead of going me, Malzahar, and Defin, you just like hold up the sign to everybody and shout it, and then just, you know, blinders on and go for your game.
The next step is IRL scouting too. I want someone to stand up and go around and see who's holding what in their shop.
I know, that would be amazing. Well, you definitely don't want to miss any of the action now, as please tune in with us on November 14th to 16th at 1 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Central European time, and please join us to celebrate our competitors, the end of the TFT set, and Also to see what's coming for the next set. We always show off some great stuff, and set 16 sounds like a set you don't want to miss either. And so please check out riot.com/tacticianscrown for more information, and also, I don't know, hopefully pick'ems are back too. There's lots of ways to be able to celebrate KO Coliseum. But we have 3 players in our America's field of competition that have already secured their spots. Michael, Marcel P, and Robin Songs are 3 of the 11 that won a TFT Pro Circuit Cup. And first up, we got to talk about Michael Hupeson.
Yeah, I mean, the elite of LATAM has been recognized internationally as the best player of the region. He's been training, normally he trains alone. Now he's training with the Hispanic best, Fan de Kiki, who's also already in this top 24 for today. He's been training with Reven, with Dalesom. He's a player in 45 esport games this set. He's already only won top 8, so he can always save spots. This is a player that plays differently, thinks of the game in a very specific and creative way. So I have huge appreciation for Michael. I talked to him, he said, Hupe, I'm already at Worlds, I already been there, I already been on the Tactician crown. I want to win it all for the region, and I know I can do it.
I mean, a lot of people are putting Michael in an S tier, at least A+ tier of competitor. It's not just the veterancy that he brings from having competed for such a long time and having made 5 LATAM regional finals in a row. It's the fact that he has done really well in this TFT Pro circuit amongst the best of the best in the Americas. It's hard to argue against that and the facts. Marcel P is another one of those players that I do think really has had a breakout set, but in a different sense. You know, Marcel P, he hasn't been, he's been competing for a while, but I feel like it wasn't until this set, it just wasn't until this set that he actually got his first major tournament win at the Soul Fighter Cup. And I'm really excited to see just how much further Marcel P can take this and see if he can actually make it to his first ever Tactician's crown. And regional finals, he's not made it past the top 16 point, but maybe today is the day, Gangly.
Yeah, I love that you're talking about Marcel having this breakout set, despite the fact that he's made top 16 at the regional finals before, right? Which is a strong result. That's certainly nothing to feel bad about. But I think the thing that stands out the most about Marcel is that when he had those top 16 finishes that didn't make top 8, he was 1-2 points away from making it in the top 8, where he could have made it to his first Tactician's crown just a couple sets ago, right? And for him to actually win it out in the Soul Fighter Cup, I think is a huge accolade for Marcel. But if we're talking about other players who already have some accolades going into this tournament, we got to talk about Robin Songs, the 3rd winner of the TPC in the Star Guardian Cup. And Robin, I mean, listen, we've talked about Robin for a long time, and it feels like maybe we start to repeat ourselves, but I think it's just because it really is worth repeating. Robin is one of the most decorated players in the history of North America. He's one of only two-time regional finals winners. He's made final lobby of a regional finals 7 times, which is more than almost everybody in this field has made it to the regional finals at all. It's unbelievable. He has an unmatched history in the game. He's incredible at finding a strong line, executing it well enough to be consistent, and while he might still be semi-underrated, I think the thing that is strongest about Robin Songs is that when the lights are on, when the pressure is on, Robin Songs knows how to play like himself. So even though he's already made it to the Tactician's crown, I love that we're getting to see him in full force this weekend.
Yeah, I love that you recognize that he always go for that uncontested composition. Last set, Cyber City, he was playing the marksman with the Aphelios and the Vanguard in the front. And now he's a Star Guardian Robinsons, if you will. He's played 3 games of Star Guardian, 0 games of Ash. So obviously with a preparation to try to play uncontested in a very good line right now, that is Jinx with the Sniper Flex Star Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of these players, they are absolute juggernauts in their own right, and I think it's going to be a really exciting competition with them continuing forward through today. And I think the most exciting thing of all is that if 2 of them make it to the final lobby, and we have, well, that means that the rest of the 6 players are going to make it to the Tactician's crown. We will play Checkmate format on our final day. So I hope everybody in chat is rooting for Michael, Marcel P, and Robin Songs, at least 2 of them, to make it to that final lobby. And then we get Checkmate, one of the best formats ever. So we will find out, starting with our first game of the day. So thank you very much, Gangly and Hupesan, for opening up the floor. And now we send it over to our casters, CLE and Asa, to get things started. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. So excited to get into today and see how we can get Checkmate out of the final day. And this lobby is the exact way we want to start that.
Yeah, looking forward to casting with you, CLE. We've been friends for a bit, but I think this is the first time we've been on a cast together, so pretty exciting to see these players compete today.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger. Asa, you are a wealth of knowledge, and I just like to yap and say absurd things. So that's what we're here to do today on our day number 2 of the regional finals. And this lobby is an absolute stacked one. We just talked about 2 of them because they're very important to the story of today. Marcel P and Robin Songs both in this lobby alongside almost the entirety of the Vitality team.
Yeah, Soju, of course, finishing in first place in the Pro Circuit points, so performing really well. Kambuli, I think, finished 5th or something like that yesterday, so also showing really strong. Dehua, I believe, also top 8. Honestly, everyone in this lobby just doing really well. Chunnington won on week 1, so pretty exciting to see them fight alongside Marcel P and Robin, our world's contenders.
Yeah, and I think the biggest storyline is around that final lobby, and obviously 8 players make it to the regional finals. And if we have 2 of the players that have already made the Tactician's crown, we will change into a Checkmate format, just like the Analyst Desk was talking about. And so Marcel P and Robin Songs are main characters in that, while alongside people like Kambuli, who's looking to return back to the Tactician's crown once again, and Soju, who, coming out of the best regular season as far as the TPC goes, is ready to show up and show out and tell everyone he's not just an influencer, but a real threat.
Yeah, of course, and it's important to remember since points carry over from yesterday. A few of these players, I think all 3 of the Vitality players are a bit lower on points, so they're really going to be looking for some of those, not just top 4s, but really higher placements. So we might see them go for some of the more higher cap out lines. Maybe the Crystal Gambit Ash. We'll have to see what they end up going with.
Yeah, and Asa, you've been a competitor, you are a coach, you've done all the things in TFT that there is probably to do at this point, and now on the caster desk for this. But one thing I wanted to ask you about is around specifically the idea of momentum in TFT tournaments. Obviously, it affects your mental, but do you think that going into this day 2, that you carry momentum from day 1, or do you think that that really doesn't matter for some of these players?
I think momentum is basically just like how well your mental is, and I think once you start losing, oftentimes it's easy to be thinking about the last game and be like, oh, I could have done this better, or if I just didn't high roll this matchmaking thing, and that can affect your play in future games. So I do think having the momentum, as you say, is important. Some players are better at resetting from day to day, while others may still be struggling from negative thoughts from yesterday.
I mean, there's also the reset within the day, right? Like, you start off with an 8th place, or you have one bad result. I think of Marcel P yesterday, started the day off with an 8th and came all the way back to be tied for 1st with the amount of points that he had. And so somebody that is pretty resilient to that, as far as it would look at the story yesterday. And so for many of the people towards the bottom of the table, so any of those with a 2 in front of their points, it's going to be a long day. They're going to need that momentum. They're going to need to string some wins together.
Yeah, definitely. I think Robinson also started with an 8th yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and has come back with a pretty good point value.
Yep. Silver augments to start us off here. Nothing too impactful. We'll keep an eye on the right side of our screen as they come through. Soju finding one of the best ones for the patience. Patience is a virtue, is great for being able to see what everyone else is playing, then bank a bunch of rerolls as you get there. But Robin Songs taking the antithesis of his personality and his brand, young, wild, and free, being his choice.
Well, it's the antithesis of his brand. It's actually a pretty good choice for Robin Song's playstyle. Robin likes to play very high tempo, which means you're high HP. Normally going to be pretty late pick on a carousel, but you can counteract that with a young, wild, and free. Chunnington has a Caretaker's Ally, and it looks like picks up a Vi here. So, pretty good unit that can either go into a 6 Juggernaut frontline at the end game, or just go into a 5 Crystal and use Vi as a strong tank.
Yeah, because I feel like it would be fairly easy to get to a Vi 3 at a certain point, or guaranteeing Vi 2 with stabilizing that in your front line throughout the mid game, but it would be an absolutely good showing. Another thing we want to call out is the people picking Silver Destiny, which basically says, hey, I'm going to give you some gold, but you're not going to be able to pick your augment. Dehua and Prestament both chose that, and both got pretty good econ augments.
Yeah, Dehua got the same thing that Soju has, just with the extra 3 gold. So really, really nice high roll there. Basically, you're taking a risk that you get a silver that you don't want, but should be pretty happy with the Patience of a Virtue. Prestament gets, I believe, a Slice of Life, which is definitely a pretty strong econ augment. Should be pretty happy with that.
I think Robin Songs, we look at his board here, he has that Bastion with the Xayah specifically. This is a composition that we've seen do quite well, especially in the early game, being able to keep HP high, because Xayah and these Bastions work so well together, especially if you can get a Shen online to get Edgelord active. And so Robin, planning on keeping his HP high with an item already slammed, Young, Wild, and Free will make more sense, as he can put himself at the top of this lobby in terms of HP, but in pick order and carousel, able to move around freely.
Yeah, Young, Wild, and Free is also really good on this particular patch. In some of the previous patches, we can see Yuumi players maybe want tears, and then or want rods, and then maybe Karma players want tears, and then some players want swords. But in this patch, really everyone wants the bow, and the Ashe best in slot requiring 3 bows. Robin with the Rage Blade seems like the Young, Wild, and Free getting that extra first pick to get those bows is very, very important.
With them being hotly contested, makes a ton of sense, but continue to look around our lobby. Chunnington here now has that Vi 2 online, also has a pretty solid backline with the Ezreal upgrade as well, which is just one of the great early item holders, especially for damage items, because he uses both AP and AD well, and so we'll continue on there. Chunnington is one of these players that coming into the TPC this set, he's already requalified for it, fighting through week 1. And what didn't have the highest expectations, but he has absolutely showed up these past couple weekends, and now is put himself as a definite threat to make it through even to the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, I think Chunnington, from what I understand, is studying with the Kitchen, the group with Brosif and Showman, some other players who weren't able to make it, but they've been doing really, really well. I think they've been very motivated and exceeding expectations, and we'll see if Chunnington can kind of carry on their legacy for his fallen study partners.
And one of the things that's interesting, if you were able to watch last weekend, is the existence of the play-in, which was the most brutal cut last weekend. And actually, fun fact for you guys, so far of the 24 players left, everyone who's made it to week 2 from the play-ins is still alive and fighting, Chunnington being one of them. So excited to see if that run can continue. Looking at the bottom of our screen, though, somehow Marcel P has 3 Nards on his board. Not sure if that is 100% correct, but yeah, the Shadow Clone, that's what it is. That's hilarious. Just a lot of angry little dudes throwing things at you.
We can see Robin with the Young, Wild, and Free did take the bow, even though it was on a 1 cost. He was able to deny it from the rest of the lobby, which also can help him get into that coveted Ashe line where you make other players unable to play if they can't get enough bows.
Yeah, we have multiple people going to level 5 here, though, pushing their streak. Prestament's board is very strong with all those upgrades, but Soju's is as well. No wonder he took Patience as a Virtue, because he loaded in with 2 upgrades to these Juggernauts, and now slamming some items to see if he can continue the streak.
Yeah, Soju's board really strong. Patience as a Virtue is extremely, extremely good if you're able to get it with already a strong board, because then you don't need to buy units from his shops. He doesn't really need to buy a unit to have a strong shot for, to have a strong board for pretty much the rest of the entire stage, and it'll be even decent going into stage 3.
Looking at some of our other high HP players, looks like Prestament will be taking another win here. He did lose a round, but I imagine that was before he got Mundo 2 online, because that unit is very, very hard to kill, as we see evidenced here. But 3 people on 4 loss streak here at the bottom of our lobby is going to be very interesting, while 2 people at 100. So they're hoping that they can continue to lose towards the bottom, and these top players are hoping they're not facing one another in order to continue to get that econ in the bank.
Yeah, getting that 5 streak into neutrals is really important. You get streak gold on neutrals. 5 streak is worth 2 gold. So if you are able to streak into neutrals, it's worth double the amount it normally is. So all these loss streakers are really hoping that they are able to keep the 5 loss, and Soju and Robin are really hoping to keep the 5 win. But they have a pretty good chance just due to the lobby makeup. I think Robin obviously will get a pretty easy win here against Chunnington, who's also happy to just secure the 5 loss as well.
Yeah, it looks like Robin cruising along with his old wise Dango. Dehua versus Soju here. Dehua's board is not too bad. We do have a dummy with the second chance there being formed, but it's not going to be nearly enough. So not only is Soju going to be able to get that extra money from this, but he's continued to be patient, has 6 rerolls. This is a very good spot for Soju.
Yeah, this is a really unusual lobby where 5 players managed to 5 streak into stage 3. So if you're not one of those players, it's not ideal, but for Pressman, Dehua, and Kimberly, they all have 90-ish or more HP, so they're not too unhappy with their spots, but you do have to be aware that the rest of the lobby is going to have more econ than you normally would think they do. I think on average, you're expecting only maybe 1, maybe 2 players to 5 streak into stage 3.
Yeah, it's very interesting to look at the drop-off from the current 5th place, the 6th place, with 17 HP between them. It's just so much. Marcel P, also playing Patience as a Virtue, has 10 rerolls, so we do know that Soju did buy units a couple times, at least, and maybe used a couple rerolls as well to help stabilize that board and get that 5 streak locked in. But that makes a lot of sense for this lobby. But the amount of gold spread across everyone here, it is a lot.
Yeah, we can see Soju with 6 rerolls, so he's used some of his rolls, but I think it's fine. Ideally, you want to use most of your rolls on the higher levels, but by stage 4, Patience as a Virtue is going to give you about 40 gold, so if you have to use maybe 6 of that gold before then, you're still getting a lot, and then you can use it to save HP earlier, and you also get gold, of course, by winning and keeping your streak in Soju's position.
Has on the other side has...
And sure the blue buff, so maybe looking to reroll Smolder with 2 copies of it already.
Yeah, very strong board is with Juggernaut Frontline, which you already have 2 upgrade Juggernauts, so looking like good direction from Soju here. You can take that to Fast 9 or you could reroll it. You could absolutely play around some of those high cost units as well. So just a decision he'll have to make later on in the game. Maybe he can continue to streak and just push that HP lead into a second or otherwise. But for Robin Songs here, we have golden augments for our second choice.
Yeah, normally you usually want an item augment around here, with Young Water Free kind of being an econ-ish augment at first. We'll have to see what Robin goes for. Goes for the care package, which can give you items.
Sure can. Lots of love and a component coming through here, so could slam Last Whisper if he does so choose, but not exactly what he wanted. Does finding a lot of Star Guardian units, which we know is his comfort composition. Played it 3 times yesterday, was the only player to play that 3 times. Will be putting Jinx on the board for sure.
Yeah, he's just looking for his 3rd copy of Xayah, but it's making him quite a lot of gold. Like, he was Xayah paired maybe with the ability to make even 30 or 40 gold, but had to go quite low. Not really what Robin wants to see, but he's really got to do it in order to secure his streak. Yeah. Getting the 7th streak is worth 4 gold compared to losing, so if you're making 10 instead of making 50, but you win the round instead, it's already worth it, including the HP you save.
See, this is what happens if you actually do the math. And you're someone like Asa who can help inform you on those decisions there, because it is worth it, even though you're losing your econ breaks points because of the streak continued. Milk here deciding not to double down on stage 3, but instead maybe even eyeing going to the next level. Finds an Ash from this orb, so he will have 5 Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Milk wants to go into that, but I think he's just going to commit to the Malzahar probably? We'll have to see. Milk does have 3 Jannas. But the Ash line seemed really contested already. There are multiple players with Patience as a Virtue between, I believe, Soju and Marcel P, really looking to go into that Ash line. So if Milk opted for the Ash, there might not be any left by the time he's able to level to 8 and roll.
Milk also did pick Gold Destiny on 3-2, which is a little bit risky of an augment, but you know, if it's the choice you have, it's the choice you have, but definitely is rewarded with the extra resources there. Milk rolling a little bit now. Curious what he's looking for. Does find a Ryzen shop, so could be going into Janna reroll.
Yeah, I think Milk is just going to commit to the Janna. He has the 5 Ramesses, which is kind of an alternate option, so really interesting to see what Milk will go for, but I would expect him to just drop out of the Rammus entirely. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if he keeps it.
Looking at the bottom of our screen, we're seeing the situations that are happening around the lobby, and there was a showdown that happened between Dehua and Marcel P. See 1 unit on Marcel's board, but 3 on Dehua's to try and keep that Crystal Gambit in. So it was, I'm not sure if they met and were able to face off, but there's another Crystal Gambit player, that is Chunnington, who is in a great spot.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Marcel. Obviously trying to play the Crystal Gambit with a Patience of the Virtue and no board, but not able to find it. One plus side is, if he does go against Dehua, he can grief Dehua's streak, of course, only fielding 1 unit. And Milk hesitating on making the 6th Rammus, but does go ahead and decide to do it. So yeah, really curious to see what Milk ends up in. I would expect just a 4-mentor Janna, but we'll have to see how this Rammus fits in.
Is this Double Trouble Mouse without Double Trouble? That's what it looks like to me right now. What we shall see. Camberley, though, does have a Volley Bear here early, trying to play around tempo with that Epoch, able to get a little bit more of the extra resources, rerolls, and XP. But having a lot of these Juggernauts, having a lot of these good frontline Juggernaut items for maybe even Lee Sin later in the game, that could be where he's aiming.
Yeah, Camberley's spot I'm a little bit worried about was all of the melee items with the Bloodthirster and the Hand Justice. If he's able to get to that Lee Sin with a 6 Juggernaut board, will be really strong, but the Econ is a little bit far behind. If you end up having to commit to the Volibear 2 as your main carry and kind of being stuck on level 8, it can be a little scary for your late game prospects.
Also, I would like to say that it does look like Marcel did grief Dehua's streak. He is on a 9-loss streak, where Dehua is on only 1-loss streak and has now re-entered that Crystal Gambit line. But Marcel is literally full open, going to roll down on 4-1 for this Crystal Gambit board.
Yeah, this is a really scary spot for Marcel. We'll have to see how good his roll down is next round, but normally the 5 Crystal Gambit starts winning rounds after you're able to accumulate cash outs throughout the game. But Marcel, with only 20 HP, even a little bit less than 20, is not going to have that cushion. He's really going to have to rely on winning rounds right now, so hopefully using all those Patience of the Virtues rolls. If we could watch Marcel's roll down on neutrals here.
Milk taking a big win here versus Prestivant, putting that streak to an end. Robin. So no win streakers, it looks like, throughout this stage 3, but Marcel P does need to have a board. Oh, these are some shops.
That's a good first shop ash, second shop ash, third shop ash. That's a good start.
Oh my gosh, he found everything.
He did indeed. He did indeed.
This guy's so good.
Just missing a duelist, which should be pretty easy to find with 28 extra free rolls in the bank. Udyr is ideal because they'll also give you the mentor bonus and the Juggernaut for your Vi. But really, any duelist should give him a somewhat stable board for 4-1.
And there is that version with Fury Break as well. You can put that on a unit in the front line. A Kale should be pretty easy to find as well if he decides to do that. But we'll continue to roll here. Yeah, stabilizing around that 2-star set in the front line. He's looking like he's in a pretty stable spot now. Is he going to stop rolling?
Yeah, I feel like I would really want to look for a duelist, just because so much of your power in this comp is concentrated in this Ashe. But he might feel like this board is strong enough right now, and also he wants to fix his items and fruits before the round starts, as it can be very difficult to do, and we've seen plenty of players lose HP unnecessarily by not finishing their transition in time. Yeah.
Will definitely be stronger by getting in these items on the correct unit in the correct timing than he will be if he finds just another unit or two, especially if he can farm some more resources here, maybe even get to 20 gold, have a little bit more to go, and maybe start snowballing himself, because he is at 1 to 2 lives. One bad loss could send him out in a later stage, but now 10 loss streak is broken. He's on the rise here.
Yeah, has the Ashe, so it's nice. Now we're overlooking at Milk, who is seeming like he's going into the veteran Janna and just using the Rammus in the meantime for now. I mean, if you hit a Rammus 3, that's going to go on the board. You can use that instead of the Mighty Mech. So really nice adaptation from Milk in order to pick up these Rammuses. That's not something that I have ever seen before, really. So you can see Milk being a little hesitant to sell the Ashe on his bench, griefing the Ashe players, knowing there's such a big competition from not just Marcel P, but a lot of other players in the lobby. Milk is so close to Janna, but it quite isn't able to find it.
He had to roll so deep for that last copy, but does get it online here. So after taking a loss, though, here on 4-1, makes it a little bit worse because he did put a nice little 2-streak together. Now facing the board of Marcel P, though, it would be huge for this lobby if he's able to take a win.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Milk will be able to, but we'll have to see. He did just hit the Janna, but doesn't quite have the front line to support it yet. Has to go for the Bloodthirst on the Rammus. Unfortunately, that's not the item that Milk wanted, but sometimes you just gotta make what you can. It can basically be used as like half a tank item.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a really close fight, but just not enough for Milk. Not being able to find the upgraded front line and not having the good item on the Rammus.
Another augment to call out on the right side of the screen is Robin Songs taking Tiny Team. This is something he's going to be very comfortable with. We saw him already have a Jinx on his board, so Bastions plus Jinx and Xayah is a great spot to be in. It looks like he will continue to reroll here as well.
Yeah, Robin is quite behind on Xayah's, only with 4 copies. We saw him have to roll down to 10 gold just to get his 3rd copy, and ever since then, he's only gotten 1 more Xayah. So Robin definitely has a good setup in terms of items and augments, but is really, really far from the Xayah 3.
And it's really difficult here, right? Because like everybody else rolled down already and did hit if you're somebody like Milk, but you know, sacrificed a lot of gold to do so. And so when does Robin do this? Is it going to be at 4-5? Is he going to greed until 5-1 because he's got a lot of HP? It's just going to be a matter of decision making here for Robin. You see, he's able to kill a bunch of units, even put up a really strong fight here.
It's mostly going to depend on how many copies he naturals. I think with 50 gold, you probably want to send it. Depending on your HP, around the time you have 7 copies, you can kind of go down to maybe 30, and if you hit 1 more copy, now you're just 1 off, now you can go more. But if you only have 4 or even 5 or 6 copies, you probably just want to keep making 50 gold, as it's unlikely you'll hit a Xayah 3 on your roll down.
Looking across our lobby, we're seeing that there's 3 5 Crystal Gambit players: Chunnington, Marcel P, and Prestivant, which is Prestivant's the only one who did not hit Ashe 2 on that roll down, but is the healthiest of them all. Dehua playing Star Guardians there as well with Little Buddies is interesting because that does grief a little bit of Robin Song's plans as well. We're going to have to roll down here, see if we can find some more for Robin Songs. Maybe find one of these frontline upgrades as well.
Yeah, we can see Robin wanting to stay around 50 gold. Now, even with 6 Xayahs now, it's a little bit not enough to dig. I think with 7 or 8 you can. I'd also like to call out Prestivant not actually going for the 5 Crystal Gambit. You can see on the right side he has almost 70 gold in the bank. He's thinking, hey, these guys already have the Ashe 2. I'm just going to try to play around Twisted Fate on level 9.
Yep. Makes a ton of sense there to adapt, especially with all of the Ashes gone out of the pool. We do see Marcel P's board on the other side. It is Citadel versus Citadel here. Will Marcel continue to survive here? It looks like he's upgraded a lot more of these frontline units, which will be extremely helpful. Cassante 2 being really the anchor of this board, and it is going to show that this unit does not want to die. Comes back to life here just to finish off that last unit. Robin taking another big loss, but he's got enough HP to work with.
Yeah, Marcel's gotten some really good matchmaking to be able to fight Robin before Robin has the 3 stars, and now Marcel on the 4 win streak, getting those 5 crystal rewards, can very much be back in the game despite being on such low HP.
And we drop out of the Rammus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, wasted gold is maybe a weird way to say that, but it's definitely some gold and econ breakpoints that are missed because he held that Rammus on bench for so long. So for Milk here, we did get online. The Koboko is here, but we have 15 HP to work with and haven't looked too strong yet.
Yeah, I like the play from Milk to kind of flex the Rammus because, of course, he hit the Koboko 3, so now he no longer needs the Rammus, who's difficult to fit in this composition. But if he hit the Rammus 3 first instead of the Koboko, then that would have given him the front line he needed to stabilize.
This makes a lot of sense. Prestivant is doubled down on stage 4. We have hit 300 on that double down, And so I'm curious to see when Precedent will cash out. Looks like it could be right now.
Yeah, he's getting a 300 cash out. This is a really, really good breakpoint. Everyone is looking for this triple full item anvil, which is exactly what Precedent gets. So he's got to be really happy with that, especially going to level 9. That's a full build for another legendary unit.
All right, let's see if we find any of those legendary units. We are on level 9 here. We are rolling a little bit. Obviously, you've talked a little bit to us about this, of the power of rolling on neutrals here. What is the advantage of that?
The advantage is so you actually finish your turn, you have all your items on the board before round 5-1 starts. If that doesn't happen and you end up losing a round that you could have won, you lose 15 HP. I mean, you guys have played TFT yourselves. You know how 15 HP can very easily be the difference between several placements. So as long as Precedent is able to finish his turn, it's going to be worth it. And the cost is just very low. We saw Precedent rolling down to 30, so instead of making the 50 econ breakpoint, he only lost 2 gold, which is just 1 shop. Doesn't really matter at this point. It's much more important to have all your items on the board before the round starts. Which I'm a little bit worried for Precedent here.
Yeah, didn't find the units he was looking for specifically. Didn't find the Zyra, didn't find maybe even the Seraphine to go on this board, but instead, and it's still a little bit late getting these items on the board. Look how many are still on his bench on the left side of our screen. So many still left to hand out. We'll be putting them onto this Gwen as well, but you see here, he's going to be taking a loss to Camberley's board. It's a Soul Fighter board, nothing too special, and Precedent not able to stand up to it yet.
Yeah, I hate to be so critical of Precedent, but if he were able to roll down to maybe 20 gold instead of 30 gold, he would have 1 less gold, but then maybe have all his items on in time in order to win this round and fix the board as well. You can see the 7 Bastion, so a wasted Garen 1 on the board that he didn't need either. Unfortunate for Precedent. We've been seeing this a lot throughout the entire weekend, where players are just not finishing their transitions in time.
Chunnington here, dropping dangerously low in HP, 2 losses in a row. 1 life now, facing against Robinson's board, who has now hit most of his board, actually almost all of his board, besides one of these upgrades in the front line. Has that Jinx 2 alongside it to provide a lot of extra damage with Tiny Team. Oh, did you see that plant? Absolutely curve that rocket from Jinx. Could be a difference in this fight, but for Chunnington, we did stabilize Orion, that Vi 3 that we talked about from Caretaker's favor. But this Ashe is firing away, but it's not going to be enough. Chunnington rolls the dice with this composition and falls out in 8th place.
Yeah, we see Robin was able to get their entire board online with the 3-star Shen, the 3-star Xayah, and even the 2-star Jinx. So Robin, despite being a little bit behind on the Xayahs, when we last looked on stage 4, was able to find quite a lot of them very quickly in time to go to level 8 still. So good board for Robin. Milk down here on 1 life as our other reroller.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the spot we called out of like, hey, when this board can get to level 8 and 9 because you hit early and have high HP, it has the opportunity to win games. But against a board like this, where there's a declaw on the other side and so much damage to take down these big tanks, it is going to be very difficult to win.
Yeah, we have our 2 rerolls going up against each other. It's going to be pretty hard to tell who's winning right now. The Koboko is not stunning the Xayah, so really good fight RNG for Robin, as I believe it's a 50-50. But yeah, Milk will be taken out here.
You call it fight RNG, I call it PD. Positioning diff, player diff, whatever you want to call it there. Robin Songs is free, able to get another damage item, the best damage item for this Xayah. So maybe even moving off of the Gunblade and putting that onto another unit. For the rest of our players, I don't know if anyone wants the Supreme Cell spat. I don't know if anyone's playing around it.
No, I don't think anyone wants that one. Can't believe picking up the red buff is a really huge pickup. They were lacking anti-heal, which is very important in the late game. Just for the cost of a single item, you reduce the healing of the entire enemy team, as well as provide that burn damage. So very valuable to have. We can see Precedent also not having it either, which is... Oh, he does have the red buff, actually.
Well, he just reforged into the red buff.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I didn't think he had one. Yeah, so great reforge for Precedent.
Yeah, it definitely planned that for sure. We
Yeah.
will also put these items onto our front line. So Precedent spot when we left them last was not looking too good. Didn't have a TF2. Didn't have, obviously, any copies of the Seraphine in the back line. And now has the Leona 2 with the Tankzilla on there. Noxus Trap as well. It looks pretty good for Precedent here if he can get this nuke onto priority targets. Holy moly, that was so much damage.
Yeah, Pressman's spot was looking a little scary at 2 HP, but now he's really... It looks like he's reaping the rewards of that Fast 9 with a TF2, Seraphine 2, with a good front line as well. Maybe we'll be able to make the comeback from 2 HP, we'll have to see. Marcel P is definitely very scary on the 9 streak with 5 Crystal, cashing out rewards that entire time. I think that's the one Precedent's really going to be afraid of.
And Soju here also going for the Soul Fighters. I believe it was Camberley who was playing that as well. And so it makes it difficult to hit your units. Obviously, both of them hit some of them, but we see Soju here with a set 1 in the front line. Obviously, the contesters with even Marcel P playing a set 2 as well. And it will be the showdown between the Soul Fighters.
Yeah, set 1 versus set 1. They were both not able to hit due to how many sets were gone, which is a little unusual. Normally, Marcel P doesn't take them. But it's such a close fight. Both Samiras are spinning.
Oh!
And it seems like Soju is just not strong enough. Just a little bit more damage from Soju. Samira would have done it, but that's how TFT goes. All these fights end up being really close as the players optimize their boards really well.
And the shame was we were seeing too much of Soju's face, so he did slump back down in his chair, back into prime gamer form. And so we'll see him next game. 6th isn't the worst way to start your tournament, but for when you already played from behind a little bit, makes it a little bit more difficult. But somebody like Precedent here, who's only at 24 points, where somebody like Marcel P is already 13 points ahead of you, he is playing for that first place and giving it all he's got.
Yeah, it's good that you called out the scores for Soju and Milk, who were already 2 of the bottom along with Precedent going into this lobby. I think with their scores, it's going to be really hard for them to make the next cut. We are doing a cut after the next game. Precedent, he is on 1 life, so it's very scary, but he does seem like his board puts him in a decent spot to get a good placement this game. Again, we'll have to really be watching his matchup against Marcel P, especially with the other strong board.
It looks like Marcel P and Robin Songs are both in his pool, but Robin still sitting at 50 gold on level 8. Doesn't look like he's doing too much with it, where Marcel doesn't have any gold left. Robin now rolling down, but Marcel P, we see on the right side, hitting a Lee Sin 2 in that front line as well. This is going to be an absolute juggernaut of a board, pun intended.
All right, we'll see Marcel going up against Precedent. This is gonna be it.
Double duelist spat as well to go alongside this. So many duelists on board this Ashe with perfect items. Such a big tank. But the Braum is being able to throw this Lee Sin around while the Seraphine is dropping nukes on the backline. But the Ashe is safe enough and is still ramping up while the TF on the other side does fall down. The Cassandra comes back to life. And that is going to be enough damage and enough fight RNG to take Precedent down. Even in 4th place, does get that extra placement.
Yeah, I can't believe with a Soulfire board. The Soulfire composition falls off in the late game in stage 6, so not surprising to see him go down, but really heartbreaker for Precedent. That Seraphine bomb was mid-air, about to kill Marcel P's last units, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Robin Song's solid 3rd, playing that HP advantage well. Able to get that last fight against Cambuli's board, the Soul Fighters. So good for fight RNG as well for Robin there. It is a strong board. We did see Marcel even win with this board yesterday, but I have my doubts against this fight here.
Yeah, it's a really nice game from Marcel P, who his spot was just not looking great, and he made the best out of it. Obviously, getting an Ashe in your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd shots does help a lot, but really good piloting from Marcel P to take a loss streak and convert it to most likely a 1st place.
And quietly in this lobby, we haven't seen Dehua too much here in our POV, even been following around because he's just playing some humble Star Guardians, able to get to level 9, get these big upgrades, and now cruising to a top 2.
Yeah, Dehua going for Star Guardian, which is a comp that you normally don't expect to go 1st with, but 2nd is almost as good. It's just 1 point off. I think Dehua's got to be really happy about this. And going for the Star Guardians, we saw Robin with a Jinx too, but he's rolling on 6. so you're not really expected to be that worried about being contested. And Dehua picking up poppies, which no one else in the lobby going for poppy, able to hit these units up to a second place, where, as we saw, Soju and Kimberly both stuck on set 1 due to how many players were going for set.
Another thing I want to call out as we go into this fight is for both these players that are fairly up in the standings, there is a cut, a top 4 advancing after 4 games today, so after the 10th game of this tournament. So both these players fighting for that, and for Marcel P, who is absolutely dominating this fight as well and will knock Dehua out. Oh, just kidding. We have some Braum stacks, so we're able to go one more time. But it is a good way to set themselves up to already clinch their spot in the finals for day 3 if they're able to get a round win here in game 1.
Yeah, Marcel, especially as the point leader going into today and then picking up a first, gotta be feeling pretty comfortable for the rest of the day. And yeah, that'd be pretty exciting for Marcel P to maybe compete in his regionals final lobby here.
And I really appreciate the way he played this game, because he doesn't need to go first right now to make it to day 3, right? He's got a good point advantage. But if he does go first this lobby, he sets himself up with a big lead. And he played this risky down to his final 1, maybe 2 lives with Patience or Virtue almost full open. And now here they are fighting off against one another for the last time in the game. We'll keep an eye on the Braum specifically on the right side. Is it able to throw this Cassante away? But the Juggernaut Lee Sin able to delete a couple units, but doesn't throw the Cassante nearly far enough, not even dropping the aggro.
Yeah, we can see Marcel P dropping out of 5 Crystal Gambit, which of course does not give you any combat power in order to play 6 Juggernaut for this final few fights in order to secure his victory against Dehua. So great game from Marcel.
Yeah, absolute masterclass of using that 5 Crystal Gambit to snowball yourself into that late game, into that first place. So amazing showing by them. Dehua playing a composition we saw do okay yesterday with the Star Guardians, have a fairly good AVP, but you know, when you're uncontested, able to push the tempo, able to get that top 2.
Yeah, I really like how Dehua played that. We saw that he chose to play the Gnar 2 over the Varus 1, which I think is a mistake that I've been seeing a lot of other players making, is playing the Varus, whereas the Gnar gives the Luchador to your Braum, makes him a little bit tankier. Gnar also has a team-wide buff that makes your Jinx stronger, which of course you're investing the fruit, you're investing 3 items, you're investing your entire Star Guardian setup to make her stronger. So I really like that Dehua played the Gnar instead of the Varus.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent optimization of this composition. Star Guardian's doing well, but it was not able to stand up to the 5 Crystal Gambit. But we will have an analyst desk after a quick break to break this game down and take a look at our scoreboard. So Asa, I'm quite excited for our game number 2 of day number 2, but that'll happen right after this break.
Robin Songs is quite literally the grandfather of modern TFT, known most of all for his line selection. He's also one of the most decorated North American TFT players of all time, being one of only 2 players to have won 2 regional finals. Robin's edge has always been his consistency in tournament. While nerves can so easily affect the mentality of someone in TFT, Robin's ability to perform like himself in tournament has made him the most set-resistant player in the region's history. He has made it to the final lobby of a regional finals 7 times, dating back to set 3, the first ever regional finals. Going into TPC, everybody knew that Robin Songs would be a threat. But in a stacked field, it's often easy to underrate Robin's threat level. At the Star Guardian Cup, Robin showcased why he deserves to be a favorite by dominating the field over 3 days of competition and punching his ticket to the set championship. Robin is the player in the TPC with the best AVP and is clearly in prime form to make a deep run at the Tactician's crown. We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with the what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to get that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1k.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect?
I'll do Cartoon Champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent? 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th?
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
wrong.
No, I'm right.
It's me again? How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1k.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
What a weird game to start our day off. It was a lot of contesting and also not of the compositions we might have expected. But what were you two thinking when we were kind of looking at that game, and what jumped out to you?
The thing that stood out to me the most was how many of these players it felt like were angling for like a first place finish. We had, what was it, 3 different players taking patience as a virtue. Soju, Dehua, and Marcel P all starting with it off the go at 2-1. We also had someone like Chunnington, who is clearly angling toward the 5 Crystal Gambit line, playing off the Vi 3 from Caretaker's Ally. So there were 4 players, half the lobby right off the bat were playing for a super high cap. And so I think it kind of left other players in the lobby in a weird position where they had to try and play for placements.
Yeah, 100% agree. We see, for example, Prestiven, he got the Crystal Gambit line and decided to pivot out of it to go to Bastion, and that was perfect because the position of Marcel P was just so dominant that we see him in first place, so much economy, and after he did the full sell of his board, he just started dominating. Right now, we're actually seeing it.
Yep.
Full roll down here, managed to get the Ash 2 on the roll down early, and from this point onward, he was just winning and winning and getting resources.
I mean, it was just like, he made it look so easy. And I remember all of us were like, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Is this going to actually be a downfall of Marcel P full selling his board to try to get that grief onto the other players that were going for those big Crystal Gambit cash outs? And it was like, oh, that was it. That was the one loss. And then no losses from there on out. Yeah, absolutely flawless execution there from Marcel P. There were some really weird pivots, though, from our other players. The contesting actually forced a couple of players, I think, into maybe awkward lines or lines that maybe we haven't seen a whole lot of success with.
Yeah, Mulian saw you with Soul Fighter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's difficult because we know it's not a premium comp that you want to go for. And on the other hand, Robinson winning with the Saya reroll, once again, a comp that we weren't expecting to see that much with great results. And the Hua finally taking the second with Jinx, but getting a Seraphine 2 in the end. So I think a good, as you guys said, good recognition of what the rest are playing to try to play uncontested and go for the win.
The Robin call out is the one that stands out to me because Robin, I mean, taking a 3rd place in this lobby, it is not easy when there are so many players that are not only playing for the win out, but also are truthfully they're stabilizing. And the most important part of Robin's game to me was his play on 3-2, rolling all the way down to 10. There are a lot of players that if they're playing in there, even on ladder, like it feels like, oh, I gotta greed. I want to make sure I have enough gold to make sure I hit. Robin says, listen, if I'm going to play this line, everybody's going to be trying to spike in stage 4. I need to make sure I spike in stage 3. Rolls all the way down until he finds that Xayah 2, ends up hitting the Jinx as well, and then on 4-2 is rewarded, finding the tiny team to really give him that extra boost he needed to find himself in the top 3. So well played from Robin.
And from Dohwa, I mean, the fact that there were 2 Star Guardian lines, kind of very different though. We got that Xayah reroll take. I guess there's not as many Star Guardians that are usually a part of that composition, but you're still overlapping in some areas, especially when trying to fit the Jinx onto the board. So both Dohwa and Robin Songs are able to play that trait very well. And then I think it was a little bit tough, I think, for some of the other reroll comps. Like, you know, Milk was playing that Janna Koboko reroll. We saw him in a very awkward spot. He had so many copies of that Rammus and ended up having to sell a lot of them to fit in all of the mentors and the mechs in that composition. And it just felt like that comp, while he got the Janna and the Koboko quite fast, it was weird to not see it be able to keep up with some of these other boards that were starting to spike at the same time.
Yeah,
I think it has.
That's same happening with Shannington. He got the buy 3-star, but it wasn't in a comp that actually helps to have this 3-star on place. He didn't have the Knuckle Duster, so it was just a buy trying to get some additional chances and tackiness there to it. He got the 5 critical, he got everything, but he didn't get in time. And we saw Marcel P obviously rolling early on 3-7, getting all the ashes in, so not a great position there in the bottom.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with your spike timings, truthfully, right? Like, if you are Milk and you're trying to reroll both the Koboko and the Janna, but also the Rammus, all of the gold that you're spending on holding these Rammuses, yes, it does technically increase your cap, but it's also delaying your spike timing because you're spending gold on Rammus that you could be spending on Koboko and Janna. And so what ended up happening is that, yes, he did find the Janna on 4-2, which is not late, but when you're playing essentially a full open early game, losing a ton of HP in order to trade it off for gold, but then you're investing your gold into something like the Rammus and spiking later on in the game, it basically gave him no window to win games because Robin is rolling really hard on stage 3 to win out stage 3. Marcel is rolling to 0. Chunnington's rolling to 0. Soju's rolling to 0 on 4-1. So at what point in the game is Milk really supposed to be winning fights? It was a really hard game to play, and I think it was interesting that he held the additional outs, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, Milk wasn't able to find a timing that allowed him to be stronger than everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, we saw a really great example of how also the Fast 9 compositions were, for some reason, not keeping up with these 4-cost boards. I think that was reflected in the stats that we saw from yesterday's games, but even more so when taking a look at Prestivin's transition from the Crystal Gambit into the Fast 9 Bastions and only getting a 4th place with that. We saw that, like, Ashe, it just kind of started to take over the game, and when these compositions are getting online and you don't have enough time to find that TF2 or any of those other upgrades, it can be tough. But sometimes that top 4 is good enough, but for some of these players in our next lobby, it isn't going to be. We're going to send things back over to our casters, CLE and ASET, to take us through our next game before we make our first round of eliminations.
Thank you, Desk. So excited for this game because yesterday we lost 8 going on to day number 2, and we're about to lose 8 more heading into the rest of our tournament. That's going to happen every 2 games. We're going to lose 8 players, and it's going to be a fascinating next game because players know what they have to play for.
Yeah, it's a really rough cut because, as you mentioned yesterday, you played 6 games, lose 8 out of 32, but now we're playing only 2 games. Of course, our points carry over from yesterday, and we're losing 8 out of 24. So quite a lot of players might be able to be cut. And this next game here is 1/3 of the field that started the tournament today.
Yeah, it's going to be a showdown. Especially this lobby is super interesting when it comes to their point numbers, but we'll continue to talk about that throughout the game. But looking out at this tournament and zooming out, we know that this cutoff is going to be a brutal one. We're going to need around 34 to 35-ish points. And so if you look at the players of this lobby, Michael, Ripple, Spencer, and Bosto skills are under that point cutoff. And so they need to have a great game.
Yeah, I will say, even if you barely make the cut now, there's going to be another cut after 2 games. So we saw how tough of a position it was for some of the Vitality players in the first game, where even if they were to barely make the cut, they're going to have to keep on barely making the cut and keep on performing well. So these players are not really just trying to get 35 points for someone like Bapzer at 33. He's not really trying to get, like, a 6th place for 300 points. Everyone's really trying to get as many points as they can.
Yep. Yeah, there's always another cut coming. And so throughout all these games, obviously there's some situational play. Like, hey, if you need to play for first, you need to play for first, right? If that's what's going to get you through this round, that's what's going to get you through. But you don't want to play for a top 7. I'm not sure that will be what people are playing for. But for many of our players like CMB9, you're way ahead. You're at 44 points already. You're 1 off the lead in the tournament. And starting with the Cat Arena with Max Arcana is a great place to be.
Yeah, I think for some players like CMB, you can opt into the kind of safer lines, because if CMB just goes, let's just say, 5th every game for the rest of the tournament, he's well positioned to make it to day 3, pretty much guaranteed. And we have a pretty interesting opener here with 2 component. Everyone has 2 components, but it's also a super high gold opener. I'm not sure exactly if it's just going to be a 2 component total, or it might be one of those rare high loot stage 1 openers.
It very well could be. Maybe we'll get 3 items, or maybe even you can even get the 5 component opener here. But Dish Soap also sitting pretty towards the top of our leaderboard. 42 points, puts him in the top 4 currently. So much gold.
Yeah, a ton of gold for every player here. So we can see some players choosing to make 10, as we saw CMB earlier, making 10 as early as 1-3, and then making 10 again on 1-4. So we'll have a little bit more gold, whereas other players like Dish Soap holding so many different options to decide what line they want to go into with their augments here.
These left 2 ones are very interesting and very opposite. Calculated loss, meaning you want to lose. Heavy is the crown, giving you a lot of combat power because that extra item. And it's looking like he is going to go for that loss streak. We don't have Crystal Gambit online, but we are 2 out of 3. But have a lot of the important units. Looking across our lobby, though, we're seeing a lot of interesting things happen. CMB9 taking that heroic grab bag to push this board even further, and Ripple Overdrive having a strong board with a lot of upgrades and also a Mana Zane on board.
Yeah, I like the calculated loss from Dish Soap, having no upgrades in a lobby where people are getting so many units. You're really expecting most people to hit upgrades like Ripple here, who has the Aatrox 2 and the Callista 2. So if you don't have any upgrades and everyone has so many units, you're expecting to find a lot of upgrades. You might as well just lean into the loss streak. Yeah, Ripple with a Mana Zane, really strong item. We'll have to see what Ripple decides to play with that. It most oftentimes, I believe, will go into the Malzahar on the current patch, but really has a decent amount of options.
There is so many different things happening across the lobby. Spencer having double trouble is one of the things we've seen succeed a lot, but we also have 2 players that really want to lean into win streak and killing lots of units. That would be Bosso Skills and Kiyun, who got into Spoils of War through the Gold Destiny. So lots of extra resources in this game for these players, and Bosso Skills is so rich that he's holding a Koboko 2 on his bench.
Yeah, Bosso Skills really wants to put it on board right now, but doesn't quite have enough gold to level to 5, as he would have to sell off either Lucian pair, Gangplank pair, or Aatrox pair. Going up against Ripple, which is going to be kind of scary. Ripple also with a couple upgrades and the Mana Zane. But it seems that Bosso Skills is just going to have enough. Oh, it's such a close fight. This is such an important one for both of these players. Wow. That's such a strong board. Either one of these players should be expecting to streak early, so it's a little unfortunate for Ripple with the 2 upgrades and the Mana Zane. But really good for Bosso Skills to get this matchup out of the way.
Another thing that's going to shape this lobby is that we do have 3 people angling towards Crystal Gambit. That would be Bob Zera, who's got our pumping up, Michael, who's got our trade sector, and he already had it online at 2-1, and then Dish Soap does not quite have it online yet, but with calculated loss, doesn't really care because he's going to get rewarded for losing regardless.
Yeah, we'll have to see how all these loss streakers play. We saw Marcel P going into stage 4 with HP in the teens, but still managing to come out on top. And I like what you called out a little while back with Spencer having the double trouble. That will make it a little bit interesting for Ripple, as the Mana Zane oftentimes goes into Malzahar, but double trouble almost being played exclusively with Malzahar in this entire tournament. So probably not wanting to contest on 3-cost reroll. 3 costs, of course, have the smallest pool between 1 cost, 2 costs, and 3 costs. So they're the most costly to contest. I don't think we've seen any 3-cost reroll contested this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's a little silly to even do so. You can lightly contest some of these things, but for Spencer, look, if we look at the bottom of the screen, we might see some of the direction. It does seem like he could be playing around Mundo Jin, which is the other option, the AD option for Double Trouble. And so maybe that's the choice. I'm sure he's open to whatever, but has only found those Jins at this point.
Yeah, Spencer does take Malzahar instead of a Jin 2 off his carousel, so I think the Double Trouble just works so well with the Malzahar, allowing him to apply his virus to the back line as soon as possible.
Babzera here, doubling down already. Dish Soap without the Crystal Gambit online. We are missing a Syndra, man. Where's Syndra? Did get that pan though, so is able to make a lot of different things that'll be helpful on this board for when he does decide to go into it completely. We also had a Spatula picked up as well. I believe that went to Kiyun, so curious what Kiyun wants that for. He's currently playing a Juggernaut frontline, so could be a vast amount of things. Oh yeah, no.
Here, we can see the two double down players fighting each other, but you can see the difference in philosophy where Babzera plays the Rel, which if he fights a different player might make him a little bit more likely to kill 1 unit, save 1 HP, but Michael choosing to play only 3 units, guaranteeing him the easy loss in this double down matchup.
Yeah, and I'm not sure like what the idea there for Babzera is. Obviously, someone's going to lose their streak here, but for
I think with Babzera, he has a pumping up, and so he's thinking that even if he plays 3 units, he's gonna win the fight against Michael and lose his streak regardless. So he might as well just try to kill extra units against other players.
It makes a lot of sense. Does have that combat augment, so that makes it a lot more powerful. Towards the top of our lobby, though, the 2 players that want to be win streaking are Bosso Skills and Kiyun, with Prize Fighter and Spoils of War, respectively, are going to be hoping to continue their streak. Bosso Skills board looking very strong. We'll be facing Dish Soap on the other side, so that'll be a free win for Bosso.
Yeah, this is looking up like a very similar to our first lobby, where once again we're generally expecting 1 to 2 players to 5 streak into stage 3, but last lobby we had 5 of them, and this time it looks like we'll probably have 4 players 5 streak into stage 3, assuming Kiyun can win this, which he should be able to pretty handily here.
Man, that's a Mundo 3, Mundo 2, Azaya 2, and Aatrox 2 with the Yasuo on this board as well. It's looking quite strong. Curious what the Spatula is going to be used for. If we're going to go into a vertical, like Soul Fighter maybe, or maybe we're reforging that into a pan for some Juggernaut Fast 9 or something like that.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Spencer decides to do with that Spatula.
Just so
using his food on the cannon to make sure he beats neutrals, yeah.
If you're Dish Soap here and you're looking at this pan, are you trying to make Juggernaut Spat or Heavyweight or something, or are you looking to try and get Crystal Gambit somehow?
I think it's really going to depend on what he gets dropped for neutrals here. If he gets dropped a couple bows, I think he'll be potentially going into the 5 Crystal Gambit Ash, but if you get dropped something like Tier Rod, in that case, you're probably more likely to be forced into an AP line. You can also wait until your 3-1 augment as well. It's just 1 fight away, and Dish Soap isn't interested in winning anyway, so he doesn't necessarily need to use it. So just waiting 1 round to kind of reevaluate and assess your situation is pretty worth it.
Still no Crystal Gambit is very unfortunate for him. We did see Bosso Skills hit another upgrade for this board. Well, Michael still chilling here, did take out Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, CMB with a Katarina reroll, we see already used 1 of the duplicators in order to get this Katarina 2 for early tempo, but is saving the other duplicator for the 9th copy of Katarina, maybe a Rakan, which is more efficient because once you have more Katarinas, there's less in the pool.
Oh man, Dish Soap griefing Michael's streak now. This is disaster.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Michael. It's always a 1 out of 3 chance to fight Dish Soap, and this is one of the benefits of not hitting Crystal Gambit, is Dish Soap was able to break the double down for Michael.
Looks like Babzera slamming that IE. Going to be a lot of extra damage for this board. Already breaking that double down does mean that he does not need to continue to lose here. Bosso Skills continuing that win streak, though. Kiyun taking a loss. To have our next augment choice. and it will be a very quick pick of care package.
Yeah, really fast pick from Michael.
Ooh, the right side of the screen, we're seeing all the rest of the augment choices come through. Kiyun going to level 6, taking magic roll as well, so a lot more resources coming through for him. Babzera, though, taking forward thinking, very, very risky.
Yeah, Babzera with the Crystal Gambit already kind of not planning to win the rest of this stage anyway. A big risk of forward thinking is a lot of times when you take it on this round, you can't level up. But Babzera doesn't really care that much.
And we do see the direction for Dish Soap chosen here. Will be Gold Collector found from all that shimmers here on stage 3-2, but also slamming the Bastion +1. So we'll be going for that Bastion Fast 9, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely could be.
Spencer.
Some other options are the Bastion rerolls with like a Bastion emblem on Yasuo is really strong, but with 0 copies of Yasuo, it doesn't really seem like that's what Dish Soap is interested in, but one possibility. And we can see Spencer on the other side actually sold off his extra copy of Jin, so just committing to the Malzahar.
Kiyun, though, has Star Guardian emblem, did slam that here, so playing that consistent composition we saw do well last game. And now able to get it on board here. Circling around our lobby, seeing some people go to level 7 already. Obviously, Dish Soap is very, very rich. And over here, we do have 4 out of 5 Crystal Gambits. Searching for that last one, that Swain. Not quite able to find it.
Yeah, Dish Soap going 7 now, so it does look like he will be going for that 6 Bastion setup. I'm a little bit nervous for Dish Soap's spot. He does have the double Econ, but without the Crystal Gambit, or to supplement, I guess it was also a Econ opener. So we'll see if Dish Soap has enough gold to hit his board. It's definitely a very risky spot where you're pretty likely to get a bad placement, but as we saw with Marcel P, you can come back and just win every round as well.
Dish Soap's board not farming too much gold right now, so that Gold Collector obviously provides a lot of stats, but has not been collecting too much gold. As I do say that, I believe he just farmed 2 gold from that round, so he just needed a little caster blessing there to make it work. So stage 3 carousel is very important because you can get some of these early 4 costs on your board, but doesn't seem like there's any super valuable ones outside of this Rise that can enable 4 Mentor.
Yeah, the ones that people are really looking forward to are usually their carries, like Ashe or Jinx, but Jarvan is used in quite a few comps, pretty valuable in the 5 Crystal comp, because you have the Janna for Strategist. It doesn't seem like anyone wants the belt, though.
Yeah, able to, about it. He does end up grabbing it, and it will be a good choice for him here. And then looking across our lobby, though, CMB9 now has gone on the win streak. Both Basso and Kiyun, who are stage 2 streakers, have fallen down in HP, take a couple losses themselves.
Yeah, Ripple picks up the pan, and as we talked about with the Mana Zane, the Malzahar line is already claimed by Spencer with a double trouble. So it seems that Ripple is going to go for the Janna. Doesn't have the Janna 2 yet, so really smartly using the Lux 2 as a temporary item holder, which is going to be stronger than the Janna. Doesn't have the Veteran online, doesn't have 4 Mentor, which is really what makes this comp strong in stage 3 with the Janna. So I really like this play from Ripple to play around the Lux in lieu of the Janna, but it does seem Ripple will be committing to the Mana Zane 4 Mentor Janna. Going up against Soju here, or Dish Soap, sorry, with the did secure the Infinity Edge, which pairs very, very well with the Gold Collector. Gold Collector gives a bunch of critical strike as part of the value of the item, which critical strike is generally not that useful of a stat, but if you have Infinity Edge and it lets your abilities crit, now you are able to utilize all of that.
Also here on Ripple's board, very interesting spot. Mana Zane obviously gives a lot of different options, and hitting Mech Pilot here, it would be great a week ago for so many of our players, but maybe considering it here, but Mana Zane is very good on Karma, and so playing maybe even around that mech with Karma will be the way we go.
I think he's just committed to Janna at this point. I would find it highly unlikely for him to go into any other line, but we'll have to see. Maybe if he does find a bunch of Karmas in a level 6 shop, is possible that he could go into Karma. We haven't actually seen anyone play Karma this whole weekend yet, I believe.
We did have one Sork game yesterday. Someone had a
That's true,
trainer
right.
with that. It just wasn't. He had to, and they
Fighting
went. I
Sork,
believe they
yeah.
went second with 6 Sork. So it was a great showing from that. We do have another loss coming through there for our Crystal Gambit player, as well as somebody that's probably playing. Oh, that's not an Akali. That's a Katarina with double Nashers. It's just I'm just traumatized from these Akalis deleting my backline.
Yeah, that was the heroic grab bag, so already using one of them, but is that a Katarina 2 on bench? That would be 7 Katarinas already. That would be an amazing spot for CMP. Only 2 Katarinas off, 50 gold. Very, very, very likely to hit on 4-1 and then use that tempo, which can allow you to get to that Yuumi 2 duo carry. It can allow you to get to level 9 and fit in an extra unit. So CMP just way ahead of tempo here. You can see on the 6 streak. Very likely to continue that streak with a Katarina 3 next round.
Babzera playing around 5 Crystal Gambit even while using forward thinking. So if some of these other players like Michael or even Dish Soap who might be playing around 5 Crystal Gambit get to roll before him, it could be really hard for Babzera to find what he's looking for, even though he's going to have a ton of gold at 4-2. But if everybody's rolling at 4-1, it might be too little too late.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Babzera decides to play from this spot. I guess it really depends how much his forward thinking is going to give him. Keep in mind this was a 2-component opener lobby, which means everyone has more gold than they normally would have. Probably not going to play around the Ash for Babzera with 0 bows. And we can see Dish Soap's spot not quite having enough gold to go to level 9, so just opts to play around the Edgelords, 6 Bastion, 4 Edgelord with the Samira and Volibear. This was honestly probably the plan the entire time, but yeah, it just like doesn't quite nearly have enough gold to go to level 9. You can see even rolling on level 8 isn't enough to hit like the 2-star Volibear.
And this is actually one of my favorite boards, playing around Bastion Volibear. Volibear gets a lot of those stats, especially with Luchador active, which he'll get later when he finds a Braum. It makes this board quite strong, especially the extra tankiness, and it fits it in, to the maybe an awkward situation. And instead of putting it on the Oswald, you put it on that Volibear and let it rip. It will be a 3rd gold augment for our lobby, and Babzera has a lot to do this turn, so we will be on board as he rolls down.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the Star Guardians, holding this Jinx pair. One more Jinx. Already puts the Ashe on the bench, thinking about selling it, picking up all these Star Guardian units. Nico popping a shop here, and just decides to sell off everything at this point and commit to the Star Guardian line. I really like that. Clearing your bench is really important during these big roll downs. Otherwise, every time an Ashe shows up in your shop, it lights up. You really don't want that to be slowing you down.
And the good news here for Babzera is he's got 2 lives left, not down to 1, and is finding a lot of these important units and upgrades, just not quite shoring up that front line. One more frontline upgrade would be huge, but not getting there quite yet. Great, good items for this backline, good items for this front line, but again, we have so many actions to do in one turn, especially with these fruits. We are able to get it all online here, and if he's able to get a win and stay at 2 lives, that would be ideal.
Well, the Katarina's on the Jinx, so it's going to be up to the Poppy 1-star against the Katarina. I don't think it's going to be enough. So Babzera just barely not getting their actions in time. They didn't really have a choice with the forward thinking to roll earlier. So really, really difficult turn for Babzera, and unfortunately, just the APM is just so hard. We've seen this happen with so many different players. Just barely not able to finish their turn and losing to CMV, who does have that Katarina 3.
We see Kiyun's board on our screen right now. He is playing around Star Guardians as well. There is that Poppy 2. That is so incredibly important. We will be selling that and moving on for another one of these units. But Kiyun's spot, not having IE on this Jinx makes it do a little bit less damage. But having the upgrades now, especially when taking reinforcement, makes his board much stronger. We do see Spencer fully committed to Double Trouble, but there are no 3 stars, and we're not even close.
Yeah, Spencer with 5 Malzahars doesn't have any, just has 3 team-wide augments, so Spencer will be really, really strong if he's able to hit his board, but really risky line from Spencer. I assume he probably didn't have any better options, but with 3 team-wide augments, that makes him extremely, extremely strong in the late game, but it makes it very difficult to get there.
Our carousel on stage 4 means that there will be 5 costs on it, but nothing crazy here.
Oh, Babsera
maybe-
getting Poppy is pretty crazy. Oh, it goes for Varus instead. It's Varus. He has Varus pair and Poppy pair, but I would have expected him to go for Poppy.
Yeah, me as well. I also think he knows his Jinx needs better items, but because we currently have IE with open sword on Jinx, we're not sure what is on his bench as far as our perspective here. So hopefully he can make another useful item here. But on board with Dish Soap checking back in, we do have this Volibear who is upgraded now. Basso Skills once again playing Soul Fighter.
Yeah, Basso Skills kind of struggling. We saw Dish Soap take the Samira 2 out of the pool, so Basso Skills is stuck on Samira pair, also stuck on Set pair. Pretty close to these upgrades, but no gold to hit them. So yeah, just really scary situation for a lot of these players. Ripple also a little bit behind tempo too. 1 off Janna and 3 off Kobako, but almost no goal to show for himself.
Yeah, the rerollers in this lobby are just not being rewarded, right? I don't know what made the difference this game versus last game where everyone seemed to be hitting, but Ripple still stuck on these silver pieces here on board, where Dish Soap has a much higher value silver pieces on the other side, is able to easily clear that board. Babsera, though, did slam a TG onto that Varus 2 now on his side, and that will be enough to beat Kiyun.
And of course, Babsera's board would have been stronger with a Poppy 2, but you know what? Just hit the Poppy 2 in your shop anyway. It is easier to hit, so if you feel confident, it's easier to hit a Poppy than a Varus. So even though the Poppy's a more important upgrade, the Varus does kind of give you that high roll potential to start both of them.
100%. And one thing to call out as we head to the end of our stage 4 here, the scores on the right side next to their names are going to be the important part of the story. There is a cut happening after this game where the bottom 8 will be out of our regional finals and lose their chance at the Tactician's crown. So somebody like Michael on the other side, who's about 4 to 5 points behind the projected cut, he needs a good result and is risking it all playing this Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, Michael's has the Ashe 2, has the Cassante 2, already getting some good cash out, so Michael's spot is looking pretty solid. You can see Michael picking up another cash out here.
As well, with 2 TGs and also getting more resources from this 5 Crystal Gambit, this is a spot where he could even just go and win the whole game, where Spencer here at 30 points as well is having an opposite experience. This is looking so bleak.
I think Spencer's chances of making it out of this lobby are pretty close to 0. He's really going to need some shots blessed by more dog. Spencer playing the Poppy 1 on his board, but we can see Babsera and another player both with Poppy 2, so already 7 Poppies out of the pool.
Yeah, Kiyun and Babsera directly contesting each other from this perspective. Obviously, Babsera's playing a little bit less Star Guardian, where Kiyun has that spatula, so that's able to make it a good bit stronger. But we're going to watch this roll out from Spencer here. He needs a lot to make this happen. Does find another Malzahar, so now 2 off of Malzahar 3. No duplicators on bench, though, so we'll need to high roll the last few copies. Cassante 2 is a big find. Oh, and there they are.
There they are. He's also 1 off Nico, so if he's able to hit this Nico 3, he might be back online, but it's very scary with only the Nico 2 as his main frontliner here.
We do slam a couple more items. Katarina is on the same side. We'll see if it's able to hop away, or is it onto this Malzahar 3. If the uptime's not high enough, it will not be able to burn this whole board. The amount of damage coming through, though, is high. The 3-star version is still alive, but that front line is falling down quickly. The 2-star Cassante comes back alive, and it is going to keep Spencer in this game. He does have a fighting chance.
That's such a huge win for Spencer. He just barely hits a Malzahar 3 just in time to stay alive against CMV, who's the Katarina target's lowest health unit, but because it's a Malzahar 3, it had more health than Spencer's Nico 2 in the front line, so the Katarina went back away, and yeah, if Spencer is able to hit this Nico, could absolutely be back in the game.
Oh man, Kiyun able to take that win there versus Dish Soap on the last second Seraphine ult was so funny to watch both their reactions in the camera there. So thankful that we have those on broadcast. Dish Soap continuing to roll down here. He is on level 9 now, which will make him a good bit stronger. Zyra in shop, but we do have Luchador in. No Braum found for Dish Soap is the big difference here.
Yeah, Dish Soap going with the comp that was really strong in Stage 4, but I'd expect it to fall off a bit in Stage 5, as there's not that many improvements he can make to this board. Finding a Braum would be absolutely huge, but you see Bossa skill still with Samira 1, being griefed by Dish Soap with a Samira 2.
Yeah, it does make it quite a bit awkward here. We do have good positioning from our Samira on the other side for Bosso skills to help move it around and dodge the ult from Dish Soap's Samira, but lots of HP left on the side of Bosso skills, and Spencer taking another win keeps him alive in this game where Kiyun is losing rapidly, even with all of these upgrades.
Yeah, really scary spot for Kiyun. There's so many Cassantes out of the pool. We saw Spencer with a Cassante 2 and a Crystal Gamma player, I believe Michael, who also had a Cassante 2. So despite sitting on 54 gold, there's not really anything for Kiyun to roll for. So he's just, even on 1 life, he just has to hope he wins this round, and then is able to level for the Gnar, Gimme Sniper, and Luchador next round. But this is just an extremely, extremely scary round for Kiyun.
We'll be facing off against CMB9 and that Katarina on the other side. He does have his carry on the same side as that Cat, which makes it a little bit risky, but this Braum is also there. And so if this Braum's able to get a good toss-off, not able to even survive for a single one, Katarina does proc the Edge of Night right there, which is huge, and walks to the other side of the board. So Jinx having a lot of uptime, the Seraphine cast coming through, not going to be enough. Kiyun taking a big loss here, but I wonder if Spencer and Dish Soap did as well. Dish Soap does drop out.
It looks like Kiyun and Dish Soap going to be the two players to go down here. Spencer staying alive and still is looking for that last copy of Nico. Kiyun dying does put 3 Nikos back into the pool.
Yeah, and for Spencer to not go 8th place there is already a win. So we take those for sure. Ripple also in a spot that is quite interesting, playing around what we said was the Janna line and making that work, and just lost 5 fights in a row, able to get outcapped by so many of our players. We do have a 2-star Samira found for Bosso skills, and now a 2-star Volibear alongside it. So many of our players that needed to step up in this game are doing so. It is crazy.
Yeah, Bosso now with Dish Soap dying and putting 3 Samiras back in the pool was able to hit that and has the most HP in the lobby. And while Spencer does hit that Nico, and I was just saying, I thought Spencer's chances of making it out this game were almost impossible, but he did manage to find the Nico 3 and the Malzahar 3, so he might be back.
Hey, the Katarina able to walk towards the center, which is good for the uptime of this Janna. The Mana Zane coming through will already proc that Edge of Night on the Katarina and almost delete it there. That second cast, the Rise does take care of business there. Ripple able to stay alive. CMB9 falling fast in this lobby. If CMB9 goes out in the bot 4 here, it will be a complete reversal. Our top 3 in the lobby would become the bot 3 as far as points before the game heading into this, so we'll pull it all close together.
Yeah, CMB was able to hit that Cat 3 really early with the Econ Augment, and then was able to full streak on Stage 3 with the Item Augment, but you can see that having the Econ on the item really is making CMB fall off on the late game, compared to Spencer, who kind of risked it all. Again, not sure if he had better options, but had the triple team wipe that makes it really hard to get here, but once he gets here, he's extremely strong.
Well, fighting against the Katarina, and the Katarina's on the opposite side of this Malzahar, so the uptime will be high. The Nico very, very strong in this front line as well, so if Cat gets stuck up there, it'll be very hard to kill the big damage dealer on the other side that is just spreading the dots everywhere with Noxus Trap, able to shred and apply wound all over the place. And it is going to be a win for Spencer, and CMB9 drops out. Will it be a 5th place? Ripple also drops out in 6th. So we have our top 4, and all of these players showing up when they need to.
Yeah, Ripple also was very behind tempo with the Janna 3, but was not able to hit the Koboko 3, just was forced to push levels instead, too far off. So Ripple just not hitting his units and going out in 6th, and Yeah, it seems Spencer. I thought this guy was dead for sure, but he's hit his board now with triple combat. This is extremely strong composition. Really excited to see if Spencer can take it, but he's got to be scared of Mike Hell, who's been farming cash outs with 5 Crystal Gambit this entire time. That's going to be the player Spencer's going to be really worried about on one life.
Babs are also strong as well. Did cash out some big things earlier in this now on that Varus 2, Jinx 2, Poppy 2 board that has been doing quite well throughout our days. Spencer rolling down, didn't find any of these other upgrades for this board. We'll be facing Bobzera though, so we'll see if the Star Guardians or that Double Trouble board can come out on top.
Yeah, Bobzera does hit the Braum 2. Will it be enough against Spencer? And over here we can see the 5 Crystal Gambit, Tesla Coil with 3 Thieves Gloves. I don't know if Boston Skills can survive this one.
Yeah, that is a very strong board from Michael on the other side. But Spencer on the right side versus the board of Michael. Able to keep this Malzahar up for as long as possible. Boston Skills will fall down on the left side. And it looks like, there goes the Malzahar. The Jinx, though, does fall down from death. And the Cassante staying alive for just long enough.
Yeah, Spencer making it up to the top 2. Spencer really, honestly, kind of fortunate to dodge Michael this entire time, I believe. Although Michael lost streak, so it might have been to Spencer that we didn't see. But Michael's board definitely very strong. Has Tesla Coil on 7 units. Level 9, everything upgraded, at least into Braum 2, Zyra 2. Has a strategist and a duelist emblem from the Crystal Gambit cash outs as well. So, yeah, we'll have to see if Spencer's triple combat augment can stand up to all these Crystal Gambit cash outs.
You know, I've seen Malzahar do some crazy things, but this would be one of the craziest things I've seen if they're able to take this fight win. The uptime will need to be huge here. The Braum, if it's able to throw this Nico to the back line and maybe even sneak over to this Malzahar and provide some CC that way, it will be huge. But the Malzahar does stay up for a good while and falls down now. The Nico uptime is huge, but going down with it, Spencer. Going from 8th to that 2nd, a fantastic showing. Well, Michael knew his plan from the start. It was going to be scaling with the Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, that last fight was not close at all. Michael just completely demolished him with that 5 Crystal Gambit scaling. Once you are able to make it to the late game, there's really no other comp that can stand up to all the resources that Michael's getting. Extra duelist spat, extra smash, strategist spat. I'm sure more extra augments. Basically, you can imagine it as being up multiple prismatic augments.
It was absolutely ridiculous towards the end there for Michael's strength, but Spencer's spot at the end of stage 5 was absolutely abysmal, and able to bring it back there is able to prove us wrong. I absolutely loved it, but you know what we're not going to love? Saying bye to more of our competitors. Bottom 8 will be cut here shortly, but our analyst desk will be back right after this break to break it all down. The hero of LATAM is back, and in a big way. Michael is one of the best resumes of any Latin American player. 3 Tacticians crown appearances, a Latin American regional finals title, and nearly a final lobby finish at the Vegas Open. He's been around for a while, but has kind of struggled in most recent sets, failing to make the last 2 regional finals. After getting invited to the TPC this set, Michael has proven that he belongs in the most unimaginable way. With a Kobako at 1 HP saving the tournament to give him the chance to close it out in Game 7 with everyone on check, Michael clutched up, securing the tournament win and securing a spot at this set's Tactician's crown. Returning for his 4th shot at this set championship, it's time to prove to the world that he's not just a qualifier for this championship, but is a real contender for the crown. He's already secured Latin America, their first major tournament win, and now it's got his eyes set on the championship and bringing that home back to the Americas in the first set championship to Latin America.
After an intense second game, we are looking to make our first round of eliminations in today's competition for the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. Gangly, Hope, with a lot on the line, we saw our players really going for the gold there, especially with those 4-cost comps once again.
Yeah, right off the bat, we had players like Bobzera, who we saw have this very clear angle of lose as much as I can until I start winning. And once I start winning, I can't stop. And unfortunately, he did stop, right? We had Michael and Spencer both ended up with a higher cap, but Bobzera's roll down on what was it, 4-1 or 4-2 was really impressive, holding both the Crystal Gambit out, but also recognizing that his spot was much better for Star Guardian, making the pivot there. Lot to do, but great order of operations for Bobzera, and I think overall a strong top 3.
Yeah, 100%. Digital options. He went 7th. He was one of the players going for that Crystal line together with Michael and Bobzera. And he decides to pivot out of it, go for 6 Bastion for Edgelord. It's a comp that I want, but actually the cap out was not good enough to actually close it. So very interesting to see also Bobzera with Crystal pivoting into Jinx. Also a great comp, getting a good 3rd. And of course, in the end, the one who got the premium comp, if you will, was Michael with the 5 Crystal Gambit Ash and just generating full resources here, Necra.
I loved like the Kiyun like I guess pop off a little bit
Pop
there.
off, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this game did not go great at the end of it all, but it was so close until the very end. I think that was what was so exciting about watching this game, was the fact that every single fight up until we got to like the last couple felt really, really close, and the standings could not have been closer for these final moments. Basso Skills and Spencer with these finishes, really hoping that they can actually make it into the top 16, but it's gonna be a really, really tight race.
Spencer especially too, right? Playing around this double trouble line, he opts into a line that is, you know, there's a lot of things that you would call conditional for like the win condition, where it's, you know, it's about like preserving HP and it's kind of nuanced. With this double trouble line, the condition is, do you hit, right? It's like you have to have enough money. And for Spencer, it looked absolutely dire. Goes down to 3 HP and finds a double Malzahar shop to truthfully bail himself out. And then from there does not stop winning until that last fight up against Michael. But back up against the wall, Spencer, he's made it to the Tactician's Crown multiple times, barely missed top 8 at Tactician's Crown the last time he was there. I would love to be able to make him go on this, you know, deep run from a dire position at the start of day 1.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be on the elite. We always hit up Spencer on regional finals. He's always there or with good chances to go or going to Tactician Crown. One of the best. If he's not playing Valorant, he's playing TFT in the best possible level that we can see. And now we see it again. You mentioned the double troll Malzahar. Malzahar normal with heavyweight not working out, but actually a great position here for Spencer. And in points, he got 37. So we're about to see the table. And the cutoff could have some surprises for us. Remember, after these 2 games, 8 will be eliminated.
And usually when we were kind of looking at these cutoffs, it's taking the amount of points that's the current cutoff and then adding sort of like the average expected result. And so with that in mind, you would think, taking a look at the cutoff, it would be something like 33 or 34 points. But if you take a look at this, it is a lot higher than that. And as we look at our standings, we'll be focusing first on our top of the board. So CMB, JD Zielinski, Marcel P, they have been on a tear since yesterday, and they are able to keep up the good work. You can see the point totals from day 1 on the left-hand side, and then the point totals on the right are the totals for all of the games so far that we have had between these 2 phases of competition. But let's look at that second page, because this cutoff is 37 points with a tiebreaker. How heartbreaking is that?
Wow. Wow, Spencer there, 17s. Yeah, you go, Gangly.
It's crazy. I mean, look at the gap there between 17th and 18th place. If you're Spencer there and you go 2nd place, you have to be expecting to move on to competition. But the bottom 8 here are getting cut, which means Spencer with 37 points, 3 points more than 18 points, is going to be eliminated. And one of the favorites from North America is going to have an early exit in this competition.
Yeah, for Vitality, Soyu Mill dropping out, now joining Setsuko. So they have only Prestiven now, with the possibility of getting Latam loses Majoris Fan de Kiki here as a good chance. And as you mentioned, Spencer is the one to talk about. He made a good second. He did everything he could, but it just wasn't good enough. So this means that the top of the table will be very close, because if 37 was the cutoff, it means that the one who advanced will be very close to that top 8. So actually, this next game will be very, very great to watch and with a lot on the line. So stakes are high, and it will be a hype 4 more games that we have next.
And this is where we go back to that next hybrid format too, right? Where it's 2 more games and we cut not only the bottom, but also the top. So the closeness of those standings is going to be even more impactful for the next couple of games.
Well, so far, CMB, JD Zielinski, and Marcel P are at the top tables and look good to be able to make it through and promote themselves to our grand finals. But we'll see who it is on the bottom that's able to escape that next cutoff. We'll take a short break, reshuffle our lobbies, and when we come back, we will have game number 3 of our day here at the Americas Regional Finals.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money. Yeah,
We'll
we're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the shot.
Oh, okay. Click on that. That's a Kabuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew I had to
Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's get ready for game 3 of day 2 of our competition for week 2 of the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. My name is Sakura, and I'm joined by Gangly. And, you know, I saw you do the tongue twisters last weekend, and that's why I was like, okay, let me try my hand at it. And now I'm never going to do it again.
Well, good for you for putting it out there. You got it done. All right. Game number 3 of the day, which is technically what? Game number 9 of the weekend, right? Because
Stop this.
whatever it is, points don't reset, and we've had our first cutoff of the day. And this is the point of the tournament where we go back to the top 4 and the bottom 4 getting cut. And something we talked about when we were looking at the standings just before is how crazy these standings are. 37 points being the cutoff at a tiebreaker after 8 games or after 10 games. Unbelievable. I think the next few games are going to be extremely tight, and the next cutoff, we are absolutely going to have some heartbreaking tiebreakers.
Yes, it's going to be a very crazy day of competition because of all of the ups and downs that we have. I really want to go back on this roller coaster to talk about the highs. We've got 16 amazing tacticians that are left to compete and to make it through our next round of cuts. But how cool is it, Gangly, that we have all 3 of our TFT Pro Circuit winners still left in the competition? So we're getting closer to having a Checkmate lobby tomorrow.
Not only do we have the potential for the Checkmate lobby, we also have the potential for, if all 3 of them make it, then technically someone can make their way to Tactician's Crown without even making top 8. But yeah, like you're saying, I mean, Checkmate for regional finals is so exciting. We actually, I think it's been a really successful experiment to have Checkmate in the TPC all set long. It's led to some of the most memorable moments in TFT history. The one that stands out the most is Michael winning by, a single auto attack in game 6 against Cambly when it looks like Cam has punched his ticket to Tac Crown, and then Michael going back to back, winning the next game again. So, I'm here for it. I would love to see us playing Checkmate tomorrow.
And I love that you bring up Cambly because Cambly does have 44 points right now and is currently in the top 4 because of tiebreakers. There are 3 players that are at 44 total points. And so we talk about crazy tiebreakers towards the bottom. There are going to be amazing tiebreakers at the top 2, I think, to see which 4 players get to move forward one phase early to our grand finals tomorrow.
With 44 points, sitting in the top 8, normally I feel like all of the players that are sitting there are kind of in this mode of like, hey, let me just make sure I'm not leaving points on the table. Let me get as much as I can. I can play relatively conservatively. I have a lead that I can give. But with the cutoff coming from the top, something that it introduces is that if you are sitting in the top 8 and you do flip your game earlier on to try and get like a top 1, top 2, going first or second while you're already sitting in the top 4 might just lock you in already into getting one of those top 4 slots that advances to tomorrow. It introduces new forms of variance that we just don't normally have in TFT tournaments. And so I'm curious to see if any of these players like CMB or Marcel or Cambly, Dayquad, Dishsoap are willing to risk it all to try and lock in that early advancement.
Well, one of those compositions that has been able to find some of the most success in terms of its first place rate is the Crystal Gambit Ash line.
Oh, yeah.
Whether you play it from that lost streak angle or you just see players teching in the 5 Crystal Gambit and finding the Ash with the great items, that is definitely a way that you can lock in one of those first place spots.
We talked about the 3 TPC champions. We've been seeing them all day, but we're going to see all 3 of them in this lobby, actually. Michael, Marcel, and Dishsoap in one lobby to determine their fate, to see how far they actually make it, whether or not we get all 3 of them in the top 8 tomorrow.
Well, I think you're talking about Dishsoap, our Tac Crown champion, but you mean Robin Song's our
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I did say Dishsoap. My bad.
Hey, it's okay.
You know what I
but,
mean.
Yeah, but Dishsoap is still one of those players that is considered part of that elite group. Right now, it is about the TFT Pro Circuit and who has won there. But because Dishsoap does have 2 Tacticians Crown wins, I think you have rightly put him into the same echelon of these players because this is a player that you expect to be there. Dishsoap has been to 5 consecutive Tacticians Crowns already and 10 consecutive regional finals.
Yep.
So this is an expected result. To see him here at the KO Coliseum regional finals, you know he's going to be pushing for more than that. But he has to make it to the final lobby of competition today, and he's sitting right now in the middle of our pack.
And truthfully, this set has just not been the same Dishsoap that we've seen in sets past, right? This is the first time I can ever think of that we've seen Dishsoap with a sub 50% top 4 rate or an AVP over 4.5. It hasn't really clicked with him in the way that we've seen the same level of dominance in previous sets. So it is poetic in a way that we're seeing him go on this run right now in the regional finals to kind of, he's maybe got this chip on his shoulder and is proving to everyone that he's not just some washed champion who had his time in the sun. Now he's here to happily retire. He's still competing with the absolute best and wants his 3rd title.
Who in the world is saying that he's about to retire or is washed?
They're saying it. They're saying it. CLE is saying it, for
well,
sure.
they're wrong.
Yeah. If you have any problems, you can reach out to CLE on Twitter and tell him that he's definitely wrong.
Oh, you were about to explode his DMs with that one, Gangly. But what about hopefully exploding the competition?
Nice.
Hang on.
Great segue. Okay, gold augment coming through.
Yeah, I saw the Wraith and the sniper dummy from the gold augment, and that's really where my head went.
Yeah, okay. So couple interesting things being picked up. Wandering Trainer from Michael, as you're calling out. Wraith Sniper, honestly, a pretty tough Wandering Trainer. Nothing like immediately comes to mind unless you're trying to play around Jhin.
Let's
like
play
maybe
Jinx.
Yeah, perhaps. Definitely, there's definitely an angle. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, that's true. It is Varus as well. It is Varus. You're right. It is literally a Varus on the dummy. Jungle Book does take the give him the chair though, right? The Dr. Mundo hero augment that we got to talk about off the top of the show. This is perhaps the most coveted hero augment that we've seen throughout the weekend. Some people even just taking it without any of the general components that you'd play.
Which is so interesting to me because usually when you are taking a hero augment, I feel like you have the items to be able to do that. And that's one of the reasons or ways that some of these compositions do get enabled. So what is it about this give him the chair Mundo outside of the fact that the attack animation is one of the best in the game?
I mean, I think it does something very similar to what you see from a lot of the reroll compositions from this set. Like in particular, if you can kind of compare it to Xayah, it's got like this strong front line that doesn't want to die. It has consistent DPS. I think one of the main benefits of playing the Dr. Mundo hero augment is how much upfront damage you get on a single target, which is really strong, especially in the mid game. When you don't have your damage spread out, you're not only guaranteeing that you're able to kill like the 1-stars very easily, it's kind of guaranteeing that you always kill something as long as you're targeting something that's not like an unkillable frontliner. And being able to save HP even when you're not high rolling or when you don't have all of your things slammed is really valuable in a reroll composition. So on top of that, it's just strong. Like at the end of the day, like people aren't going to take it if it's strong. We can talk about the shape of the composition all we want, but it is clearly a strong hero augment that top players are looking for it.
We did have 5 games of it played yesterday, and so that is a pretty large sample size, all things considered, across the board. And it had a 40% top 4 rate and a 20% win rate. Those numbers actually don't sound that great after I say them out loud. So given that it's only been 5 games, but at least one person actually did win with it.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's something that's capable of going first. And it's kind of like I was saying before. If players value it highly and they're taking it from suboptimal spots, the stats are not going to look perfect on it. So, I do think it is stronger than the stats suggest. Also, I want to call out Quinta willing to sell parts of his board to ensure his loss streak, making 30 there. I think there's a lot of players that would value being able to hold, additional outs, but clearly angling toward the Crystal Gambit opener, even if he doesn't have all 3 in right now. Quinta wants to try and secure his loss streak and maybe posture toward Marcel or JD, the other players who were looking like they were losing a lot.
Quintanilla yesterday actually played 5-6 different compositions. He didn't play a Sim 1 in any of the 6 games that he played. He played 1 Crystal Gambit game. Fortunately, he went 8th. So it's not like it's a hard composition to play, and so I kind of wonder, is Quintanilla actually going to try to play a little bit more with this Crystal Gambit and correct that 8th that he got yesterday?
Whoa, I want to call out that Dishop has Duelist spat. This is not a lot. This is like where I wish Asa was in the cast, because Asa's always got like the vast line selection things. Duelist is not a line that has been super popular for quite a long time, and even though Ashe has been this carry of choice, it's traditionally not been in the it hasn't been in the Duelist line. It's been in the Crystal Gambit line. So I don't know if this is something where Dishop is playing this for tempo and then just going to pivot into the Ashe and just use the Duelist spat to have Duelist without having to play something like the Udyr on his board. But I want to keep our eyes on Dishop throughout this game, because it feels like a pretty unique line selection.
I mean, I feel like we just saw that from him in the last game that he played with the Bastions and the Edgelords, because he had that additional Bastion spat. He ended up playing the 4 or 5 Edgelords in that composition, basically
Edgelord,
like with the Volley Bear. And I thought that was really unique, all things considered, with what players have done.
I think back to that interview Dish Soap did sets and sets ago, where he said his key to success was that he has more game plans than anyone else, and that's kind of what we're seeing even now. Sets later, years later, 2 championships later, Dish Soap is still the man who's got more game plans than anyone else, and is maybe willing to play a couple lines that other players just don't have prepared.
And I think that was something that was maybe even more impressive about Dish Soap's run last weekend. In a field that was heavily dominated by that 7 mech, as a composition that was also quite contested, maybe 2 or 3 players playing in the same lobby, Dish Soap was still able to find ways to perform amongst that type of contention, make it to this weekend.
Darth is the only player that is trying to contest the 5 win streak. Up against Robin, though, Robin's board looks pretty strong, but I mean, we got Yuumi, we got some Star Guardians. There's a lot of stuff on Darth's board. It's actually kind of nice to be able to win streak fully without slamming anything in your backline. This fight's going to be close, but yeah, no, Darth looks like should be able to clutch it out. 5 win for Darth.
Which is great for him to be able to keep that win streak. But on the last streak side of things, we're looking at Marcel P and Quintanilla that have started to string together their own streaks on the opposite side of the tables. But Marcel P actually won his match, and it's only going to be Quintanilla that gets to hold on to that last streak through stage 2.
Yeah, I imagine they had to have fought each other, because looking around, unless Michael maybe had lost to Marcel, doesn't look like there's actually that many people toward the bottom of the standings that Marcel would have been able to lose to. But Quinta, we saw, only had 2 units on the board too, as well. So actually took out Crystal Gambit for 1 fight, because he played it right after Carousel, in order to secure the loss streak. So Quinta really heavily trying to make sure he is the only person on a full loss streak here.
It's going to pay off dividends in terms of how much gold he has. And now we'll have to see where he goes with it. I mean, I also kind of look at this. Well, first of all, Janna's frontline, so he's still definitely trying to lose. But do you want to keep the? Well, I guess you have a Kraken, so I think you could just go for Ashe if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, he has salvage bin as well, right? So that's the nice thing, is that he can kind of slam whatever he wants now. He does make the cat too. So I think getting the cat naturally, he's trying to think like, oh, do I actually want to commit into playing the Katarina line? And with the Rakan as well, I mean, he's starting to get the pieces there. I do wonder if this is like a full commit from him holding the cat there, or if he's just kind of going to see what the rest of his shops look like. Normally when you're playing cat, though, you want to be able to streak starting on 3-2 for the rest of stage 3. So you have to feel like if he's going to play Katarina, he's going to have to make that commitment pretty soon, especially winning this round, right? His loss streak is now snapped. He's probably not going to be playing super deep into Crystal Gambit. And if he does, it's probably not going to be like a loss streak on stage 3 into it.
Ooh, but a prismatic, that could change a lot for our players. I mean, that was a snap of the Radiant for Quintanilla.
Okay. Makes sense. So one of the strongest conditions for playing around Katarina is getting the Radiant Hodge. That's what I want to see. It looks like, yeah, that is what he's making. Gets it offered snap picks and says, that's my go button. I think pretty heads up. I mean, recognize like, hey, this is an out that I could play. I'm not forced to play Katarina here. But when he sees an augment that really elevates it, he says that's enough. I think well played. And having the salvage bin, he gets to just sell the Syndra, doesn't have to use a remover, and he can make Nashers, Edge of Night, and Radiant Hand of Justice on a Katarina too. And suddenly, Quinta is looking primed to be able to streak through stage 3.
Yeah, that is honestly nuts. Michael, on the other side of things, wants to try to use this Jinx. Early Jinx, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a nice way to be able to get 3 sniper online.
Oh, wait a second. Is JD playing Mecha Blade tempo into heavyweight Malzahar?
Did he just do Gangly tech?
He did replication instead of another one, but replication is basically another one, right? He just took replication sword.
Basically the same thing. When
basically
you just look at a half item with just the component.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a pretty cool line though. Something we don't get to see too often. But I think it's probably worth it to check back in with JD going into stage 4 to see how stable his board ends up being.
Oh, just looked like he was stringing together some unique stuff as well. I saw the luchadors hit the field. And he has that duelist emblem. So I can't remember exactly what champion he ended up putting it on, but the smolder in the back as well. He's got luchadors and heavyweights.
This is JD's board. So he is playing the Mecha Blade. He also has 2 off of Aatrox 3. I'm actually not sure. Like, if you hit Aatrox 3, at what point is it better than Darius? Because he doesn't have any Dariuses, right? And that is, there's a lot of players that don't want to play into the Darius line unless you have Darius off Orb. And so maybe he does just want to try and play full damage Aatrox. But I do feel like going into stage 4, this Aatrox is perhaps going to fall off a little bit. And in fact, we are seeing even lose fights now. But, you know, Darth Nub's board is kind of insane.
Yeah.
Playing the sponging, has tiny team, a bunch of upgraded backline as well. So I think it's kind of expected to lose that one.
I don't think that JD is going to be super phased by that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just go for it. Don't worry. Brush it off. You're going to be fine. As we enter into our next carousel. Oh, the snap pick from Robin Sox to steal the rise from Michael. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, takes the bow as well. And I don't know what components Michael is sitting on, but like you called out at the beginning of the game, it is looking like Michael's really angling toward the Star Guardian line. And Robin, with the tiniest Titan picked up on stage 3, is looking like probably going to be leaning into the Fast 9, either Juggernaut or Bastion, depending on his setup later on in the game.
It was just so funny to watch Robin Songs scurry over to the rise and pick it up before,
right.
before Michael.
Zooming on over. Oh, also want to call out, okay, Darth is holding the Crystal Gambit unit on his bench. This is something we've seen so many times this patch and the last. Full win streak into Crystal Gambit on stage 4 is one of the best ways to be able to cap out your game. It does require you, though, to do a pretty big transition if you end up not getting the second cash out on neutrals. We've seen countless players try to do this transition on 5-1 or 5-2, and they just lose so much HP that they aren't able to stabilize. So we'll have to see if Darth chooses to get in Crystal Gambit next turn, because if he does, it will allow him to cash out on neutrals at the end of stage 4.
But Robin Songs might be looking to do the exact same thing. You had already called out the tiniest Titans, and he has all the same Crystal Gambit champions on his board. So maybe both of them trying to go for this will contest each other. So just
see if he gets it in
Robin
now.
Do it now, yeah.
It's 2 out of 3. I mean, truthfully, you're probably able to just get it in without losing that much strength on your board, right? You take out the Smolder and you put Janna in right now. You lose a little bit of damage, you lose some anti-heal, but it's probably worth it, I imagine, if you're Robin. Let's see.
He's thinking about it, I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't want to risk it. Maybe he doesn't actually, because he lost so much in stage 3 that maybe you do want to just kind of wait and see if you can maintain a win streak and then go for it in stage 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously Robin is more experienced on this line than I am, and so he's probably thinking about something that I'm not. But I think I probably would have been tempted to slot in Crystal Gambit here and then try and stabilize at the end of at the end of stage 4. So we'll see. Maybe he's going to be playing stage 4 a little bit differently, like you're saying.
Well, maybe he's rethinking that. Hindsight is 2020, and since he lost this fight, maybe he would have liked to have the Crystal Gambit in now.
Michael gets to cash out now. 226 is his cash out. Gets an artifact. It's a Spectral Cutlass.
Spectral Cutlass Jinx?
Yeah, that's it. You can have that one. That one's on you, Necra. That's your tech. You can coin that one.
The Necra goes 8th tech is the Spectral Cutlass on Jinx.
I mean, I guess you could maybe there's some Spectral Cutlass Braum tech where
maybe you hope to get a Reforger.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might really be the angle here. Let's see. No Reforger comes through though. Yikes.
Oh, Lee Sin. Oh, great. Spectral Cutlass Lee Sin. Do it. Pick it up. Put it in.
That could be something.
I mean, come on. Maybe.
Items are also pretty good. I imagine do you ever just slam blue buff instead of greeting for the Hodge here and just make sure you get some mana regen on the Jinx? I imagine it's probably good enough, but it's also maybe telling if he chooses to greed, because he's saying I'm 31 HP. I need to make sure that whatever it is that I hit is actually strong enough. He's doing it though. It is going to be the Spectral Cutlass Lee Sin. What's he take? Warming up. Okay, he'll have some defense at the start of the fight. Crown Guard plus Spectral Cutlass. He's gonna kill it. Yeah, he kills the Yuumi there on Quinta's board. Okay, he's gonna dash back. Yeah, unfortunately, not enough to
loses, but
he is still going to lose. But you know what? He went down swinging, kills another unit on his way out though, and still is going to be 2 lives. So 20 HP, not the end of the world. We'll see how this roll down goes for him though. I think it's going to be imperative that wherever he lands, it stabilizes him.
Ooh, gold augment to finish out our lobby.
Know your enemy sounds pretty tempting. Backup dancers also sounds pretty good, but okay, no. Instead, just choose to get know your enemy. Gonna be doing a lot of damage. Whoa, wait a second. Good to see Lee Sin too.
Seraphine as well.
Huge hit.
Good hit.
I really don't know what you're supposed to do with this Spectral Cutlass, though. This is.
I liked your Braum idea. I'm not gonna lie, but I thought it was a lot funnier to see the Lee Sin on the board. Oh yeah, it's volley too. Go. It's much better.
Yeah. Nice thing. Okay, I like the Shen tech. You know, normally you're playing around the Xayah, so you get the Edgelord in, but he's able to still get something there. Yep, gets 2 Wraith now as well. 4 Wraith, I'm sorry. 4 Wraith on the board.
I don't know if it's going to be good enough, but the volley with the Spectral Cutlass actually does get onto the Duelist Smolder in the back line. But without any Omnivamp, that is a very sad bear.
Yeah, I'm still kind of confused by this line from Distro. I mean, I guess it is just going to be playing like the traditional Duelist line. He's playing around the Smolder for now, which seems to be good enough. Also, malicious monetization from Dishop is an important call out. Normally, people kind of think of this as like a bailout augment. You send all your gold to 0 every turn, making sure that you're strong enough to win some fights, and then sometimes it allows you to kind of scam your way to level 9, or if you're trying to reroll out of it, gives you enough gold to like get just enough juice to get to your 3 stars. So I'm not sure if he's still trying to just play Ashe out of it, which makes the most sense to me, but we know there's already other players with the Ashe, including Robin Songs, who doesn't even go with the lost streak approach, right? This is what we saw at the end of stage 3. Instead of trying to lose, get the double down, go 9, just wants to send it to 0, get the Ashe, get 5 Crystal Gambit, and get his stacks and start getting cash outs ASAP.
Ooh, Michael and
Volibear.
Marcel P. The Volibear goes into the back with the Rise, and it actually is able to do a huge amount of damage. I was going to say, maybe there is one player in this lobby right now that Michael can't beat, and with Marcel P waiting to try to get that Rise 2 online and a couple of other pretty significant upgrades, the Volibear is able to show up and show off.
Yep. I mean, it did it. I don't know how long this Volibear is going to be helpful for. I'm a little bit skeptical, but for right now, Michael's making it work. At just 11 HP, though, he is very quickly running out of time. This might be Cassante 2 for him, though. And with 4 Wraith, it does obviously make him significantly stronger. But he really wants to find this Varus. Actually, finding a Varus for his board is going to make him so much more powerful. Being able to get some of those items on from his Jinx 1 onto a Varus 1 would be a pretty significant upgrade, I think, even with just the 4 Wraith. But I feel like he just has such a long way to go before he's out of the woods.
And on the other side, I mean, it's players like Robin Songs, Quintanilla, you saw, did hit the Katarina 3, and so that hero is also going to be online. Not hero augment, but like, you know, the champion. Well, the hero of his game, hopefully.
Yep.
Quintanilla does need the points as well. You just want to maintain your position in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, keep in mind 37 was our cutoff, which means even the players that are at 40, which doesn't sound low, it actually is quite low compared to where the cutoff is. So yeah, good call out. Quinta's definitely trying to secure some points. Robin being on a 3 win streak here, by the way, I mean, this is one of those conditions where even when you're playing Tiniest Titans, you actually still have the potential to win out. Normally, people kind of think of Tiniest Titan as like a top 4 oriented augment, but that's the beauty of playing the Crystal Gambit line. Oh, does lose here, but still, you're getting the kills. The value of playing Crystal Gambit is if you get enough of those rewards, you'll kind of make up the difference of not having a prismatic augment.
And we've seen how that can just completely snowball games. You get artifacts, you get emblems sometimes, you get item components, gold. Looks very good. Michael, though, cannot make this Jinx.
Sell the Volibear.
Sell the
Get it out of it. It's just such a brutal cash out from Michael getting the special cutlass. Like he kind of just traded a bunch of HP for almost nothing. Like the amount of value that it's actually offering his board is so small.
Yeah, not good.
But you know, at the end of the day, his board right now, if you kind of pretended he didn't have the cash out, his board is strong. He's got a lot of very good pieces on it, and that's just a Mundo 2 on the other side. So Jungle Book hasn't quite hit the spike there. I would imagine that Michael should be able to win this.
Yeah, but if not, like, you have to wonder whether or not it's worth actually just slamming the adaptive helm. But he's good. Zyra with the plants is definitely putting in enough work here. And now he actually can start to fish for the extra components, maybe make that Shojin for the Jinx when we have the PvE round coming up. Oh, and Darthenub too gets all these rewards.
What were these rewards? Oh, wait, was this a cash out? What was these rewards from? It looks like, I'm assuming cash out.
And
He's level 9 now, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, on the 4 loss streak there at the end of stage 4. Okay, so definitely Crystal Gambit there. He's able to get the go level 9 and then play, I guess, more like the AP version of a fast 9. Maybe playing more around like things like the Zyra and the Seraphine. Once you get Seraphine 2, you have something like the Shojin. You have a death cap somewhere. Yeah, Seraphine obviously scales really well with like the flat stats.
And it's going to be crazy too, still with sponging activated. So really don't need to have all of your carries itemized in the back, since sponging is also going to help you in some capacity. Has the Yuumi 2 already and can start to fit in some of these other pieces. But with that, it's tough because, like, okay, he does have the 6 Bastion in, so that will help out with the board for sure too.
Ooh, I'll just actually go adaptive over the Shojin there and then pop his Anvil. Okay. There's still a lot of room for Darthenub to grow, but for now, should definitely be a lot stronger than he was before. Michael, up against his Katarina board, just 2 HP, Michael, and 38 points on the board means Michael cannot really afford to go 8th. And Marcel did go 8th, so guaranteed 7th, but even then, you can see the frustration from Michael. He knows he's going to go out in 7th here, and his tournament life could potentially just be over right now. The good news is only 4 players from the bottom are getting cut instead of 8. So if Michael can go 1st or 2nd next game, it's possible that he can keep his tournament life alive.
It's so tough. These cutoffs are just, it's so exciting to watch as a viewer, but they can feel really brutal in terms of the tiebreakers that we have had so far for the tournament, but also just knowing that every game matters so much. I can't imagine the stress these players are feeling to just keep having a good game. Speaking of good games right now, I think Dish Soap just put together an impressive looking board.
Yeah, it's like definitely did not look like an easy game to pilot for Dish Soap. And this is not Dish Soap up on the other side. This is Robin. Hopefully we'll be able to check back in with Dish Soap. He's at 26 HP, so he's got guaranteed a little bit of time. For right now, though, Quinta did go 8. Has the Katarina 3 and 3 items on the Yuumi 2. And this is where the Katarina board can really start to threaten this top 2. He's on an 8 win streak already, 64 HP, and doesn't really feel a lot of pressure from anyone else in the lobby. Oh, Dish Soap taking a very close loss there to Jungle Book.
Who has that Mundo that is on the rampage. I mean, Jungle Book is also the player in this lobby right now that is sitting with the lowest point total. So Jungle Book getting every single point here is really going to help make sure that he can get out of this elimination zone. Dish Soap, though, in danger of actually being eliminated from this game right now. Gets the 5 Crystal Gambit in with the Ashe and the upgrades. But what do you think of the rest of this spot?
This is a very dish soap-esque game where it just feels like every turn has been very thoughtful and him trying to figure out what the strongest board is. We saw him take out the set 2, try and go into the 5 Crystal Gambit, and unfortunately on the other side is Robin Songs, who is already level 9, has so many cash outs already on his board. I just don't know if dish soap has enough combat power to really take this out. His front line's already starting to crumble.
Oh, but the Cassandra actually gets...
Oh, it's close. Look at the targeting of the Ashe. Oh, the Ashe on Ashe battle is so close.
Oh, can this Zyra actually get through
the plant. Oh my gosh, it's so close. Dish Soap barely hangs on there. What a fight.
Oh my goodness. I felt like you saw the Cassante value. Like, what an insane decision to put the Sterix onto the Cassante, but the healing that the Cassante got back was nuts, and that was enough of a stall for the Ashe to get the right targeting on Dish Soap's side to the Ashe on Robin's, and another life here for Dish Soap heading into this end game.
Yeah, HP total is not really in Dish Soap's favor right now, though, sitting at 15. Darthnub's below him. But we can see he does have Quinta in his match pool right now. And Quinta has just been running through the entire lobby. Feels a little bit like the boogeyman here. And so if that cat finds her way onto the Ashe, does not really matter how strong the rest of Dish Soap's board is. Darthnub does find the Seraphine too. 6 Bastion. And keep in mind, he was full streaking for so much of the game, was so healthy, opted to play that really risky stage 4 Crystal Gambit, and so far it hasn't been paying off. Trying to fish for Mage, it looks like, on Seraphine, and misses there.
Yeah, but at least the Seraphine 2 is a pretty big upgrade.
Huge Jarvan ult.
Oh, I mean, the stuns here are just absolutely brutal. And if the Seraphine was able to get a second cast off, this might have been a win.
Oh, it's so close. I don't think he's not gonna have enough power to kill everything here, right? Oh, Darthnub, you can just see the frustration there. Such a close fight, and Dish Soap is actually gonna go out in 5th there as well. Darth so close to being out of the woods, but unfortunately is not able to get it done. Man.
I really thought, because imagine though, if that was Mage, I do think Darthnub wins that fight. Because he gets like 4 casts from the Seraphine. Even with the stun from the Jarvan, it felt like that would have been a fight win for him. So really unlucky there with the fruit.
Yeah, I mean, also, some positioning things too. Like if perhaps he positions in a way that the Jarvan doesn't get on the Seraphine with both of those cats. Like you have to imagine that's enough. But we got 4 players remaining. Jungle Book. He's got the 3-star Mundo, and this is what we were saying. I mean, he did have I wouldn't say like a perfect start, but he had components that made sense for Mundo, having the half a Rage Blade and half an IE at 2-1, and has been able to net him a very strong top 4. Not actually going to go down here, but it's hard to imagine that he places higher than 4th. Maybe there's a world where someone loses enough HP that he can scrape out a 3rd, but I think Jungle Book's got to be relatively happy with the 4th place there.
Yeah, heading into this game, he did have
38.
Some of the lower point totals. Yeah, because like the 37-point cutoff again, it's wild that we're saying even that 38 is low in this scenario. But I think a top 4, if he can string 2 top 4s back to back, I think that actually does get him out of the danger zone of being eliminated after our next game.
And I want to highlight for a second how well I think Quinta played this game. Playing full open on stage 2, making sure to secure that over the other Lost Streakers, and then hits the cat too. And you could say that it's high roll, but the one thing that's important to recognize is like it's only high roll because Quinta kept their options open when we're willing to play a various amount of lines on stage 3. And once Quinta saw a go button coming in the form of the Radiant Refractor, he recognized that this is the way I can streak through stage 3, and then had enough tempo to streak through stage 4, enough gold, finds the Yuumi 2, and in the end is rewarded with, I would say, guaranteed a top 2, and perhaps maybe even going to be strong enough to outcap Robin Songs.
I mean, Robin Songs, though, is looking very good. Still could even make some upgrades to his board. You see that Braum 1, but he's sitting on the Braum pair. And so I think if he gets that online with all of these additional Crystal Gambit cash outs he's going to be getting as he scales later on into the game, it's going to be tough to take him down. And you're even seeing Jungle Puck struggle to get through the Ashe. Even though the Mundo actually does get a massive stun here, the fact that he cannot break through those tanks in time is going to send Jungle Book out and forth. And you still see that he's quite frustrated with the 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the writing was on the walls for him. Truthfully, I don't really know how he was going to be able to get anything beyond 4th.
I think he needed
lobby.
shred. Just the entire game, he was missing.
Yeah, maybe
under.
It could be something where, like, maybe at the end game it did not matter, but there maybe were fights in stage 5 and 4 that if he had some form of shred, would have been a difference maker. But also, JD won against Quinta. That's very important to keep in mind, because we have not been paying attention to JD very much this game at all. We saw him playing around the Mecha Blade Aatrox in the early game, and I'm assuming transitioned into Darius, but we haven't actually seen the Darius board, I don't think. For now, though, Quinta and Robin, the 2 players who seemed up until this point to be the 2 heavy favorites to win. And Robin, it looks like, might just be getting to a point where he's running away with the lobby.
Well, JD Zielinski actually pivoted into the Darius Malzahar heavyweights reroll.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
And so, yeah, I think after taking a loss there to a Ghost, it looks like JD Zielinski might be on some borrowed time. But the fact that he has Jace 3 also is just so nasty.
It is. I mean, this is one of the highest ways to cap out the board. You get the Jace 3. Yeah, playing something with a trifecta as well, meaning that both Jace, Darius, and the Mals are all going to be getting the additional health and attack speed. And I will say, it's hard to beat some of these really high cap boards. In particular, this line, I think, struggles into the Crystal Gambit, because once you have all the single target damage of the Ashe onto your Darius, it is hard to win some of those. So he's going to be up against Robin. Maybe a little bit of positioning tricks can help out, but no, he's going to be on the same side as the Ashe. So once the Ashe is able to take out the Poppy, it's going to be full firing on the Darius, and I don't know that the Darius has enough power to break through the Cassante and the Jarvan in time.
I mean, look at how long it's taking. Like, this Cassante actually does get a big HP buff, and the Ashe alive. JD Zielinski is going to fall in 3rd, and it's going to be a showdown between Robin Songs and Quintanilla to see who can come out on top.
I think great 3rd place, though, from JD, playing around the Mecha Blade tempo into the Darius heavyweight line. Very well played. Yeah, and I think given the fact that Robin is where he's at, you know that you're never getting higher than a 2nd, and with the HP total that Quinta had preserved, it makes sense that Quinta is the player that is most likely going 2nd and losing to Robin from here on out.
But what a great game for both of them. And I would love to just take a moment to talk about Quintanilla as a player. I think this is somebody from Brazil, who had a pretty good showing in the TFT Pro Circuit. Getting top 12, I think, was a very pleasant surprise to a lot of people. 12th in the Battle Academia Cup, 8th in the Star Guardian Cup, or Soul Fighter Cup, excuse me. But, I think his best finish prior to this was 5th at the Cyber City Tacticians Cup number 3. So, he comes in maybe with some lower expectations, exceeds those by a tremendous amount, and now Quintanilla poised to even just, make it further to a Tactician's crown.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing that stood out to me about Quinta's run this set was actually that Star Guardian Cup run, where Quinta makes it into the top 8, makes it to final day, and unfortunately Buster's out. I mean, has a horrible day. And it's worth noting that obviously in TFT there's variance, right? But a player like Quinta, who hasn't really proven themselves in like the highest stakes of events, you have to at least keep the option open, or the question open, of like, how does Quinta perform in these final lobbies when the real pressure is on? Because it's not just making it to the next day, it's about whether or not you make it to Tactician's crown. And I love that Quinta is making this run to position themselves once again, potentially in the top 8. But I do feel like even if Quinta makes it to that top 8, the next question is how do you actually play when the pressure's on? I think you could argue that Quinta might be rooting for Marcel and Robin or Michael to actually make it to the top 8, to make it to the top 8 as well. That Quinta doesn't even have to worry about how tomorrow goes.
I mean, hey, it would be kind of nice to have that weight off of your shoulders, but of course you're still going to be competing for this, for every win. And Quintanilla actually takes a very dominating win over Robin Song's board. I mean, to be fair, like, he's really starting to cap out with like some extra items on these 4-cost carries.
Yes, yeah, no, you're right. Getting the second item on the rise, he's going to be able to get a third item there. Also, playing Finalists. I think this is the fruit where you get damage amp per
player,
per person eliminated.
Yes.
Yeah. So at this point, he's at the highest cap that this fruit can be giving him, which is an interesting little tech. We don't normally get to see, you know, things that aren't Max Arcana or the over 9,000 on the Katarina. So maybe we were a little too quick to speak here. I think Robin, I imagine, surely has some way to upgrade his board, though. No.
No,
actually,
it doesn't really look like it. He's like fully capped out. The only thing that he could do is go to level 10 and put in another 5-cost legendary unit. So you can see that he's starting to work with the HP that he's been getting from the tiniest titans. He can leverage that to see maybe if he can actually go 10, but he has to hoard all of this gold, and even then it might be tough depending on how fast Quintanilla is winning these fights and by how many units now that we're going into stage 7.
Okay, watch the Katarina and the Rakan here. So the Rakan's going to break through that front line and give a bridge for the Katarina to get back there. Does she kill the Zyra, though? Yeah, she will. Yes. The Zyra dies instantly. It's just essentially up to the Ashe now. Most of the DPS is gone, but you still have the Lee Sin too on the side of Robin, although no, that falls as well. The Cassante is going to die. The Rakan is still alive, and Robin's going to take a huge hit here, go down to just 1 HP. You can see the confusion from Robin Songs. He cannot believe how hard he's losing these fights.
I think it's just the really is maybe the power of the Finalist, or it's the aura and the Brazilian magic that might be doing it at this point.
I think what I want to see Robin do is actually move one of his frontliners down one and then put Zyra and Ashe next to each other, but be able to move the Cassante over 1 hex. If he's able to do that, it should actually stop the Katarina from being able to have a bridge there. Yeah, okay, you can see it here. He's not going to move the Cassante over 1, but he's going to see if this is a difference maker. This should stop the Zyra from dying instantly, and maybe having the DPS of both of those backliners is enough.
Wait, you saw Robin Songs actually start to Robin walk. Maybe he thinks he can actually win this fight and actually win this game as the Katarina gets pulled away.
Oh, she barely dies there. Wait, just the Ashe. Is the Yuumi gonna cast? Oh my goodness! Robin Songs, Captain Clutch, able to take that game. Quinta really brought it back. We thought that game was over, and the positioning from the Katarina and the Rakan being able to jump into the backline made that extremely close. But Robin has a quick swap at the end. The Zyra and the Ashe, just enough DPS to close it out.
The confidence for Robin to get up and start walking when it ended up coming down to just a Yuumi 1v1, and Robin still wins. It's so crazy, but what else could you expect out of a player that has won 2 regional finals before? There have only been 2 players to have done that, and that is Robin Songs and Wei-Jin Iverson. And maybe Robin Songs can break the record and the tie and get a 3rd. I can't wait for our analysts to break this one down. So we're going to send it to a break and come back and hear what Professor Asa has to say about this.
Robin Songs is quite literally the grandfather of modern TFT, known most of all for his line selection. He's also one of the most decorated North American TFT players of all time, being one of only 2 players to have won 2 regional finals. Robin's edge has always been his consistency in tournament. While nerves can so easily affect the mentality of someone in TFT, Robin's ability to perform like himself in tournament has made him the most set-resistant player in the region's history. He has made it to the final lobby of a regional finals 7 times, dating back to set 3, the first ever regional finals. Going into TPC, everybody knew that Robin Songs would be a threat. But in a stacked field, it's often easy to underrate Robin's threat level. At the Star Guardian Cup, Robin showcased why he deserves to be a favorite by dominating the field over 3 days of competition and punching his ticket to the set championship. Robin is the player in the TPC with the best AVP and is clearly in prime form to make a deep run at the Tactician's crown. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw KO. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is... they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kayla's in the backline.
We had that zoom in for the walk because of Robin. Amazing game for him. And of course, the recognition, tough pot, but in the end, clutching it out. So CLE highlights you see for this fight. I mean, everything on the line right now.
I mean, it was a heck of a battle between those two, going back and forth. Robin's songs eventually coming out on top, though, and that win is huge for him. It puts him in the current top 4, and after the next game, the top 4 advance to the regional finals final lobby, and so a big thing to set him up.
Yeah, I love seeing that top 2 between Robin and Quintanilla. I feel like a lot of the times when we made it to top 2, we kind of already knew who was going to win, but that was a really interesting back and forth where Quintanilla actually outpositioned Robin a couple fights in a row, sniping his backline, but then in the critical last fight, Robin was able to keep the Ashen Zyra alive.
Yeah, top position also for Michael and Bishop that we just saw. Michael just trying to use what the game gave him. He tried to play around the Sniper Wrath. Also, Bishop tried to do early game with Smolder, then pivoting out of Smolder, just trying to go for the duelist into Ash. So late Ash, maybe not getting the additional resources was not enough for him. And in the end, we see the frustration here from Michael, who knows he's going out and now with almost 0 possibility to advance.
It's really tough because after these next few games, bottom 4 get cut out of the tournament and top 4 advance to tomorrow. And so a lot of these players are playing for their tournament lives right now. Obviously, there's still 1 more game left to go. And going first could change a lot of things when it comes to somebody like Michael's spot. But again, only 1 person in a lobby can go first, and it's tough to get that in some of these games.
Yeah, there's cuts every 2 games today, so that means we'll have another cut tomorrow. And for the players who just barely squeaked into this cut, if they had a bad first game, I think Michael was near the bottom there. It's going to be almost impossible, even if they go first, to make it, but everyone will still be trying their best.
Okay, and this is the table. Top 16 right now, CLE, huge spots, and as you said, you mentioned, only 4 will be cut off, but also the high, the top 4, in this case, Robinson, Kambuli, Jay Zelinsky, and CMB have the possibility of already advancing and not having to play an additional line or an additional game.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone is completely mathematically eliminated yet, too. So for both Kyun and Prestivan at 39 points, if they go first, they can put themselves in a spot for that, but they're in the same lobby, so only one of them can do that. It will be interesting to keep our eye on.
Yeah, there's also the cut at the top where the top 4 players will not have to play in the final game, so a nice weight off their shoulders. And you can see quite a lot of players are in the contention to compete for that as well. I would probably say anyone from Dehua up has a good chance, just so maybe if he goes exactly first. But yeah, a lot of high stakes in this next game coming up.
Yeah. Other highlights, Marcel P was doing amazing so far, was in the top, getting 2 top 8s in a row. Now in a difficult position, already still in the middle ground, so maybe not in a difficult position, but he was already perfect to advance. CMB doing amazing from Brazil, and of course, JD also with good possibilities. Next game is going up, so we left you with Negra and Gangly for the rest of the action.
Thank you so much, Desk. I'm so happy that we got the breakdown of how that top 2 played out, and it was just as hype as I remember watching it. And that makes me so excited, Gangly, because this next game is even more on the line for our players when you consider that top 4 and the bottom 4 getting eliminated in one way or another from this competition.
Yeah, we've talked about it all weekend, how you've got these players who are just on the outskirts of that top 4, where they have the opportunity where if they're willing to play a little bit more first or eighth, the reward is that after the next game, you're done. You don't have to play for the rest of today. You can sleep soundly knowing that you've made it into the top 8. At minimum, a 6 out of 8 chance into making it to the Tactician's Crown. And at best, if Marcel or Robin or Michael make it there with you, you're already there. So I think if you're one of those players near the top 8, you are absolutely trying to go top 2 this game.
I know you were saying something really serious, but I was just cracking up at Kambuli, like just jamming out, getting pumped, ready for this game. He was just like full on dance mode and trying to activate that just inner balance that you need. When you know you've got 51 points and you can actually just make it out in the top 4. Yep. I love that confidence, and I love that like getting into the zone.
Kambuli is such a funny player in that sense too, because he can be so like dry and serious, and then he just turns it on where he's just all vibes, man. Yeah. Prestovin is who we're hopping on board with, and going into this game, 39 points. That's 4 points below the current cutoff, which means if Prestovin wants pretty much any shot of staying alive, I think he actually just has to go first, and then even then it's not guaranteed.
I think it's going to be so tough for Michael at 40, and then Prestovin and Kiyun that are sitting at 39 points. And so it is hard. I mean, Prestovin and Kiyun are the bottom of our standings right now, both battling it out in this lobby. And so they're going to be kind of playing spoiler to each other.
And on the flip side, Dehua, Cam, and CMB are all above 50, which puts them at in the top 5, right? They're all players who are contending not just with the whole field, but also just like with one another for who gets to sit out the last 2 games and auto qualify into the final day of competition.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to leave it up to chance in terms of those last 2 games. We saw that happen in weekend number 1. Just barely missing out on some of those cutoffs meant that you had to play a full 6 games in week 1 of our big elimination stage. And as we get into our first augment choice of the game, we've got a couple of spat options. CMB actually picks the Shen Hero augment.
Does. Yeah, the Shen Hero augment, I mean, definitely, we've said that the hero augments are extremely powerful. Usually, they do best when you have a good start for them, and this is certainly it. You have the Rage Blade on 2-1 with a Shen already. This is his Shen pair. And CMB, sitting in first place, 54 points. If you're a Brazilian fan of TFT, I think you are feeling extremely good about your chances of having a rep in top 8.
Oh, yeah. And that is a great chance to make it to the Tactician's Crown. So hopefully CMB can actually get that Shen 2 online and also make sure that you can find those extra copies of Shen. It's tough because as a Bastion, Shen as a champion has been pretty contested. If you're going fast 9, the Bastion route, you really want to have the Shen. If you're playing Xayah reroll, you also want to have the Shen. And so we'll see if there are any players that are brave enough to try to pick up those Shens and slot them into the board.
Yeah, Kambuli does have the too much value augment, so there's a world where maybe Cam is trying to play around 2 cost reroll with the Xayah, but no, yeah, it looks like it's actually going to be Janna is my guess with the Jeweled Gauntlet slammed. with too much value, you know, you're going to be playing some sort of 2-cost reroll on 6. So yeah, the one that comes to mind immediately is Janna. Has the Kabuko in the front line as well, but maybe just going to be playing something similar that we saw Ripple play earlier in the day, where you kind of play a bit more flexibly, play tempo. You don't lose streak into it, but you just kind of play whatever the game gives you, and then eventually slowly pivot your way back into Janna. He'll have the rerolls to be able to do it in stage 3.
Yeah, I think Janna makes a lot of sense, but I'm also thinking about I don't know. I see Jewel Gauntlet. It's tough to actually see like a very specific direction for it, because I think that's an item that can be applied to like so many different AP carries in my head. It's just good to have crit.
Yeah, for sure. Kog'Maw and Janna are the two that come to mind for me, at least. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe he'll find some other direction. Calculated loss for Shaco. Another one of the Brazilian players that we have seen at the regional finals before, but last time didn't quite make the run. I think ended somewhere around 21st in the bottom half of the standings. And Shaco coming in through, I believe, the Brazilian ladder into week 1 of competition last week, and has earned their spot here. So in a set where I feel like Brazil has not had a lot of their stars perform the way that we would have expected them to, it's kind of these, I don't want to say tier 2, but maybe these players from Brazil who haven't been in the spotlight that are actually stepping up. Quintanilha, CMB, and Shaco, all in reasonable contention to make it to the Tactician's crown at this point.
It's kind of wild, though, because, you know, yeah, Shaco, the only other regional final that he competed in was Magic and Mayhem. That's pretty recent. But, you know, has actually been competing for a couple of years now. So I think it really has been amazing to watch these Brazilian stars. As you say, you know, I'm with you. I think there's just a new era of Brazilian TFT players that are gonna give those old heads a run for their money. And so I think with this, you know, this new generation, it's just very cool to see a lot of these kind of more younger TFT players or more inexperienced TFT players actually now make it to their first regional finals or their first, or maybe even their first final lobby of a regional finals.
Yeah, for sure. Drawing some attention to some of the players who are sitting at the top right now, CMB, Cam, and Dehua. We've talked about CMB with the Ethereal Blade, Cam playing potentially somewhere around Janna, but Dehua did just lose his first fight playing around Epic, or Epoch, if you want to say it the TFT way. And perhaps with the Kraken Slayer slammed, leaning somewhere into that Fast 9 composition. We know Dehua, we've gotten to see him over the last couple of sets. This guy is a maniac. He's willing to play on a razor's edge. And I actually feel like if you're in a position right now, 51 points, trying to go first in one more game to be able to sit out the last 2, Dehua is someone you should be afraid of. He is willing to flip the game in order to get it to be in his favor. And if he's going Fast 9, I don't know if we've never necessarily seen him as like one of the experts of this line this set, but it makes sense with the person Dehua. It makes sense with the person that we've seen play over the last couple of months, and I'm really excited to see if they play a bit more of a risky style.
Well, I mean, just yesterday, Dehua played 2 Crystal Gambit games and a Bastion Fast 9 game.
Okay,
so
yeah, there you go.
It speaks to you. You're so right.
That's my tri-state rep right there. We got most of them are gone, but we got one more. We got Mariano Rivera. It's Enter Sandman time, and Dehua's trying to close it out.
Yeah, now you claim him. Oh man. Well, we've got a couple of other players that are certainly going to give him a rub for his money, and I think a lot. I gotta look at Kiyun. I mean, geez, double Krakens and this Rage Blade on Jinx, but this could very well be Ashe items.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, it's either going to be Ashe or it's going to be Fast 9, surely, right? It's got to be one of those two. You're either trying to play a TF or you're trying to play Ashe. You know, I'm actually not exactly sure if there's like a condition right now that would give you clear direction, whether it's one or the other. My guess is that it really just comes to how much money he has. You know, if he has a ton of HP, a ton of money at the end of stage 3, maybe he can consider just teching in Crystal Gambit and going 9. My gut tells me that Kiyun with Pandora's might end up just trying to play around the 5 Crystal Gambit on level 8. It's a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier to hit, and it still does have very high win out potential. And he needs a first, right? 39 points. The only way he can possibly stay alive is with a first.
Oh, it's going to be super, super tough. Precedent and Kiyun both need to play for that first place position. But on the other side of things, when you take a look at this middle of the pack, it might be good enough for them to just get a top 4 to stay out of the elimination zone. But it's tough because since the points carry over, you can't just think about this first game. You have to think about where this first game puts you in the overall standings as well to close out the day with those final 2 games on the horizon.
That's the scary part for CMB, Cam, and Dehua as well, where it's like you could be way ahead of the pack, and then if you go 8th right now, not only do you not only lose the qualification after this game, but like you're saying, the points carry over. That 8th is going to stick with you, and the lead that you once had might just completely dissipate. I think that's why CMB probably feels extremely confident about playing the Ethereal Blade Shen right now, because it's very hard, especially with an early Shen 2. It's extremely hard to ever go 8th from the spot. And I'm not trying to caster curse him, but just like looking at what we see before us, it feels like CMB is almost already locked into tomorrow.
You say this, and CMB is about to be like, hold my drink.
All right, second augment coming through. I'm assuming this is going to be a double down, right? Almost certainly going to be a double down coming in for
Oh my god,
Shaco.
recombobulator. Could you imagine? Your
One
Swain just
time.
becomes an Ash.
Ooh, team building is interesting. It does give you, like a potential backdoor Swain 3 angle, but no, it just wants to play around the combat. This makes the most sense. It hits Ash. That's a pretty nice hit.
That is great to see in your shop. Absolutely. He's gonna pick it up, surely.
Surely.
Oh, he's waiting. He's gonna wait. I think
Yeah,
he's gonna wait.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're
That's
right.
the tech. You gotta hide that you have the 5 crystal gambit so nobody griefs your cash out.
Now, ready? Here's the real like razor's edge here is, can Shaco continue his 3 loss streak to double down, but also getting 5 crystal gambit in and getting kills, right? Because if you can, he's not gonna. Okay, he is slamming items. Okay, he wants to try and kill stuff. He recognizes CMB is strong enough. You're probably not killing anything anyway. You might as well throw some items there. But you're still going to be able to get your 5 crystal gambit cash out rewards while you're losing. And even though he doesn't get a kill there, if he's able to rack up, I would say 3 to 6 kills before he cashes out, all of a sudden that makes his first cash out that much quicker. And it's all about reaching that critical mass where you start to get way ahead of the lobby. So if you can just speed it up a little bit, I think it'll make Shaco's game much, much easier.
Now, the early Ash is a great start, and we saw a couple of our other players actually hit really early high-cost units, like the Jinx that we saw on one of those other boards. It might be really tough now for a lot of our players that are going for reroll, depending on how fast those 4 costs actually get online. Oh wait, did we see Capsera's board? He recombobulated it.
Oh, he did. You're right. I don't know if we saw it actually. We are seeing Cam, he did end up using all of his free rerolls to be able to make that pivot into the Janna, and you can see he's still 100 streaking. So really cool setup there. Oh, Bobzera recombobulated hit Akali too. Interesting. You don't really have, these are not ideal Akali items, but I mean, you're not going to be upset about having an Akali 2 on stage 3.
At this point, I see them and I go, well, you would actually really have liked this to be a Jinx or
That would be great. Ash. Or an Ash. Yeah, I would take an Ash here. I mean, I would take a Samira. We did hit Samira 1. These items are, I would say, kind of reasonable for Samira. You could think of Rageblade as... Yeah, maybe he's just going to end up trying to play the Samira out of it. You could think of Rageblade as like a soft blue buff or Shojin. It is still mana generation because you're attacking more often.
Someone else that I really want to check back in on, and in stage 4, is going to be Prestivant, because he did take the augment that's going to give you that higher level of augment. Oh, and Doha actually picks up the spat.
Oh, you're right.
Interesting. Because right now he has like the heavyweights in, and he also has like the Krakens on the Gnar. So this, like, it could be Ash. It also could just be... What can he even make with the spat, though, that would benefit him here?
I mean, I'm a little confused because I thought he was just going to be angling either, like, Fast 9 or or trying to play around Ashe, but he's actually going to make the Luchador spat. And this opens up a couple things. So one, it does allow you to play 4 Luchador on 8 if you're trying to play tempo. Another thing is that it allows you to play 2 Luchador when you have Braum on 9 without having to play any of those other units. Like, so if you ended up playing around Bastion, he would still be able to get it. But with a Mundo and a potential Braum, I'm not exactly sure. Like maybe it just opens up some sort of 4 Luchador Fast 9 angle. I can't say I'm super familiar with this line exactly. Like adding the Luchador does kind of throw a wrench in things. I do want to say though, Shaco on the other side is doing what we were talking about, where he's slamming things and he's getting kills here. So despite the fact that he gets that's his 3rd loss, so I think he's actually going to cash out this upcoming turn. He will have a bunch of kills there.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough that you missed out on the 300 cash out, but you get so much gold and rerolls here. I do not think that he cares.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of gold to come through. He's now 5 Crystal Gambit, finds a Zyra. Needs to upgrade his front line. That's the main thing here. Ashe 1 still is going to do a lot of damage. So as long as you can find some sort of upgrade, finding
nice.
Set 2 that can definitely be played. Nice. That's a great hit. He can even opt to play some sort of like 4 Juggernaut front line if he decides that's worth it. But for now, it's just going to sit. Upgraded front line plus the Ashe in the back line. You have to imagine this is enough for now.
Yeah, I think if he does get the Jarvan 2, then I think you might want to consider sliding that in over like either the Udyr or the Kazante. But at this point, you're just hoping to stabilize and that this is going to be enough to actually get you to the point where you can go 9. Yeah, get some loot.
Camby's board is powerful, actually. Even with this upgraded front line of Shaco, you can see the fight's actually not that unfavored. It's just the set 2 is really hard to kill. No way to really get around that. Camby, though, 90 HP or 85 now at the end of stage 3 is in a pretty good spot. I think Cam's most likely feeling like the game is kind of on rails for him.
Yeah, but you could see like he really wanted to keep that win streak. That was the thing that like he would. I think that's why he looked like he was a little disappointed there. But on CMB, 100 HP, 10 win streak, streaking all the way through 2 and 3, and not looking like he's stopping anytime soon. He's 2 off of the Shen 3.
Yeah, extremely close. And then from there, he's going to have the opportunity, to potentially just Fast 9, be able to get some of those higher cost units. Things like the Braum really allow you to cap out a lot higher. And I'm not exactly confident that this is something that can beat out things like the Crystal Gambit board. I feel like in the long fights, you'll eventually just get out DPS'd. But either way, I mean, CMB doesn't need to win out, right? He's just trying to secure his points, finds Shen 3 here. He's in first right now with a couple of point lead already. So if he can find a top 2, top 3, it's almost certainly, I mean, yeah, for sure, mathematically impossible for him to not end up in the top 4. So you got to be feeling quite good if you're CMB.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he is like as rich as he is as well, being able to have that econ through all of those win streaks, and he still hits the Shen with 30 gold left. Like, I think that's insane. This
and perfect items.
Yeah, like what? Opens up the possibility that like the way you would cap this out is go 8, go 9, tech in like those more expensive units that will help give you like Bastion 6, right? And so I think this is like definitely a great spot. Maybe even you get a Swain 3 if you're lucky. Oh, and explosive growth too? Oh, he gets rid of it. Boo! I thought you would be able to see the XP.
Oh, and Pressvin does, because it's gold, Pressvin, because he had augmented power, does get the Prismatic, because you're going to get Blazing Soul. So getting a bunch of AP and attack speed on his board. It's going to start with that Katarina, though, which getting attack speed and AP on the unit that's trying to 1v9, it's definitely pretty good. He doesn't... He digs pretty deep and doesn't find the Katarina 3, and at 51 HP, I guess he's not that pressured. I think the bigger issue is everybody else is spiking right now, and I don't necessarily think that Pressvin is spiking anywhere near as high as anyone else in the lobby right now.
I mean, wow, with the Kobuko 3 and the Janna 3 hits here for Campbelly,
Yeah.
it's looking quite good. Even gets a chance to throw some items on the rise, and now Precedent actually on the receiving end of this.
God.
That Rakan just exploded. The Katarina is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I mean, Gambully's looking pretty strong as well. I think the players in top 2 right now. Oh, actually, the players in top 3 are the players who are the 3 players currently in the top 4 in total standings. CMB, Gambully, and Dehua are the players who are competing with. I think it's players like Dish Soap in the other lobby, maybe Robin Songs as well. If all 3 of these players top 3, and then we see the other players sitting at the top duel in the other lobby, it could throw a pretty big wrench in what the standings actually look like.
It's just gonna make that middle of the pack so much harder. As if you have like all of these like high points players that have to trickle down and play those final 2 games of the day, that's who you're competing against as like players you need to beat. It will be hard. Like in terms of point totals to catch up, it just makes that differential so much harder to bridge.
Shaco and Ripple both, or not Ripple, Cambully. Or Shaco seems to be in a position where he can play spoiler to players like CMB, Cam, and Dehua, because despite the fact that they have such high HP totals, Shaco's in a position to actually be able to win out. I mean, how many Crystal Gambit lines have we seen actually win out over the course of the weekend? It's most of the games are won by some sort of Crystal Gambit player. And so even though these players are all in a position where it looks like they're top 4ing, the difference for someone like Dehua, for instance, who's towards the bottom of that current top 4 in the standings, the difference between 3rd and 4th in this game might be the difference between auto qualification into tomorrow versus having to play 2 more games.
Ooh, and Shaco actually picks up the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how well it actually, or what you take out to actually put this in if you want to play it, but it at least spoils a couple of people from picking it up.
We can
Although
also see
some pretty good direction, so maybe
yeah.
it's not valid.
I mean, well, Dehua is playing around this Bastion Edgelord line right now, but I do wonder if that's going to end up still trying to be something like TF. He's playing double Kraken Sterex on a Volibear 1, but I think he should have for Luchador. There's a world where this does change into something like going 9, finding the TF, still playing 2 Luchador with just the Braum, but we'll have to keep our eyes on whether Dehua is able to stay alive. Shaco does go 9 though, and on 4 streak, still has a lot of room to grow. I don't know how many players in the field are really able to handle this board.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think some of them honestly might be the rerolls though. Like, what if you get the right targeting, especially if like the Katarina can actually get back there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Right now though, Preston actually did get that 3-star, so that Katarina is online now, and maybe that is something that can contend with this. But you can see how fast this Ashe ramps up and is just able to demolish these units.
Bobzera taking a hit there. Bobzera's spot does not look particularly inspiring right now. Taking Recombomb and then essentially selling everything that you hit from Recombomb into having to take reinforcement. So you kind of took 2 econ augments for 3-2 and 4-2. And even the first augment, that is the combat power that comes from the Bramble Vest that does additional damage, it tends to fall off quite a bit in the late game. Econ can scale very well, but I'm not entirely convinced that the position Bobzera is in looks like a spot that stemmed from 2 econ augments.
I mean, like, in some ways it does, and then you're right, like, where is your upgraded front line? Like, sometimes the hardest things to hit, for me, it feels like, are sometimes the Poppy and the Jinx. Especially when you do have somebody else in this lobby that is going to be playing the Jinx Star Guardians as well. Kiyun has held on to a lot of those units. And I think that is something that, you know, it is almost like a race to have to hit those things first before you know the other person will or might hold on to those units.
Kiyun gets pretty big cash out there. It's going to be able to go 9. Let's see how much of this turn he decides to do now. We've seen a lot of players greed the additional gold and then not have enough time to do the full pivot. Kiyun looks like at least going down to 30. There's just a lot to do here.
I would still be rolling. Yeah, and Kyun is going to do a little of that just to see if he can actually get some of these other units. Because since he has to make a lot of upgrades, I feel like that's why he is continuing to move through this turn. Finding like the Seraphine is really nice. He actually gets the
TF as well. Yeah.
Wow. So he can make some big moves here. Oh, a pair of Seraphine.
There's still a lot to do. Pair of TFs. Okay, end up just selling the Jinx. Oh, it's scary. Just 9 HP too. There's still so much to do. Oh, Seraphine 2. Finds a Lee Sin. Has to skip it. That's a Braum pair. No TF2. No other upgraded frontline. Braum 2, can you get that in? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, on the duplicator hex as well. Cloning facility.
Okay. And that he uses the dupe to be able to find the TF2. So he has Braum 2, TF2. He doesn't have fruits on, but he has items for the TF. Oh, this is not the person you want to play on your transition turn, though. Look at this board on the other side. This is Shaco. This is the person who has been streaking for the last 2 stages, essentially, ever since their cash out. I don't even know if the Braum 2 TF2 are enough by themselves without the rest of the pieces of this board being upgraded.
Oh, no, it's not. It just isn't. And this is the problem that we've seen for a lot of these Fast 9 boards. Even if you're able to get to the point where you have those 5 costs, the fact that these Crystal Gambit boards have gotten online a full stage before you, it is just hard to keep up with that pace.
It's exactly what you're outlining here. Unfortunately, Q needed to fight someone who hadn't spiked as hard yet. He needed like 1 more turn to be able to get some other bastions, buy a little bit more time for the TF, and maybe even make it to Carousel to get another item for the Seraphine. But unfortunately, just, plays risky and goes out in 8th. So Kyun's run will end here. We've still got plenty of players left, though.
Yeah, we are looking at Prestivant now as the other player sitting at 39 points that could actually find an upset win and make it out of that elimination zone. But for me, 1st or 8th, this is what he wanted to avoid.
Oof.
He wanted to avoid going out in 7th because me, 1st or 8th doesn't have that many points. It's just 44, which still feels super risky when you know that the players below you are sitting at like 43 points and more.
Dehua is going to go out in 6th there. Again, keep in mind Dehua, one of the players that was sitting toward the top of the standings trying to contend for one of the 4 slots to get out. So Dehua not going to be getting out after just 4 games. Going to have at least 2 more games left in his set 15 run. And if Preston wants to make the run to keep his life in the tournament, he has to beat Shaco. He has to beat Shaco. And we have seen Shaco dominate pretty much everyone in this field thus far. And we're going to see him playing him right now. So this is a good test. 14 HP. He could stay alive with a really good loss. But really, he needs to win this fight right now because Shaco is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, but at least the Katarina is in the right spot. You're able to take out one big target, but leaving the Ashe alone might be a critical error for this Katarina. And the positioning from Prestivant, and he does take a huge
1 HP.
hit.
3 units alive means that he takes 13 damage. Prestivant will stay alive with just 1 HP. We see Cam up against CMB, the 2 players that are sitting toward the top right now. And health totals. Really close fight. CMB is able to take it. Look at that health differential. 73 and 64 for Cam. Jumps all the way down to 33. You have to imagine those 2 players have locked in their spot already into tomorrow. As we're seeing whether or not Bobzera, Shaco, and Prestivant can either stay alive or put themselves in an even better position for staying in for those last 2 games.
I mean, Bobzera is also kind of towards that cutoff with 44 points. It's not looking like super safe, especially when Jungle Book and Prestivant are still playing out their games. Who knows if with the top 4 that actually puts them into a position where if Bobzera goes out in 5th, like that might be an elimination.
The C is Shaco is he's getting everything online right now. Shaco is looking extremely strong. It's very hard to imagine a world in which Prestivant's able to win out this game. And it feels a little bit like CMB and Cam are going to be fighting to see who can play Shaco the least and preserve enough HP to get that top 2, top 3. And like you're saying, yeah, maybe Prestivant gets some good matchmaking, is able to take some health away from Bobzera, and then Bobzera falls in 5th, but it's to me, it's looking very set in stone. Like Shaco has this game set before him that's going to be very hard to lose from here on out.
I mean, being level 10 right now, where everyone else is still stuck at like 8 and 9, feels very, very good. So Kambuli does take a huge hit there, and on the other side of things, we are going to see CMB deliver a pretty big hit to Bobzera, but Prestivan is still alive.
Yeah, if Prestivan's able to fight Bobzera and get a pretty convincing win, then maybe there's a world where Prestivan can win one more fight and secure at least one more placement. Again, though, it's just Prestivan can't afford to just go top 4. He has to find some way to go first here, and it's looking harder and harder to do with every passing turn.
It's so tough when he just got in the Battle Academy 7 a couple of combats ago. I thought maybe one of the outs that he had was getting the Prismatic online. But there have been pretty few items that have been dropped in the game, and I think with Battle Academy Prismatic, it's really, really hard to hit if you don't get it in earlier.
Yeah, completely agree. It's very hard unless you can find some way to get 7 almost instantly somewhere on stage 3, early stage 4. But yeah, Bobzera's going to take a huge hit. The other question is, does Prestivan stay alive? Looks like he's fighting CMB on the other side. No, Prestivan will fall. Prestivan, another one of the favorites from North America. His run is going to end here in the top 16. Will not be able to advance any further for this regional finals.
Yeah, and after such a great TFT Pro Circuit run as well, like he comes in as a part of the top 12. He doesn't have to play that first weekend of competition, but you know, it is kind of recent that he's really, I feel like, had sort of the results that live up to the expectations that he has set as a player. Like, he's been so good overall, but his first Tactician's crown was only an Into the Arcane. But when he got there, he did amazing. He got into the top 16. He just barely missed out on that final lobby in 9th. So, you know, Prestivan, at least we get to see him again in the TFT Pro Circuit for set 16, and it's another chance for him.
Yeah, he's been one of these stars that his stock has just risen so high since the merging of the regions. To be honest, I think there's a very close parallel to someone like Kambuli, another player who in the last couple sets has really risen to prominence as not just a contender, but a tournament favorite. And for that reason, that I think Kambuli barely losing to Michael back in the Battle Academia Cup felt so heavy, because we knew that he could make his way back to the Tactician's crown following up after a top 8 finish in the last one. So Kambuli and CMB, it's looking like they're resting pretty easy right now as Bobzera is trying to get as many possible points. It looks right now like his run will end here at 4th place. 44 points being in the cutoff. I don't know if he's comfortable, but it doesn't seem bad. He's probably alive in the tournament still.
I think so, because 44 plus 5 is 49. I can't believe I'm doing math on broadcast. But and everybody else, but there are several players. There's like 6 or 7 players that have finished their game that are below him. So I think he's okay. He's gonna move on to the next round.
Here's a question: Shaco is 46 right now.
Okay.
And if he goes first, which it looks like he very likely could, he goes to 54, which ties CMB prior to this game. Now, JD Zelinsky was 53, I think, going before this game started, which means that Cam, CMB, and JD are all going to be higher than Shaco, most likely, unless JD went last, which means there's one more spot up for grabs. Something to at least consider is, if the chips fall in a perfect way, Shaco might be able to snag that last spot.
Kangli, I think you're huffing something.
Okay.
It's like hopium or copium, I'm not sure. But I think, unfortunately, the math doesn't quite work out that way. JD Zelinsky did not go 8th in his game. And so at the very least right now, it looks like JD Zelinsky is in the top 4 of his lobby.
Okay, but that would still mean there's one more spot. So that it actually wouldn't be that spot. It would be whatever the other spot is, because it would mean CMB, Kambuli, and JD would be the top 3.
Ooh, I see what you're saying now. Hang on a second. Maybe
there's a world. So Shaco has to go first here. It's 13 win streak with the spot that he has right now. I imagine he is. But even if he doesn't make it through, what this does do is that it puts him into that most elite position in the point totals where he doesn't actually have to play for first. Like we saw someone like Yoon feel backed into a corner and play for a flip and it didn't go his way. But if Shaco's at the top of that point, he can kind of cruise, play for things like the hero augments, play more reroll, get his 4th, 5th, and that's probably enough to get into tomorrow. So I think this is a huge win for Shaco, and I think good recognition of his position in the tournament right now. Realizing that if he can go first right now, it puts him in a spot where he doesn't have to stress out in the final 2 games where you know everybody else is stressing out so much more.
That's true. I mean, there was only one other player that was playing Crystal Gambit in this lobby, and that was me 1st or 8th. So Shaco, relatively uncontested. I think he also had some really great augments. Calculated loss right away. I think he was able to sort of build a board that would be able to actually get those combat wins. As you were seeing across stage 4, really important for Shaco to actually get wins with the 5 crystal. Get champion kills with the Crystal Gambit, but also still take those losses.
Shout out to Camuli for he did the weave where he went in between the champions in the carousel. He's flexing a little bit. This is his victory lap. He's like, I already know. I went top 3. I'm in for tomorrow. Let me show off a little bit of mechanics there in the few ways that we can show off TFT mechanics. Let's go, Cam.
He's so much bolder than me. I've tried that at least on mobile, and I never get it right.
At least on mobile, I tried it in the hardest way possible, and it didn't work there.
Oh, you're okay. Actually, valid. Hang on a second. Gangley's right again. What a way for Shaco to finish this out if he's able to get an Ashe 3. Like, he needed any more combat power on this board.
Whoa. You are dreaming way too small there, because I see a potential for Zyra 3 and Lee Sin 3. He's got 5 of each on the bench.
Oh, you're so right. And he's rich.
He's so rich. This is an important fight for placements, but again, it's hard to imagine that this is going to make the difference maker between these players making it into the top 4 right now. But of course, you never know. We saw after the last game how one placement was a difference between Spencer being able to lose the tiebreaker versus win it. And so neither one of these players wants to lose, and unfortunately Cam is going to take a hit there and will most likely die to Shaco on his next rotation. Sitting at 52 points, tied for 2nd place going into this game. Probably good, but you never really want to take a breath too big in TFT.
Yeah, I think Cambouli still feels like he's in a super good spot, but anything can happen in those final 2 games of the day. That is for sure. But for CMB, wants the victory lap here. Feels like, of course, not gonna get it because like Shaco is just dominated, but you know what I mean. He's just really hoping that he can get into the top 4 and cruise from there. Oh, but Shaco's gonna eliminate Cambouli here. I don't think there's anything that he can do positioning wise to get through this.
Where's the drama, Necra? You got to set it up. Take a look. Ready? Janna's on the front, on the weak side of Shaco's backline, trying to burst through it, and it looks like this damage. Oh, unfortunately, just barely not enough as Camuli takes a tight loss to Shaco. That's how you do it, Necra.
Oh, okay. All right, a little bit of glaze in there for that fight.
Yeah.
Well, five, come on, throw a 3-star 5 cost, 3-star 5 cost. CFB, give it to him. Be a good friend. And give it the 3-star 5 cost.
Sell board. Oh wait, yeah, he's only 2 Leesons off. He's selling the Casantes as well.
Go. Let him have it.
PvE's got a little bit of time.
Hey, I want to see CFB's board. Is he holding any? He's holding Braum.
Okay.
But CNB is also broke, so I don't think there's any way that he can hold any other units here to stop Shaco from getting a 3-star of one of Zyra or Lee Sin.
50 gold, like surely he hit something here, right?
Oh, he can hold the Lee Sin in his shop. No, he rolls it. Oh my god.
CMB rolled it? Oh, what a homie. He's a good guy. Okay,
right, we're one Lee Sin off. Come on. Go. Sell your stuff on the bench. Roll for it. Give us
the Ashes. Kill the Zyras. 5 seconds.
Sell the Zyras.
3. Zyras.
Man. Come on, man. So close. We should roll now to tell us if he would have actually hit this in 3.
Well, if he loses, he does have one more turn. Is there any world where he actually loses to the Shen?
No.
I imagine no, right? Yeah, okay, no.
No. Blaze this fight, Gangly.
No, you got this one, Necra. You got this. I set it up for you.
It was over before it even started. Congratulations, Shaco, for that dominating performance. After he hit that level 10, there were very few things that would have stopped him from just continuing to steamroll this game. And so he is looking amazing to head into these final 2 games of the day as we get a chance to see our standings in a little bit. But we gotta have our analyst desk break this one down too. Maybe it wasn't just the runaway train here from this Crystal Gambit board, but we'll find out after this short break, so stay tuned.
Cambuly has been on a journey since his breakout in set 11 where he found multiple top 16 finishes. Each set he's made small improvements to his placement, slowly building to his climactic run at the last Tactician's crown where he made it to the final lobby. Over his last 16 tournaments, he's placed top 16 in 10 of them. He has the 7th best average placement in the TPC since set 11. And in the Battle Academia Cup, he was a single auto attack away from winning the tournament and getting his 2nd chance at the Tactician's crown. In a landscape of TFT gods among mortals that the TPC holds, it's easy for the new era upcomers to be thrown aside for the notoriety that some of the stars hold. But Cambuly has crested the peak of this mountain and currently stands atop it, not as a contender, but as a favorite. His resume is increasingly impressive each set, and it is only a matter of time before Cambuly finds his first tournament victory. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost sold Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
We are back, and we just saw game 10 with 2 lobbies on the line and the cutoff. 4 players will be advancing to the next round. 4 players will be eliminated. But first, let's focus on the game we just watched. Jack, amazing game, everything on the line, and we have already some confirmed eliminations.
Yeah, Shaco absolutely dominated this lobby. Calculated loss into this Ashe line is just one of the strongest things you can get right now, and it absolutely paid off for him. Able to pilot this all the way to a giga first place, almost hitting a 3-star 5 cost.
On the flip side, though, it is kind of risky. We saw me first race just barely not making final lobby by 1 point, losing the tiebreaker to Darth Nub, also going for that Ashe line, ending up in 7th. If you die before you're able to get the snowball rolling with those cash outs, it's just true to his name, me first race. It's pretty sad ending for his regionals here, but it's a good effort.
Yeah. Also, Kyun, he tried to flip it with possibilities of going Bastion, or maybe he had maybe a few more lines than possible there on level 9. In the end, getting an 8th, so he will not be advancing. Prestiven also trying to play the Katarina. Rolled down, but didn't find the Katarina 3 in time, Jack. And he is also one of the players that is confirmed to be eliminated in this round.
Yeah, we've seen some rerolls just not hit the way that they're supposed to in some of these games, and that makes it a little bit rough here. But as we see our highlights wrap up, it's time to see who's advancing and who's going home.
Yeah, at the same time, we saw the second and third place both being the reroll Janna, and they did secure their spots. We saw that was Cambu Lee with the reroll Janna already advancing to play in tomorrow, and CMB in that lobby with the reroll Shen Hero Augment advancing to play in tomorrow, and they don't have to play these last 2 games, so very nice weight off their shoulders.
And on the bottom, as we mentioned, Kyun, Michael, Prestiven, and Me First of Eight confirmed to be eliminated. So the one in the middle, from Dartnoof to Shaco, will be the one playing the next game, and obviously deciding the other 4 that will advance to tomorrow, and the final 8 that will compete for the chance of going to the Tactician crown.
Yeah, Mike L falls out in this bottom 4 here with that cut. One of these players that we're sending to the Tactician's crown that we're super excited about. Good showing from them, top half. But Robin Song's at the top already advancing to that final lobby. And so we still have our Checkmate dreams alive. Marcel P just needs to clutch up and make it now.
Exactly. If Marcel P makes it, that means we have 2 players. So the 8 players tomorrow will have the possibility of already be advanced. So we will change to Checkmate format only if that happens. So that will be great to see. We'll have a short break and then advance to the last 2 games of the day and define the final 8 for tomorrow. Don't go away.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaisa. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more. Down. Right. No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay.
We are back. Final 2 games of this American Regional Finals. CMB, JD, Cam, and Robin have already qualified for tomorrow. So in these 2 games, 4 more will be able to advance, and 4 more will be eliminated, Jack.
I think one of the most notable things to talk about going into this final lobby is that there's 3 Brazilians in this final lobby that we have. And of the 4 that have entered into this regional finals competition, 0 of them have been knocked out so far. And so Brazil, although they may be few in number, they are sending some very, very quality people to the forefront here.
Yeah, I think this is, since emerging of the regions, this is definitely the strongest performance put up by Brazil. I mean, how can it not be? Every single one of them might even advance to tomorrow at this point. At the bottom, there's Darth Noob, but really any player can make it to this final lobby with a good score in the last 2 games.
Yeah, in terms of region, as you mentioned, Brazil doing amazing. Latam losing the final representative being Michael, but he has already advanced to the Tactician crown. So actually, there's one representative for sure that the region will have. And now the final battle. Meta has been established. Ashe is great, but in a good position. People forcing Ashe have not been able to manage to convert into a good spot. So I think the recognition of the spot you actually have in the early game and how you want to play is what players have been playing the most. We have seen people pivoting out. Even Robin, he was playing full Jinx, and now he's playing Ashe, playing a different line. So good to see also this.
One of the most interesting things about this format, though, with this final lobby is that every game matters. Now these players with the top 4 advancing that were a little bit further ahead and the bottom 4 now cut, these 8 players, every single one of them has a chance to show up and absolutely show out in this lobby. If you string 2 top 4s together, you could make it all the way to the regional finals, even if you are behind entering. So Shaco and Dehua are ahead, but they are definitely not secured in their spot at 54 points.
Yeah, with 54 points, you kind of expect each player to get an average of about 9 points. So you're kind of looking at that 60-point threshold in order to advance. So Shaco and Dehua, if they get even a third in this game, should be feeling pretty comfortable. But we can see all these players and how they're warming up for this final game.
Yeah, we see a lot of tension, more serious faces here. Babsera, D-Shop, and Darfnul, the one who will have to risk maybe a little more, maybe flip it up a little, try to risk it more with the Ashe line, with the possibility of going fast 9, or simply trying to go for a good cash out and a consistent comp. Remember, 2 games. So this lobby will be maintained for the final 2 games, and then we will do the final cutoff to gain the final 4 that will advance for tomorrow.
The biggest character in this lobby is 100% Dish Soap, the 2-time Tacticians Crown champion, the player that we look at as one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player of all time in TFT, and is currently sitting with like a 2-point-ish gap to make up to the rest of the field here at 49 points. Someone that everyone expects to do well in this type of tournament, and the experience is probably going to show through here, would be my guess. This is where he has been before, and this is where he will continue to be towards the top, and now just needs to show up and perform when it counts most.
Yeah, Dish Soap just barely behind the average being 51 points, and I'd also like to highlight Jungle Book sitting right there. This is a player who, out of the Americas, I think was definitely near the bottom end of expectations, but he has a good chance to make it to the day 3 now and to the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, I also want to highlight Dehua or Dohua. This is a player that was actually the black horse from Gangly, but in the previous set, he won 2 regionals, played amazing, went to Tactician crown, didn't have the best performance, but also did a good performance there. So actually a player that has only been around since last sets and been doing so great together with Brosev team of work, and I mean one of the players to watch obviously, and I'm very happy. Previous set he was playing purely fast 9, a purely risky play, and now he's more consistent. He has a lot of versatility, and for me great to watch him here once again with a possibility of advancing to a final.
One player that stands out among this crowd, because they are the only player left competing from one of our Tacticians Cup slots for the regional finals, is Jungle Book, making it through Tacticians Cup 2, and now sitting in this final lobby, getting ready to see if he can make it to that day number 3. The latter players have done quite well. The TFT Pro Circuit players have shown their consistency, but the Tacticians Cup players, Jungle Book representing them all, can they secure a spot in this final lobby?
Yeah, really, anyone can make it. I want to go back to Dohua for a moment. He is one of the players who started off not challenger in his first set. A lot of these players who make it to this regional level just kind of have that innate talent for learning games. But Dohua is one who really had to work his way up here, showing a lot of passion for the game, studying very often with Marcel P and the Kitchen and NA, and you can see a lot of the hard work is paying off, and really expecting him to just really do better set after set if he keeps up the passion.
Yeah, love to see it. Quintanilla, something similar, right? He's been playing since Magic and Mayhem, so one of the new players that we have in this roster. And he actually went to regional finals last set, so Cyber City was a pop-up for him. And now, once again, here at regionals with the possibility of going to Tactician Crown. I mean, one of the high-rising materials, the high-rising protagonists here for Brazil. So a lot of big players with many on the line and many on the rising. So great to watch, and remember, only 4 will advance to tomorrow.
The outstanding player from the Brazilians that are on screen for us here is probably Babzera. He did very well throughout our pro circuit, getting second and fifth in 2 of the TPC events, and is someone that has shown that they are one of the top players and belongs here, but they have not had that tournament win that they've been chasing for so long. And so for Babzera, they're setting themselves up well to even make this final lobby tomorrow and get maybe their first tournament win, but also have the hope of Brazil continuing to push forward for all their players here. So I know we're going to get into our lobby here soon. We're seeing our players connect and get ready to go, get their last drinks of water, see how they need to prepare to get ready to go.
Yeah, it seems you can see some of the players moving around a lot of serious faces. No one really laughing too much at the moment, but I mean, it's very understandable, high stakes situation. But at the end of the day, it's you gotta stay in that good mental. You can't psych yourself out and get too stressed, which we have seen time and time again in the regional styles, where players, I would say, can perform below what we would expect out of them, just crumbling under pressure. So we can see who can hold it together and also be blessed by more dog with the good shots in this last 2 games.
Sometimes the RNG in your favor, as you mentioned, is the most important variable. So yeah, we're seeing the rest of the player. I believe Shaco is the only one we didn't mention. He doesn't have as much lore as the rest of the players. Similar to Shaco in League of Legends that doesn't have a lore. We're still waiting for that. So Riot, please give us some information about where Shaco comes from. And we have a little possibility. This Shaco, the Brazilian one, has been playing or was able to achieve regionals in Magic and Mayhem. So that was his acolyte, if you will. And for now, once again, with the possibility of representing Brazil and giving a good spot and advance for tomorrow.
Darth Noob currently sitting behind by the most points in this lobby, 46 points versus 49 for the next closest player. And he's someone in the pro circuit that very much has high highs and low lows. And it is someone that we could see. I mean, he needs to play to make up these points. And so playing for top 2s, top 3s is what the name of the game is going to be for Darth. So just curious to see, of all these players, he's the one that their playstyle might adjust the most. But again, you just got to play with yourself, like yourself, when it comes down to these super high pressure lobbies.
Yeah, once again, Jungle Book and Quintanilla sitting right on the cutoff at 51 points. You generally expect players to go about 4-5, so the cutoff's about being 60. Darth Nub at 46 points. In order to hit that 60-point threshold, would have to go 2-2, but even then, might not make it. So really, Darth Nub is not going to be able to play his regular game here. He's really going to have to play for that first place.
Okay, and we start the game right now with Checo. We have a Yumi encounter, so Scuttle Puddle will be the possibilities here. Additional resources for everyone. This will ramp up the lobby in a significant way. Everyone will have full economy. Everyone will have more items, more resources. So normally it opens up better for lines that use multiple carries and maybe not those close lines like hero augments or something in this way.
The good news is these crabs are not dancing, so they are not dangerous. They will not be trying to kill our players later on in the game, just providing those extra resources. But the interesting thing about this is you can make these gold breakpoints very, very early if you decide to sell some of these 3 costs. So even looking at the right side of our screen early on in this game on stage 1 to see if somebody makes 10 gold, that's a pretty interesting part of how this lobby will shake up.
Yeah, definitely. You get more gold on stage 1, but not just stage 1, but every other stage. Oftentimes going into stage 4, even if you're forced to roll to 0 on 4-1 instead of 4-2 because of the extra resources, you can still go level 9 on stage 5 a lot of times. So a lot of these fast 9 compositions tend to be very strong in this portal.
Yeah. Now Darth Noob with some possibilities here, holding Chaos. We haven't seen Chaos if he's planning to play it or have any possibility. It has to be the perfect spot. Maybe finding, I don't know, 5 Chaos in one shop. Of course, he says no, so Hooper, sorry, not this time. I believe we saw it maybe twice in the data, and it was doing good. But obviously, you have to have absolute perfect spot.
One of the interesting things here is, obviously in Darth Noob's spot, you have that Gargoyle Stone Plate as like probably the best early game item, and only going to be a 3-item version of this Crab Brave here, and silver augments to get us started. So yes, lots of resources from our encounter, but starting off a little bit simpler when it comes to our augment choices.
Yeah, pretty standard open as far as Scuttle Puddle goes. Darth Noob goes for the augmented power. We were really hoping to upgrade a gold to a prismatic, which I believe is about a 2 out of 3 chance. So Darth Noob really hoping for the lobby to not get a silver on 3-2. I believe about a 1 out of 3 chance. But again, he's got to take some risk because Darth Noob really looking for that first place finish.
Yeah, Babsera on the other hand, looking strong here, has Shadow Clone, finds Denar. And has a good front line here with the Kennen. After the changes, Kennen has become a pretty good tank, actually, within the meta. And Babsera, with standing on the 49 points, needs to step up and try to find those possibilities. Shake also, we're seeing on the right that he's going for Thieves Glove, so probably more of a tempo-ish play, probably also with upgrades and trying to pressure the lobby.
One of the most interesting choices, though, is going to be Jungle Book, who took Pandora's Bench. So this is an augment that re-rolls the 3 units that are on the right side of your bench, whatever cost they may be, and can often lead to some incredible high rolls with 3-star 4 costs or 5 costs or whatever it may be, or you just play around those 1 costs and allow that to help you get to that place early. So curious what board they're going to be playing.
Yeah, we see Marcel P using the Neferi with pack tactics to carry his early game. Normally you think of Neferi as a tank, but Neferi actually can do quite a bit of damage carrying the Infinity Edge here. Oh, it looks like he gets rid of the pack tactics right as I say that, in favor of itemizing the Smolder as his primary carry.
Finding the Smolder early, of course, pretty good. Has the IE. Managed to find double tier here, of course, a good possibility. We've seen Smolder being pivoted out, so the good possibility of having him early, of course, getting the possibility of, now that levels are not a thing within the mascot, maybe just trying to temper it out as much as possible. For now, maintaining 100 HP, but going up against Dohua, who's pretty strong right now, but it should be a win against for Marcel. Dohua just trying to ramp up and also doing some tempo here with the Thieves Glove.
Just too many upgrades on the side of Marcel. Ooh, Darth barely able to take that win here against Dish Soap, who has Young Wild and free. So you want to try to keep your HP as high as possible when you have Young Wild and free because you don't get penalized on the carousel. But losing a couple rounds here is not ideal for him. Jungle Book, though, re-rolling into Crystal Gambit units and will be using this to try and push himself to maybe even a top 1 finish later on.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see what Jungle Book goes to. He could go into the Crystal Gambit Ash line. It looks like holding a Xayah on bench could also reroll 2 costs to look for that Xayah. With the frontliners 2 costs, you can go for a Xin Zhao 3 and a Shen 3. We've seen this comp do decently well throughout this weekend and last weekend.
Okay, 2 loss for him. Going up against Dehua. We already commented, getting those Crystal Gambit in also. So 2 players at least going for that line. Interesting to see if any of them decides to sell his board or at least maintain only the Crystal Gambit unit and maybe try to grief the other one and make sure they're on the safe spot to go for that huge cash out, both early, both before stage 2-3. And that was one of the options that we've seen, that cash out of 300 being so good when you double up or double down. So maybe a good chance for both of them, or maybe one of them, to actually get there.
This is one of my favorite parts about Crystal Gambit as a trait this set, is you don't have to start losing instantly, and if you play it on 5, you can just win the whole time. So it's just very dynamic in the strategies that you can play. I personally think it's one of my favorites, but that might be a hot take. On this carousel, though, we're having lots of important units and item slams coming through, so for a lot of our players, getting important pieces and direction for our mid game.
Yeah, Dohwa got in the Crystal Gambit on 2-3, so would have absolutely no problem winning the rest of this stage. Most people are going to play a board on stage 3. You're not really worried about them trying to lose on purpose, unless they're also going for that Crystal Gambit double down. So if Dohwa does want to go for that double down, should be relatively safe, unless he runs into someone with the exact same plan.
Yeah, Dartnoob here, we thought he was maybe planning of being weaker, but no, as you said, Jack, the possibility of just winning right now, if the game allows you to, and then thinking about stage 3, and then you want to lose and then double down in a more safer way while preserving HP. Marcel P, on the other hand, still standing here strong with the Smolder, finding this Kobuko 2 early is so strong, holding out the Shred, and now going against an easy fight here against the Crystal Gambit.
So, obviously also looking to pivot into this. This shows up behind a few points, so it makes sense that he wants to play for the high cap. Also has great items for it, with open bow already with the Guinsu Slam. That is a huge loss. And for Marcel, who's playing from ahead at 52 points, not at the 54 like some of the other players in the lobby, but you get a couple top 4s in a row and you can secure that final lobby slot. So good streak from him so far. He's the only one at 100 HP, and there's also no 5 lost streakers, so he could put himself in a spot to get really ahead.
Yeah, Marcel's board looking really strong. That Kobuko 2 and the Neferi 2. The Smolder, even at a 1-star, is quite a strong backliner, probably on par with some 2-star 1 costs. So Marcel's just really hoping to run into a matchup he can win and 5-streak into stage 2. Stage 3 would be a huge advantage for Marcel. It seems like so many people have Crystal Gambit in this lobby.
Yeah, at least 3 for now. And Quintanilla, on the other hand, just trying to tempo out here with the Katarina, has the Hodge, trying to look for an additional option. Not still committed. Obviously, the Hodge gives you that angle as a possibility, but maybe, I mean, Katarina, very premium line, especially for rerolling here, so maybe he will stay. Dartnoob, on the other hand, slamming already the Jewel Gauntlet, so already proposing what type of line he wants to go to. Obviously, it could be, normally we've seen it in Malzahar, in Janna, and maybe Fast 9 with the Seraphine, so maybe still not clear what will the line of Dartnoob be.
This is one of my favorite little texts that people do, is they'll take Crystal Gambit off their board after they have their double down decision, and so people can't tell what they did. Especially here on neutrals where it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, because obviously you need to win. And so people can't go and scout and say, well, what did Dehua do? You don't know, because it's not on the board. But he'll take it back in next round right before he fights, because I assume that he did go for that double down to risk it all.
Yeah, that's what I would assume as well. I think at this level, you're not really fooling the people, but you might as well. There's no reason not to take it off your board from Dohua's perspective. We've seen plenty of people have kind of APM with issues with so many actions they need to do in the late game. But on 3-1, you're chilling. You have plenty of time to make your decisions. And we can see Jungle Book announcing to the lobby that he is double down.
Okay, so a clear double down here. And yeah, I remember back on the day, people used to also take out everything on to the bench and then put it again on the board. Of course, now you don't have that time. You need to make so many decisions. There's an inflation of information and, of course, decision making now in TFT. You have to recognize if you're being contested, actually be very aware of positioning, even in the middle game. Normally, something that was important only in the late game. Now, each decision is so prevalent and you need to preserve as much HP as possible every time, maintain strongest board, or know exactly what the tempo of the lobby is. So for now, seeing the rest, we see Marcel P also with that Smolder, heavyweight Smolder for now, with good itemization.
Oh, he's going back to Old Faithful. That's how he won Cup 2. And oh no, we lost the 1/3 chance here for Darth Noob. This is another silver, so he's only upgrading from silver to gold, which is definitely not worthwhile for him as a first augment choice. So he'll be a little bit further behind from his perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Darth Noob, again, really, really needing that first place. Does have the Crystal Gambit in play in order to try to get along with the extra, potentially econ from Hard Gold that he got earlier, but now not trying to win any rounds with a double down. This is so scary with a double down, though. There's multiple players in this lobby who have Crystal Gambit, and I think we just saw Jungle Book sell every single unit except Syndra, Janna, and Vi all 1-star with no items, no combat power. It's just really scary, and we see him going up against Jungle Book to lose a streak here.
Yeah.
At least look at the Heart of Gold.
Yeah, so interesting, right? Maintaining 50 gold, already in level 7, so just trying to be a little greedy, and maybe naturally he can get some important forecast, trying to find the Ash, trying to find something interesting as a high roll. But yeah, good position. Being in 3-2, already level 7, with that angle, of course, amazing for him, so good to see.
It's just going to continue to be a showdown between some of our Crystal Gambit players also throughout. This Shaco, though, has now gone on a win streak here. And Digital finding a really good combination of augments for what he has. Young, Wild, and Free, plus the Titanic Titan, so extra HP to go alongside that. And he doesn't lose Carousel priority because of his first augment. So Digital able to move around and also enjoy his free HP.
Yeah, the Young, Wild, and Free, again, very, very, very valuable in the current patch where the bow is the premium component by far. Able to deny that from other Ashe players. It looks like there's multiple players wanting to play Ashe in this lobby between Jisso, Babzera, maybe Jungle Book. We'll have to see. But being able to deny the bow from other Ashe players, as well as take the bow for yourself, since Ashe really wants 3 of them, is just so much value.
On the other hand, we see a Darius player here in Checo, holding up steel, holding also 2 Kaisas. So maybe good possibilities for him. We haven't seen the Supreme Cell line. We saw it in the EMEA with not good position, I have to say. So maybe Shaco just trying to slam as much as possible, trying to find maybe the Malzahar. Not even one Malzahar is very weird in this stage of the game. So maybe he will surprise us, or maybe try to play what the game gives him. Will be interesting to check. Now, for again, Carousel forecast, we see Akali. We see the possibility of Bolivar also. So interesting to see what is the final angle. And of course, the board in the bottom with Babzera already finding 2 Ashes and a good possibility there. Oh, well, 1 Ash with the Shadow Clone and good possibilities there to go for that angle.
Just Young, Wild, and Free paid off.
Sure did. Yeah, able to get the exact thing that he needed on his board. Jungle Book, though, it is probably the most interesting character in this game. With Pandora's Bench, now with late game specialist as well, he's looking to go 9. He's looking to build something absolutely insane if he's able to hit what he needs there. And it's just a matter of getting there, right? That's the name of the game here.
Dohua chooses to cash out the double down instead of going for another double down, probably because of how many opponents in his pool are also double down. You can see that Jungle Book is in his pool. So Dohua decides to just go for the cash out and gets Prodigy Emblem, which is actually kind of interesting that Dohua already has the AP item slam, so not bad as far as emblems go.
Yeah, he should commit here, going for that Yumi as a possibility, already having the Rakan, having, as you said, he has the angle, he has the items for it. Of course, it's not a premium composition. We have seen it work, we have seen it taught for, but it's not like the way you want to go, of course, in this type of meta. Taking the loss. So Dohua a little down right now. The one who's pretty down is Jungle Book, but remember, he was level 7, so much gold, getting already the Crystal Gambit, so he's just about to pop off.
And I think the interesting thing is his second augment as well. Glass Cannon's very, very good with the Prodigies. Gives some extra damage in, but lowers the HP. Puts them at 90% early on in the fight. But if you have 5 Prodigy in, hey, they heal themselves now. So yeah, just trade that right back to the units and take your extra damage amp and go ahead. Quinta, though, has got 6 Katarinas here at 3-6. I'm sure he'll roll down to try and hit next turn on 4-1. And then he will be off to the races.
Once again there, Quintanilla just trying to hold up the target. Going up against Crystal Gambit once again. Disho trying to kill units, finding 5 Crystal Gambit. So the Ashe should be here in a good spot. Just trying to kill units. Of course, there's not enough strength. The Katarina is pretty strong here. Good itemization. But Disho, good angle. Already finding the Ashe. Has 200 or 175 here with the cash out. So again, great position here for him, Asa. And a good chance for him to just try to punish the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Dishsoap in a really good position. Has the HP from the Titanic Titan to spare, which is a really, really good synergy with a 5 crystal. It allows you to just survive a few more rounds, and that translates into more power for the cash outs. Jungle Book getting not the cash out he wants, gets 1 artifact, but there's a cash out that a lot of the pro players have been complaining about. A lot of the value of the cash outs in the 2 3-star 1 cost, which at this level are just almost always sold immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to play those on this board unless you were playing heavyweights as your front line. That Zach would have been nice, but this artifact is going to be very interesting. He has lots of gold because of the extra gold from that cash out as well, and also these crabs continuing to give gold. So he might even be able to 4-2 this to level 9, get the gold from the late game specialist, but without any 5 costs rolling here early, gonna take a while to spike.
Yeah, let's see what he decides here. 82 gold. So good possibilities there to stay or to roll. Now Disho rolling deep, level 8, 28 gold, finding everything crystal, pair of Ashe. Important, goes to True Zero, finds the Leona 2, finds Udyr, and he will have to decides to sell the Leona. So no Bastion for Disho, just trying to commit to one line and of course use the resources as good as possible. Casante, great tank, but of course we want to find a 2-star. No, Leona is actually within, I didn't saw it, sorry, within the table and will be the main tank right now. This is a good thing about this comp. Normally Casante is the premium tank, but if you find the set, you find the Leona, you of course have also good synergies to put it in, and it's a good tank until you find your final board.
But you got fooled because the Titanic Titan made the Poro.
Yeah.
It was hiding behind there. Leona did survive the cut here for this board. Marcel P is still playing a very interesting board. Does find an early Lee Sin with great items for him. Obviously not quite enough to take this down yet. He's not level 8. He has not rolled a single time, but you're seeing how strong this is already for him.
Yeah, Dishsoap just 1 more Ashe off. He has 2 Ashes already. Already finds the Zyra, which is a huge benefit to that comp as well. But just really needs 1 more Ashe. And Jungle Book in the same position as Dishsoap. Has the Ashe pair, but just really needs 1 more. Both of them contesting each other on this 5 crystal line.
Yeah, the Pandora hasn't been of much help. Decides to go for the Gwen in the Pandora, trying to find those 5 costs. Zyra, trying to find obviously the Lee Sin as a priority already with 3 items. And now Disho also rolling to True Zero, trying to find the Ashe, finds the Ashe. Great spot for him, already having a full tank, having the Ashe full itemization. He should be able to farm a lot of bounty here with the 5 Crystal Gambit kills.
And the problem here for Jungle Book now is every round you get those 3 units rolling on the right side of the bench. That's great, but you're at 1 life. You have only a few rounds to make it work. And as one of these players that's new to the TFT Pro Circuit, that has never made it to the Tactician's crown before, he's someone we look at with a little bit of less experience. So can he hold up here when it matters most?
Yeah, it's going to be really dependent on this Ashe for all these players now. We saw Dishsoap, I believe, hitting the Ashe too, but Babzera and Jungle Book still looking for that extra copy. And now that there's so many Ashes gone, they really just got Freya. I think it's not looking that good for Babzera, who needs 2 more copies of Ashe and doesn't have any gold.
Yeah, we see it in the expression. Bapi still focused, but obviously not happy about getting not even the pair of Ashes here. Finds the Brown, but obviously not in a good position here. The Jarvan, the only one in the front line, 2-star. And now Disho just trying to look for good possibilities here. Finds the Tankzilla on Leona. She should be able to proc it consistently, and finds the Desperado here for Ashe. So for now, once again, Disho in a great position, middle of the pack in HP, and should be able to tempo out fully from now on.
I think he's in a good spot because his front line is so stable. The upgrade to Leona 2 is obviously not the exact thing that you want on this board, right? You have Braum on bench, which is usually the best thing to put in. But for now, if this is able to stabilize him, get him to 9, and maybe we can go to those 2-star 5 costs, that will be the absolute ideal situation for him. So for Dishsoap here, of all the Crystal Gambit players, he is definitely in the best spot.
We did get word from production that Dishsoap's call to chaos was only gold. So it's actually given the light of that knowledge, it's actually a little bit not as good because he's using all that gold to get the Ash 2, but at the end of the day, he's going to be down a prismatic that the other Crystal Gambit players have taken instead. And
there's a scene that is very priority for a few of these players. Babzera decides to take it here. So he can put it in. He can take out the Udyr. There's some chances here. Of course, Lysim premium unit, no matter what the line you're playing. So consistent, especially with the Juggernaut variant. And let's see, because you have Mentor there with the Udyr too. Let's see what he managed to find, or either maybe just the possibility of griefing the Lysim for the other players.
And we did lose Jungle Book in that last round, so a bunch of these Crystal Gambit units are back in the pool. But, a very sad 8th place for him. Obviously, just played a little too close to the edge. The Pandora's Bench didn't really help him out too much. So that's one of the things with that augment specifically. It is really feast or famine. You are either high rolling or you're not. And for him there, it was an 8th place. So 51 points means he can still probably bounce back in that next game to make it through. And give it another shot. But Shaco's board here, a very interesting board, more top 4 oriented.
Yeah, Jungle Book could make it with a first, maybe even a second, we don't know. But Shaco one off of Darius and one off of Jace, rolling to 0, just barely not able to find them. So kind of at a weak point right now. Kind of maybe fortunate for Babzera to fight Shaco right now. Also with Jungle Book dying, that puts all the ashes back in the pool that lets Babzera to hit. So pretty fortunate for Babzera to fight Shaco when he's on 8 Jaces and 8 Dariuses.
Yeah. Close fight here. Losing just by this, like the finger of the slightest hair. I mean, and this is the good thing about this composition. You're stable when you have Darius 2, you have the Malzahar 2, and now with the possibility of getting everything 3-star. As you said, Esha, we see the stats, and it's not a big comp. It's not as good as we go for Double Troll, for example. But I mean, if you hit everything, of course, through 0 right now, but even now, late stage 4, you're still pretty strong not having everything 3-star. I think that's one of the good possibilities of this comp, and of course trying to find the third item there for the Malzahar to take the win. Babzera, on the other hand, once again finds the pair of Ash, but he's just shy away from finding the 2-star, so he's not killing enough units.
Dishsoap has already farmed a Manazane from his 5 Crystal Gambit, which this is where it starts to get scary. You're already up an artifact on the lobby, and as you continue to get more and more kills, it gets even increasingly more resources on that board. Babzera taking a big loss here. Dishsoap killing so many more units, getting more cash outs here. Oh boy, Dishsoap is going to put this lobby on the rails here.
Yeah, it's really good timing for Dishsoap to fight Babzera right there. Babzera pretty favored to have Ash 2 on the next round, but Dishsoap manages to cash in with his own Ash 2 against Babzera's Ash 1, so huge win for Dishsoap.
Okay, huge inflection once again of gold, and everyone has to cap out here. Stage 5-1 will be the most important. No one can have the sweet spot of being weak, so Shaco will need to keep rolling to true 0, needs to find the Darius. He's far away from finding the Malzahar, so that Jace will be important for him, and also being good in RNG to get good items from the Thieves Gloves.
All right, let's not get bench locked here. Let's get our stuff, and we sure do. Golden units everywhere for Shaco. We have 2 more units left to get this Malzahar 3 as well. We have to make our decisions here on our items, and then see if we're going to roll down again.
Yeah, Shaco moving some items around, goes for the Giant Slayer on the Malzahar from the Darius, opting for the Sterix, and then taking the Dragon's Claw from the Anvil in order to get 3 tank items on Poppy. You just really want this Poppy to hold up as long as possible while you have your Darius, Jace, and Malzahar deal damage.
Yeah, so important also to have the Malzahar 3 just to get the additional HP and maybe try disappears completely like Katarina. But yeah, the chance of that Katarina going to the back and finding the Malzahar is decent. So just having in 3-star, you have that additional protection, but it's just enough. The Darius is just too strong right now. Getting also additional crowd control possibilities there with the Giants, the Titans. And now we're seeing Darthnop finally playing Sorks. We haven't seen his board in a while. Finds the Karma 2, finds 1 Wen. So in a decent, at least when you see the board, but you see the HP, and this is not the greatest position. He has a lot of items, but maybe not strong enough. A lot of gold also. Very weird that he wasn't expending it so far, and now only 6 HP for him.
I mean, this is not a board that we have seen too much, and there probably is a reason why. It's not very strong, but against a board like this, where you're opposite side of this Katarina with a huge clump for your Jarvan to stun, that's going to be a good start to the fight at least. Allow this Karma to do as much damage as possible. Six Sork does a lot of damage, but is it going to be able to stand up to the Katarina? Uh-oh, the Katarina
she's in the back!
Oh no, Darth Noob already behind in points, now further behind, dropping out in 7th.
Yeah, Darth Noob had a really hard game. Clearly got dropped a lot of AP items with Rods and Tears, so wasn't able to go into the Ashe that he probably wanted to off that Crystal Gambit opener. Darth Noob, this will probably be the end of his regionals, unfortunately. Now, already going to this game with the least amount of points and now taking a 7th.
Yeah, exactly. Very difficult position. Even one game that lasts is not enough in points. Now we're seeing Babsera, who is also in a difficult position, 49 points, not as bad or as difficult as Darth Noob, but also in a good position, and right now sitting in at 17 HP, finally finds the Ashe, but maybe too little too late. At this moment of the game, you want to have so many items, and already be sure to item as a secondary carry, item as an additional prone line, maybe 3 more. So maybe it's not good enough here for Babsera, going up against Super Yumi, who has a Radiant Death Cap.
And it's looking pretty good here. This has so much damage coming through. Able to knock Babsera down to 1 life, 2 HP left. Dishsoap also taking a loss. Uh-oh, this is getting a little scary for our Crystal Gambit players that we thought were going to be the boogeyman in this lobby.
It is definitely pretty scary. Dehua with the 5 Prodigy off the Crystal Gambit cash out, getting that extra emblem worth of power, going to the Yumi, as you said earlier, Hoopa-san. Seems very strong, and Marcel P, it looks like, with the Edgelord composition here. We haven't seen his board too much, but he's hanging in there.
Yeah, both Babsera and Dishop in a difficult position. 49 points, and remember, they need to sum, maybe you did the calculation, Aisha, maybe 60 will be the cutoff. At least the expected one. It will depend, obviously, on the results of the rest of the players. So if Dishop and Babsera go bottom 5, they will be in a very, very difficult position, trying to go first, probably in the next game. So they need to scrap as many points as possible. Marcel P finds the Lee Sin 2, and will be another menace now into the game.
And we know that's a fully itemized Lee Sin, and those things can do so much damage across this lobby. And it will be a matchup between Dish Soap and Babsera. Whoever wins this will most likely be in that bot 4. Maybe it's a 1-unit loss on the side of Dish Soap, but it does not look like that'll be the case here. Dish Soap has so many upgrades, has a TF on his board with Duelist Spat as well to give that
huge charge from the Jarvan.
And spread the anti-heal as well. Tankzilla comes through. Dish Soap taking out Babsera here, sending them into the bot 4.
Yeah, this fight is not even close. Dish Soap able to go to level 9, get that Twisted Fate too. The Duelist Emblem procs extra damage every single attack, but Twisted Fate has a special passive which allows him to proc it 3 times, basically tripling the power. So huge pickup for Dish Soap on level 9 with this Twisted Fate too.
Yeah, also getting those additional resources. Now we see the Leona still firm, trying to find the Brown 2 to make the switch. Very interesting. Remember, Brown gives you the Poro, so those additional life, but he decides Tankzilla is just too huge here on the Leona, and he will maintain it until he finds the Brown 2-star. As you said, Twisted Fate, purely strong. Mana Saint there on the side, very, very strong, going up against a tempo-ish composition here with the Bolivar and the Samira.
Big stun from J4 is going to make a big difference here, and Lee Sin turns around, but casting onto the back line too in that big cone. Marcel P's looking very terrifying with this 4-4 board. Taking down Dishop here. Dishop is going to go out in the bot 4. No, barely stays alive.
Oh, that's a huge survive for Dishop. He has, if he lost by just 2 more units, that would be such a big swing, because Dishop's prospects for this game, despite losing that fight against Marcel P, are still very strong, I think. He's going to get some influx of gold from this crab to potentially hit this Braum 2, which would be a huge upgrade. Everyone's going to get 2 items as well in order to fill out the rest of their board. And you can see with this 5 Crystal Gambit composition, you have actually quite a lot of good units to itemize between this Cassante 2 and this Braum.
Yeah, decides to send the Leon, as you mentioned, already finding the Casante 2. Now trying to find that Brown 2 that would be so huge here. Ooh. There it is. Instant Brown 2, and now itemization to try to get additional utility. There's enough damage, so the Mana Sen goes directly into the Brown 2-star. He wants pure utility. He knows he has the damage, and he has now the tankiness in the Casante.
Quinta able to find that Yumi 2 upgrade as well, so the secondary damage dealer is upgraded alongside that. But for Dishsoap here, he has now gotten a a beautifully itemized Braum on this board. He's going to spin units forever and hopefully send them off the board.
Yeah, so here we can see Quintanilla going up against Marcel P's 6 Juggernaut on the left, while Dishsoap on the right. One of them, Dishsoap going up against a Ghost board, I believe. No,
it's Dehua's board.
Dehua's Radiant Yumi. And we can see that Marcel P is just not enough to stand up against Quintanilla's Katarina.
Yeah, good for Quintanilla right now. D-Shop also taking the win. Both of them safe right now are the one in the danger zone. So this is interesting. The ones with the less HP are the ones winning. We also see Dohua now with 2 HP, Marcel P 11, all of them in now one mirror point from being at least eliminated in this round, and Shaco is the one in the comfort zone here with at least 2 life.
And we know Dishsoap will face Quintanilla here with that Katarina board. So if the Katarina can do some great positioning, maybe that they can sneak out a win in this fight and kill Dishsoap's backline. But Marcel P, we're going to see the matchup here versus the heavyweights on the other side. It's going to be a very difficult matchup if we can't get to that Malzahar early.
Yeah, we got a 6 Juggernaut versus a 6 heavyweight. Who will win? The Darius is a little bit separated from the rest of the damage, though. I don't know if that was a mistake on the positioning, but it is being safe, being kept away from the Samira spin, and the Darius is still very healthy. It's so close, but it does seem like the 6 Juggernaut is going to take it.
Yeah, Darius is alone. 2x KO, not enough. And now taking the loss. And of course, we have some eliminations here. Quintanilla is the one to fall down, getting the 5th here, dropping up against the rest of the lobby. Dohua, man staying alive. D-Show also zooming point. Very important for D-Show. 49 points. And as we mentioned, the cutoff will be 60. So now with 5, he will breathe a little. Now he will need at least a top 4 or a round to qualify for at least the next round on the cutoff. So good position for Nia, and Quintanilla now in a danger zone. 51 points, taking the 5th. He will need a good placement, maybe 3rd or better in the next round.
Dishsoap facing off against either Shaco or Marcel P. Marcel P is the one who beat him last time, and so he's hoping that that is not the case going into this fight. He does not see Marcel P on the other side, but instead the heavyweights, and that will be the case. And so Marcel facing Dehua on the other side, and I'm sure that we'll have at least one elimination here.
Yeah, the fight on the other side is definitely going to be an elimination. However, Shaco could take a good loss and survive, but he's getting completely run over by Dishsoap's 5 Crystal Gambit board. We saw Dishsoap actually dropping out of 5 Crystal Gambit, dropping the Vi for this Malphite 3 gifted by the Twisted Fate in order to gain a little bit of board strength.
Oh, he takes them out. So we take out Shaco also right now on 3rd. D-Show making the switch in the end for the Jarvan from the left to right. So gambling a little, knowing that the possibilities, and turns out great for him. Making good CC on the Malzahar, not making sure that Shaco will be able to punish him. And now in a great position to take the lobby. D-Show very, very strong against Marcel P also with a big, big board.
And now having a strategist +1 means this is even more combat power and shields for his entire board, giving even now a rise on the board to add more strategists to this board. Marcel P, though, he did beat Dishsoap last time they played, so can he bring that magic back in this matchup?
Oh, I think Dishsoap is too strong now with all these cash outs, getting that strategist emblem off the carousel, but maybe Marcel can do it. Honestly, I think Marcel will be pretty happy here, even with a 2nd place. Capping around the Samaritan volley. This is normally not the carries that you expect to go first.
Okay, the Jarvan's on the right should go directly to the Syra. Should be a good ult here. Syra already ulting, giving attack speed to the whole board. Huge ult also from the Brown, taking good damage. Access to the backline right now for the Ashe, taking the full win. D-Show know he has it. Great, great win for him. The 2-time crown winner, taking this amazing win, going from middle of the pack in points, and now in a great spot for the next game, Jack, and trying to ensure the classification to tomorrow.
it's insane because Dissoap is fighting for history, right? He's going for his 6th straight Tactician's crown in a row, and this first place sets himself up well to just have a solid placement next game and make it through. But Marcel P already being a little bit ahead, putting that ahead more, it was just too much to handle with the amount of cash outs Dissoap had, but well played game by both of them.
Yeah, I really love that Marcel managed a second from that, capping around the Sumerian volley. Again, those carries, normally you're thinking, especially in a Scuttle Puddle game, not going to be enough to secure the top spots, but getting a second is great there.
Yes, we'll do a short break, and then we'll break the analyst desk will break down this game and see what happened. Let's see what is going on. Only one game is remaining to have the final 8 players to advance tomorrow, so don't go away, break, and we continue. Wow.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volley Bear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here on the analyst desk to break down the last game that we just had and also prep you for the actual last game of the day. Gangly, this game was so tough because this was the first one where we've honed in on our 8 players where only 4 of them can actually make it to the grand finals. And for 2 of our players coming into this, Darth Nub and Dissoap, this was dire straits for them. At the bottom of our standings, they both needed amazing games in order to give themselves a chance to qualify. And it was Dissoap, that just perfect player. I feel like through and through, I think this game was an example of that.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Dissoap doing it in a pretty textbook method, playing around high HP total, playing around the additional gold influx that he gets on 4-2, and just rolls it to 0, recognizes that the only way that he can cap out this game and win out is by actually winning. He has to win through stage 4, get those resources, get the loot, and then find a win that way. So excellently played by Dish Soap, and unfortunately did not go that well for Darth Noob, who at this point in time might be on the outside looking in. Now the standings are a little confusing here, right, Necro? Because we're not actually looking at those first couple placements, those top 4 who have already moved on. It's actually that, what is it, 5 through
to 12.
To 12, okay.
Yeah, it is. It is the players in 5th to 12th right now that do have a chance to join our top 4 in the grand finals that will take place tomorrow. And as you can see from the point totals there, I do think it is mathematically impossible for Darth Nub to make it. Papsera and Jungle Book could with a first place, but it still depends on some other factors. It would require, like, Shaco or Marcel P to kind of drop the ball here in this last game. And so all eyes right now on Dish Soap and Quintanilla as players that can actually make it in that 4th spot. And I think, like, Dish Soap especially, like, let's talk about him because he has made a legacy for himself. Not only 10 regional finals in a row since he started competing, and he also makes 5 Tacticians crowns in a row where he wins 2 of them. Kingly, like, the odds of this are just astronomical, and he shows through those records that TFT, while there is variance, the skill matters the most, and he's able to push through that.
And the big thing about Dish Soap's story is that this set, we have not really seen that story come to fruition, right? Really not until this moment right here, because all set long, Dish Soap has what I would say underperformed. Ended somewhere around 16th place in pro points. AVP for the first time ever that I can remember is above 4.5, top 4 rate below 50%. And yeah, granted, it's 30 games played. It's not the hugest sample size, but in previous sets, looking at sample sizes of this size, we don't ever see performances like this out of Dish Soap. And he's even talked about it a little bit, saying how this set tests you in ways that he doesn't actually feel he has a super strong edge against the field, particularly the APM side. But this tournament's been completely different. He's been playing some flexible lines. He's been playing around the Crystal Gambit when he has a spot for it, and clearly is now in contention, has the ball in his court to make it all the way to the top 8.
Well, there's still Quintanilla in this lobby that could play spoiler, as well as our players that are sitting at 52 points. So without further ado, let's get this 6th and final game underway and see who will be joining our top 4 in the grand finals tomorrow. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Dex. This is the final game, so 4 more players will be able to advance to tomorrow. We have Jungle Book and Babsera looking for that first place. Darth Noob with no possibilities, and Jack, some players are already with great points. So actually that middle ground, D-Show with difficult possibility there together with Quintanilla to advance, but they will have to outperform the rest.
And here's one of the craziest things that's happening right now is with Marcel P doing very well in that last game, he's setting himself up well to make that final lobby, which not only will unlock Checkmate tomorrow, but means that this final lobby decides the world slots. The 8 players that make this final lobby, if Marcel makes it as well, will make it. And so it is going to be a hype match. All comes down to this in our game number 12.
Really looking forward to this final game. Honestly, a lot of the players at the top, Shaco, Dehua, and Marcel P, most likely locked in their position, while Darth Nub, Babsera, and Jungle Book, they're going to have a... Darth Nub, I think, is completely eliminated. Babsera and Jungle Book, even if they go first, might not be enough. So really, all eyes are going to be on Quintanilla and Dish Soap as they compete for that 4th slot.
Yeah, important to have it. D-Show 57, of course, with 2 points up against Quintanilla. It's in his hand. D-Show should be thinking, okay, I need to win against Quintanilla, and now for tomorrow, it is a clean sweep. So remember, day 1 and day 2, we accumulated points, and this is the final result we have for the last 8 with 4 to advance for tomorrow. So this game decides everything. D-Show have been very creative, using very different lines, being able to place even Edgelord Bastion or whatever the game gives him. So that adaptation will be very important for him here. He's just looking to do a top 4 and win against Quintanilla.
Man, this is just so intense here. I think of specifically the people on 59 points. Like, Dehua and Marcel P, who are both players that we're really excited to have the possibility to send to the World Championship, especially for Marcel, who's already locked his Tactician's crown slot. But if they go 8th here, they could miss out in this final lobby. And so that is the big thing that we're looking at, is if either of these players go to that 8th place, it will get very, very interesting.
Yeah, the pressure is kind of on because this is when you're really expecting to make it through, but that's when you kind of have those doubts in your head as a competitor where it's like, oh no, what if I just low roll this game really bad? And that's something that's going to be, these guys are just going to have to shake off and play the best they can.
Yeah, it's very difficult when you know you only have to miss the bottom 8 or the 8th place. Is the mental is totally different, because normally in a game you have to think about top 4. You don't think about going 7th or going 6th. You think about maybe a 5th, something like that. So actually you need to be present because everyone is going to be strong. You can think about maybe full tempo and trying to wrap something with Soul Fighter, but we've seen that you can also miss. And if you don't have the best early game, it's not also not a comp that would ensure you even not surpassing that 8th place. So we're going to start with the final, game 12 of this week 2 of America's Regional, and we will start with a random 3-cost champion. We know Malzahar is a priority, so we see what else the players are able to get.
Wayne also a huge priority because it can unlock Crystal Gambit early if they're able to get that online. But it also adds a little of an interesting early econ advantage. There is ways you can get to that 10 gold early. And so curious to see where we will end up for all of these things. But there are 3 Brazilian players in this lobby, and all of them still having an opportunity to possibly make it through to the Tactician's crown, which would be an incredible display for their region. Some more gold coming through here with the 2 costs. So again, you could make 10 gold if you want to on 1-3.
Yeah, that will give you the 1 extra econ on this round, and if you do that, you'll normally get the 1 extra gold on 1-4. So having a 2 gold advantage, and Babzera decides to just immediately go for it, selling off his bench. Of course, if you field any of your units, it would automatically be put on your board. So Babzera does go for that 10 gold you're talking about. If you look at the right side, he's the only one in the entire lobby going for it.
Yeah, good to see. 10 goal, 100% possibilities. Nafiri is the only one that can do it alone or get the neutral salon. But, I mean, almost any unit with a fruit is capable of doing it. And, of course, Aatrox is the one to pick here. 2 items now, and Babzera, the only one, as we mentioned, going already with a +1 in gold, finding now the mecha, at least for a good start.
It looks like Quinta may have as well. We do see him at 10 gold right now, and it was updated on our HUD right as that round ended. So it's quite possible that that happened. But Babzera already recovering this board with a Mighty Mech gives a good opener for him as well if he decides to go that direction. So that is one of the worries with this, is like, I'm just going to have to loss streak all of stage 2 because I sold all these units. But it is a gold start regardless. And so lots of gold input here, and will be gold augments to start off our game.
Yeah, it's a high econ start. It's 12 gold and 3 components, so one of the rare high loot value starts where it's not quite Scuttle Puddle levels, but everyone will have a little bit of extra econ. It's not just the 6 extra gold that they would get normally. 10 gold, of course, makes 1 extra interest per round, so an extra 6 gold makes about half of that every single round.
Okay, Klotterman for Babzera. Aura farming, gaining the Seraphine here for Darknoof, so he will have to go for that double ideal items, no double Nash or Jure Gauntlet, and then trying to go for the Bastion as a priority. Also could go for the Star Guardian line together with the Jinx, but normally when you know you have this Seraphine 2-star, it's better to try to think about her, and of course, trying to put items in someone who carries this composition. Remember, with the many changes to Aura farming, 4-3 will be the moment where this Seraphine will get into the board without additional items.
Another board that's very interesting is Time Skip from Dehua, who this is a very, very good augment to get early front-loaded gold. Specifically, it turns into XP here, getting you to level 6 early. But it also unlocks the chances to get that Ash and get that online as soon as possible. So it's quite terrifying to see that in the lobby. I'm curious what Marcel P's worth the wait is as well.
Yeah, Darth Nub with the aura farming does not get the item, but already has the direction he wants to play in. As you mentioned, Hupasa, most likely just going for the 6-piece front line. Usually play with Bastion, you'll have the Rel that will give the Star Guardian to the Seraphine, which is nice. And Marcel P with worst rate, it kind of looks like Zach.
Yeah, confirm. It's Zach. Thank you, production. So this Zach will be a good front line, and then he will have to play around it. Of course, the possibility of going around that heavyweight route. We know heavyweight Malzahar is not in the best position, but could be an option for now, maintaining himself flexible, just lamming those front line items, and then trying to figure out what will be the back line.
Oh, Dehua's got a lot of gold on his bench for taking time skip as well, and also a powered up Katarina. So interesting choice from him while having all this gold here. Not able to access your shop means you can't sell them either. So interesting. Obviously, you can't control that after the augments show up. So maybe it was just his best choice from where he was at. But looking at some of our other players, Jungle Book specifically having prize fighter, meaning he wants to win a lot early on in this game and is doing so far.
Yeah, Shaco here, we have the Morello Slam, holding it on the Kog'Maw for now, but probably wanting to end in something else. Morello, a flexible item, you're pretty much always going to want anti-heal in every comp. There's not a lot of ways to get it by default. Smolder has it as well as 4 Mentor, but otherwise, Morello never really a wasted item in any other comp.
Yeah, try to find an angle, right? Something to hold on to Kalisa, to Nafiri, to Nar. The game didn't give him anything. And he has a tempo augment here on keepers, so he really wants to step it up here, try to win these early stages. Won the first 2, but now faces off against a big Bishop who's just too strong and will not be able here, Shaco, to maintain the win streak. I mean, a little bad RNG on his side, not getting any upgrades.
Into our stage 2 carousel, looking for any of the Crystal Gambit units specifically for somebody like Dehua, who would love to get that on his board now. Already taking those losses, but we'll go to level 6, so it'll be a little bit harder to lose. Decides to skip on the Jaina because he already has one. Go for that bow instead that is hotly contested.
Yeah, Dehua taking the bow, denying the most valuable component from the rest of the lobby. Most likely going to go into the Crystal Gambit line, although he is sitting with a fruit on the Katarina. With a time skip, it puts you immediately to level 6 on 2-5, so that's not really what you want with the Katarina. The natural XP you get will not be that valuable immediately.
Okay, up level here for Shaco, doesn't find once again any upgrades. So difficult position for him, just trying to find strongest board. Of course, this Kog'Maw is the best unit in the early game, especially with not finding upgrades. So I think he will keep losing. The augment is very good, but it's not good enough. Prize fighter here for Jungle Bull, also trying to find that win streak. Finds the Darius with Bludgeoner, and with good possibilities here, trying to access also the rest. Katarina for Quintanilla decides to slam here and not get the free win over to Jungle Book.
I think this is also the 3rd straight Katarina game for Quintanilla, and it's worked well for him. He's had some good placements, but 5th place is going to put him a little bit behind, I think, in this game. So he really needs to hit early and push that HP lead as far as possible. But right now, he's just saving up the gold.
Yeah, once again, Quintanilla and Dish Soap are the players who are really on the cutoff, that they're the ones who really care about getting their placements the most. Obviously, everyone wants to do well in this final game of day 2 of regionals. And Jungle Book and Dish Soap, the only 2 players with 100 HP.
Yeah, good possibilities here to be facing off. 3 chances, 1 in 3, 1 in 4 actually, right now for Jungle Book. So if they manage to avoid each other, it will be a great position for him. Good news for Bishop. We know he's up in that race against Quintanilla for the 4th spot to advance for tomorrow. His board is pretty good. Has the body chains, one of the best, if not the best, generic tank power up right now. And of course, the Viego. And he doesn't find him and goes up against Crystal Gambit board. This should be a free win for Dish.
It should be. That board looks a little bit strong, at least with the Star Guardian online. And Dish doesn't have the upgrades, but the items here for Dish are just too strong. Able to get that win here. That 5 streak is so important for the gold here. Quinta also able to get 5 loss alongside Jungle Book. Maybe getting... Oh no, I think he lost.
Jungle Book, yeah, probably going up against one of the other strong players, I guess Shaco maybe. But Jungle Book not being able to keep a streak is huge for Dish Soap. Now, Dish Soap and Quintanilla being the only 2 players to 5 streak into neutrals.
Okay, Bishop now once again, just trying to tempo out here, generic items, if you will, holding on to the Kalista 2, just trying to find stronger board for now. Duelist is making the choice. Do you find any angle here that you like, Jack, for composition, or do you think he's just maintaining his options open?
I think this is very open. He might be even looking towards Soul Fighter with what his board looks like currently. But maybe this is just that old, good old Colossal Udyr board that we had back in the day.
Oh.
Looks like right now. I doubt that's what it is, though. I don't think it's as good as some of these other variations with Ashe so contested, too.
Yeah, I think Dish Soap really wants to play Ashe, but he will need to hit some bows in order to play that composition. For now, just playing the strongest board he has available to him in the early stages to try to win streak, save HP, and get the extra bonus HP from the streak.
Okay, now Marcel P with that worth away sack already, sack 3-star. So this should give him so much tempo for stage 3. Trying to find the backlane, finds the Jhin. We have seen the Wrath angle, but of course more of a late game comp when you find Cassandra, you find the Varus. So just keeping his options open and trying to make sure to get as much value as possible of this sack. We have seen sack being sold in the late game, just trying to pivot out completely from the possibility of the need of playing heavyweights. So let's see what Marcel P decides. For now, just playing tempo, trying to pressure the lobby and maintaining a good streak.
Do you remember the way that he won TPC2, the Soul Fighter Cup, was with heavyweights, and specifically Smolder 3 as the carry. So I wonder if he's trying to run it back, go to Old Faithful here, secure his top 4, get out, move on to the final lobby tomorrow. Could be an interesting play from Marcel. We have another gold augment come through for our team here. We can take a look at the right side of our screen to see what we choose across the lobby as we're watching Marcel go through his thought process.
Yeah, Marcel re-rolling everything except the Big Friend, so definitely thinking about the heavyweights. Big Friend is one of the only, does re-roll a bit. Big Friend, one of the only augments that you need heavyweight to activate. Goes for the replication instead, gets those extra items, and I'd expect him to go for the bow, which gives him the anti-heal right away and potentially angle into the Ashe line. We'll have to see. If he wants to go for Malzahar, it could be Void Staff for the Shred as well as anti-heal with the red buff.
He's rolling here, so maybe it will be the Jhin line for now. I think he's just trying to be stable, making sure he's able to maintain the win streak. Small win streak for now, 3. And now the possibility, as you mentioned, Asa, to go for this Jhin. Slams the last Whisper, and now with a good chance to maintain and pressure the result of it. Going up against Bishop. Bishop has lost the win streak, but is also one of the strongest right now in the lobby. Shouldn't be strong enough to beat this stack 3-star, but of course, we'll keep an eye on him. Epoch is the one he decided as an augment, so also good tempo for him to keep pressuring when he finds next round, round 4, some additional rerolls.
Hey, Marcel P taking a big win there, stabilizing and rolling a little bit here on stage 3. Again, we know what Marcel's playing for, and it's not 8th. And so everything he needs to do here to make it to the final lobby is secure 2 points. That's all he needs. So we will be pushing for that. And so this is a great play, able to stabilize here, keep the HP as high as possible.
Yeah, I love that play from Marcel. Even if he gets even like a 6th, he'll probably be good under almost all circumstances tomorrow. On the other hand, Babzera really needs a first, so we can see him going for that Crystal Gambit Ashe comp that's so likely to be kind of 1st or 8th, and already has the best items for it as well as a double down. Really great spot for Babzera.
Yeah, great spot. Good items, as we know, he will need to hit 5 Crystal Gambit and go for those kills. Good economy also. Level 7, 50 gold, 3-3. Looking very good for him. Obviously, using that Crottle Mine as much as possible. He will have the possibility of rolling deep in that level 8, stabilize, and then try to find the level 9. Of course, that Ashe will be the priority going up against Shaco. Killing good units here. He needs to take the loss, but with at least units as possible. I think it's a good one. 4 units for Shaco, and Babzera, as you mentioned, in a great position. Right now, 54 HP, but with a plan and a good plan.
Great items to go alongside of that. Also this pan on carousel is going to be great for him as well if he does so choose. Does pass it up though, so open for a lot of these other players that are playing around this. and it's going to go to third pick.
Yeah, he got the bow for the double Kraken, so prioritizing double Kraken on that Ash is the ideal itemization. Normally, we don't see it because of item economy, so very good. He's just going for bees, or giga-bees, if you will, and now let's see what would the angle be.
Yeah, Dohua taking the pan. Dohua's taking the pan off carousel, most likely going for the Bastion emblem there. But we'll have to see. Darth Nub still waiting on this Seraphine 2 to come online.
We see the Saya here for Darth Nub, just trying to look for something. And once again, Jack, he's looking for something that makes sense for him to get the Seraphine, and it will be the Jinx line. So it will be Jinx together with Seraphine at level 8.
You can also play these items on that Seraphine as well. It gives a lot of...
And he breaks a double down.
And I think he did... Oh, this
it's going to be so close.
Oh man, this is their tournament live here.
Look at the face.
Spoiler.
Oh my God, look at Babsera. He needs the win. I mean, he needs the loss to maintain the possibility of going first.
Oh no.
He's not going to get it though.
Yeah, Babsera is winning.
Yeah,
wow, in the final moment, Darthnu taking out the Saya, and Babsera knows this is bad news.
And Babsera is somebody that needs to go first, right, to put himself in contention. And so losing out on a ton of resources there is far, far from ideal. Quintanilla still rolling down here, trying to get the perfect fruits for this composition. Is still pretty far from this Katarina. Still needs 5 more copies of this Katarina. So we'll need to figure that out here quickly.
Yeah, Quintanilla going with a tried and true Katarina composition. Spot is not looking that great HP wise. Sitting at the second lowest, just in between Darth Nub and Babsera, who have been doubling down with Crystal Gambit. That's really not what you want with a 2-cost reroll comp with a Katarina.
Yeah, looking for a little higher cap there with the Garen, holding up the second pair of Garen, or the second Garen 2-star. So normally not the priority, also holding up on the Rakans. That's actually the tank we want to go for. So for now, Katarina holding up, staying in the tank. Doesn't have access to backline, so the Jing has a good chance here to take her out. Edge of Night has been clear. Good ult from the Yuumi, but Zac is just doing so much damage here. Yuumi shouldn't be able to access backline here. So good win once again for Marcel P.
The good news for Quinta here is that his power is not tied, especially with his fruit, to losing or winning rounds. It's just tied to having rounds exist with over 9,000. We do have 2 win streakers going through stage 3, though. Dehua and Shaco, both on a 6 and 7 streak, respectively. So lots of gold there, while Darth Noob is the only one that survived the double down in stage 3.
Okay, Darth Noob was against here, trying to look for something else, trying to get something that really gets him to that level 8 in a good position. So already have 2 items for that, either for Seraphine probably, as you mentioned, and also trying to find that Jinx. Let's see if he tries to find something else, or looking for Asa. Anything else you think he can find, or maybe Dish's board?
I think Darth Nub is just waiting for the Seraphine to solo carry, so just looking for some strong front line. Just so here, these are not the items that Jisoo wanted to see. Has to go with the blue buff Infinity Edge, so it looks like he's going to end up playing around the Soul Fighter composition. Has the Viego 2, already has a Callisto 2, has an Inferi paired, has a Lux, so already has a lot of the pieces, but probably not the items that Jisoo wanted to see here.
And this is a composition that didn't do... Oh, the wrap. The Darius is onto that backline instantly, but not onto the priority ones, so it's a little bit better than we would expect. It's not going to be a great composition to possibly win the game, but if you're Dish Soap, you're just really looking to avoid that bot 4, and definitely is a composition, if uncontested, that can do that quite well.
Yeah, taking a loss here, hasn't rolled, has 6 additional roll here with Epoch, so he should be able to have 40 plus gold to roll and stabilize, find that Samira, maybe find 1 win as a possibility. Darth Noob with the cash out here, decides to open the chest, and let's see what he gets. Already finding the rest of the comp.
Ooh.
Selecting augments first, and he gets Indomitable. Okay.
Salvage been interesting choice here, able to remake all your items, and now with this transition happening, we'll see he's got to remake a lot of items here. We just have a billion components on bench, but we're gonna pivot to this Star Guardian more centered board with this Seraphine. Did find a Seraphine while rolling on 8. We'll replace that with the 2-star one here in a second.
Yeah, just Darth choosing to lean into the Star Guardian instead of leaning into the Seraphine solo carry. Seraphine does do a lot of AoE damage and oftentimes only casts once per fight, so she's not one of the aura farming units that you can rely on to just solo the entire enemy board by herself. So it does go for the Star Guardian line where he can rely on the Jinx.
Doesn't find good items for the Seraphine, but we know that Thieves Gloves is a very good generic item, so Little Seraphine will take it for now. Next round, Big Seraphine will come in and will be the secondary carry, or probably the best carry right now for Darth Noob. Ideally, I mean, the game didn't help him a lot. He didn't get a rod. He had the possibility of doing one Nashors, but if you have the double Nashor with the Giga Beast there on the Seraphine, I think his decision is better. He should be able to find the Jinx 2-star promptly, and that would be a good possibility for here. The Dohua trying to find still the Xin Sao, doesn't get it, so 6 Bastion, and try to find him as an additional front line here to make sure that the Saya has more time.
We also saw some really bad news for Dish Soap. Looks like Shaco is also playing around Soul Fighter. Had a Samir 2 with using that reinforcement as well. So Dish Soap gonna be contested on these units and gonna have to try to figure that out and fight his way through that for Darth Noob here. If he doesn't figure it out now, it could be lights out. He's got 2 seconds to make all of these different decisions and still gets Gather Force on his board. Well done. Quick actions there.
Yeah, Darth Noob with just a little bit of health left really needs to hit this Jinx too. Also on Poppy, not even fair. Not a lot of gold, but just now gets into the aura farming from the Seraphine too. That should add quite a bit of strength to his board compared to the previous round.
Okay, trying to fight it out. He has no chance of qualification, but he's low, so he could be eliminated here on this next round. Twisted Fate trying to hold up. Zac disappears now, so a good win here for him, staying alive. Or not, the Jin tried to hold up in the end and just trying to take the win. So Arsenal stays alive, and it will be interesting because the dynamic of him could take out some units for the rest of the lobby.
Looking across our lobby, though, our streakers at the top have come down a little bit, while Dish Soap and Quintanilla have now taken the reins of that. Quinta hitting his upgrades that he needs with that Rakan and the Katarina upgrade, where Dish Soap did find the Set 2 and stabilized around this Volley 2 as well. So interested to see if they'll be able to hit the Samira 2 with this board, but Shaco making it much more difficult.
Yeah, Dish Soap looks like he's hit almost the entire board. Has the Volley 2 to hold the items, but really wants the Samira 2, investing, it looked like, in 6 Soul Fighters, so you really want a lot of the power in that Samira, as that's what you're investing your entire board towards. Dehua with the Raid Boss 6 Bastion has the Xayah 3 as a backline, just one Xin Zhao off from hitting the Xin Zhao 3 as a front line, using the Swain 2 in the meantime. So Dehua's spot looking pretty solid with Care Package and Raid Boss, both pretty strong augments to carry into the late game.
Interesting, decides to go full damage there on the Saya. Doesn't have a holder for the Last Whisper, so we're seeing Last Whisper Leona in the front line, making sure that we're able at least to hit one of the important tanks here and have the Saya with good possibilities of inducing or eliminating this front line. Doesn't look like it's enough going up against Marcel P. Marcel P looks huge right now. Front line still holding up for the rest, but the cards of Twisted Fate are already advancing them to the backline. Is it enough? Saya is out. So Twisted Fate making the change here. Access to the backline making the difference.
RSLP finding this Twisted Fate on 8 is really, really good for him. You're able to get those stacks early, proc all of the extra abilities, and get all the extra resources that the Twisted Fate will provide. And so for him, looking quite good. Over on board with Dish Soap now, we do have a pair of Samiras looking maybe to go 9 here. Did lose the last round, and so now has his back against the wall a little bit. 43 HP to work with, but without that Samira 2, it's going to be a little bit tricky.
Just up investing in 6 Soulfire really needs a Samira too. It's him and Quintanilla in 4th and 5th in the overall standings, and also 4th and 5th in this game. So it's really going to come down to these 2 players that are most likely going to decide who's going to make it to the next day.
Yeah, having that pair of Samira, trying to find the natural, right? Just trying to hold on economy. 20 gold doesn't seem like it's enough to go to level 9, but he managed to find natural the Samira, like in the next round. Then he can think about it, hitting deep Babsera, and we see the expression here, Jack. He's not happy. Babsera with 52 points in a very difficult position right now, taking the headphone off, and this could be the finish round for him. Oh, there it is. Natural Samira.
That's Samira.
This is perfect.
He can go to 9 and figure it out from there. That is a very good sign for Dish Soap and his chances to make it to the Tactician's crown. And if Marcel P makes it, remember, we are fighting to see if we're making the final lobby, and if that final lobby means that you're already locked in for your slot. So will be something to keep our eye on as we see people drop out of the game.
Yeah, I think the player we really have to see now is Quintanilla, as that's the player who's most likely going to be able to contest Dish Soap. The other ones are Jungle Book or Babsera, but they would have to go almost exactly first, which is not looking that promising from their spots.
Yeah, Marcel P already with 59 points, just needed to avoid the 8th, and we really believe that Darknoob will be the one in that position, either him or Babsera. So Marcel also in a great spot here to advance for tomorrow. Rolling deep, trying to find the rest. Pair of Twisted Fate here. Finds the late Aatrox. No, it's not the time. He wants to change him for the rest. Okay, there it is.
Oh my god. That's so good.
So huge. And now we have to avoid Marcel, and no one wants to face him.
Yeah, the front line's really solid. This is not the traditional level 9 board you'd see with either Juggernaut or Bastion front line, but instead playing around that worth the wait Zach, able to get to level 9, able to stay super healthy, and now with that TF2, he is a danger to anyone he faces. He might even knock out Babsera here.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate timing for Babsera to fight Marcel right after he hits the Twisted Fate 2, and as you mentioned, the front line with the Twisted Fate 2 is normally Bastion or Juggernaut, so you can take advantage of the 5 costs with either the Braum or the Lee Sin. But because Marcel has the worth of weight, it just goes for the heavyweight. There's no 5 cost heavyweight, but he does have the 3-star Zac.
Yeah, with this 8 from Darknoob and this 7 from Babsera, Dehua is confirmed to advance. He has 59 points, so 61 at least. Good for him. Marcel P also advancing, and of course, already with the possibility, and who was already advancing was Shaco. So that last space will be against or either Dishop or Quintanilla. So those 2 players will be the priority to see how they will. Quintanilla in a great spot here, Jack. Doesn't find the Garen, but already with the Katarina. Is it enough for him? Over 9,000 is still ramping up.
It very well could be. It's just going to be a matter of positioning for sure. This Katarina getting onto priority units is ideal. Jungle Book's board here looks very, very good, though. If he goes first place, he could have a shot at this. This Darius has very, very good items. We rocket grab as well, which helps keep this Darius alive alongside this Malzahar 3 that can absolutely burn down backlines. You're seeing it doesn't need to actually touch the Twisted Fate. This is one of the strongest boards in the lobby, and now Jungle Book has beaten it and putting himself in contention to possibly do the unthinkable.
Yeah, Jungle Book would probably have to go exactly first, but he did just hit his spike, but his board is very strong. We'll see if he can pull off the comeback story. Again, Shaco, Marcel P, and Dehua are the ones who are pretty much already guaranteed through now, with Babsera and Darknoob being eliminated, but we'll have to see between the remaining players.
Quintanilla, once again, with the pair of Yumi, hasn't find also the Leona 2, but finds the Garen 3, so has a good possibility there too. But he's going up against Marcel P, who is so strong here, Jack, with the Super Twisted Fate ramping up so much, and the huge front line with the Zac.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate's on the other side of this Katarina, so Cat's going to have a very hard time getting over there. It's going to take a lot of damage before them, and it's just 2 units versus the world. Florida Quintanilla here, and Twisted Fate ramping up. Looks like it's not going to be enough damage stuck on that Zac in the front line. Marcel knows that's a great sign for his chances here to even possibly win this game, but we're seeing a very, very interesting thing happen. The top 3 in this lobby are losing, and the bottom 3 are winning. It is going to get very interesting at the end of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. We got some over 9,000 from Quintanilla's Katarina from production. It seems he's got a decent mix of stats, not a particular high roll or not a particular low roll. Good enough that it's worth Quintanilla keeping it with 12 AP, 20% attack speed, and 2 mana regen.
Yeah, normally we want to see that mana regen as high as possible. Not the chance, but I mean, he has been stacking it so much and still has time to be even stronger, trying to find that Yumi too. Ooh. Very important right now. Good items, and also the secondary carry that will be able to clean whatever damage the Katarina is making.
Ezreal 2 plus Leona 2, 2 big upgrades for this board to help stabilize it here. I mean, he just needs to win rounds, right? Surviving longer and longer gives him more and more stats, and it's going to be very difficult against boards like Jungle Books here. Man, it is going to come down to it in this lobby. We're specifically going to be looking at Dish Soap and Quintanilla, who are both on that cut. Their placements are what is really going to matter.
Huge fight for Quintanilla going up against Jungle Book. Very, very important fight for both of these players. Katarina jumps to the wrong side already, but so much of Jungle Book's board is dead. It's looking close, but maybe this Darius is enough, who is still very healthy.
Yeah, access to the backline right here. Katarina trying to hold on, but that Darius just too strong. Katarina in the back. In the end, taking out a huge chunk of HP here against Quintanilla. We see the expression, he's not happy, and he needs to win against Disho to have a chance to qualify for tomorrow. Disho falls also. Now with only 16 HP, finds the win, has the Samira, but this is not looking strong enough. He needs the win too. He needs good item on the win. And if not, we know the Soul Fighter composition doesn't ramp up. So the power needs to be now.
Trying to decide between 8 Soul Fighter and this Lee Sin, giving some extra power. Looks like we're going to go with Lee Sin. We're going to get more of these traits active, and this matchup is going to matter a ton. Dish Soap versus Quinta. This is going to be a huge matchup. Can we dodge this Katarina?
Tough to put Samira on the bench on accident. He's...
Oh no.
3 items Samira too.
This is so big. This is a huge loss. The fumble here for Disho, so tough. Oh, 1 life. So 1 life and a dream here. It's so difficult. Trying to pivot out in the end, trying to do a change in positioning. This is not something he's happy about, but well, mistakes has been made. This is so tough.
I don't even know what to say. That is a crazy, crazy fumble there from Disho. We saw in the cam, he was obviously very mad. It's just, you're repositioning, and even the greatest players make some crazy mistakes. Man, that is a crazy mistake to make there, but thankfully he didn't drop out there. Quinta needs to outplace him. If Disho were to go 6th here and Quinta goes 3rd, I believe that is where it gets crazy. But oh man, that is some HP he wishes he had back.
Such bad time for Dish Soap. Also losing it to Quintanilla, the one player he's really focused on trying to outplace. Keep in mind that Dish Soap is 2 points ahead of Quintanilla going into this game. So Quintanilla will have to outplace him by more than 1 placement.
Yeah, finds the rest of the update. There's the Lux 2, there's the Wen 2, good items on Wen there. I prefer many times the red buff against the Morelos, so Wen in a good position. Once again, on the edge, on the Samira, and for me, the best power up on set, being alone on the front line, getting so much HP, and now going up against a similar mirror here, going up against also a Samira with Cheiko, who is already qualified.
Yeah, Shaco is qualified, but Dish Soap is not. This is a huge fight for his tournament life. If Shaco goes out here, that means Dish Soap will have a much, much better chance of making it forward. It looks like it will be a big win for Dish Soap here, able to get a little redemption from that last round, knock out Shaco, and Marcel is also out. So Dish Soap in top 4 makes this look like, unless Quinta goes and wins the whole thing, it's going to be very hard for Dish Soap not to make it.
I think Dish Soap making it top 4 also means that Jungle Book, even with the 1st place here, Jungle Book will not be able to make it. So it will be just between Dish Soap and Quinta fighting for that last slot. Dehua is already in. Jungle Book is already out despite his 6th streak. So it's really going to be between Quinta and Dish Soap.
Yeah, Quinta also improving his board, finding the Yumi. They're all in peak strength, trying to find maybe the additional items here for the win, and the fight Disho going up against Dehua here, and Quintanilla also fighting for his life.
And Quinta, we see facing a very strong board on the other side. This is that Xayah Bastion's reroll from Dehua, and will it be enough to take down this Katarina early? It is not onto the Xayah until right now when that Edge of Night procs. It is a very, very good timing on that proc here. But Disho does fall down, and Quinta is still alive.
Quinta is still alive while Disho is dead, but remember that Quinta has less points going into this game than Disho. I believe Quinta needs a first. We'll need an update from production, but can Quinta get that against Jungle Book and Dehua?
Yeah, taking a second will mean they're tied in points, and we'll have to check the tiebreaker. So Quintanilla has in his hands the possibility to advance to tomorrow and join the 8 that will fight for that possibility of advancing to the Tactician crown. Quintanilla, in a good spot here, will go against Jungle Book, who is no longer in contestation, and he will need to position this Katarina as best as possible, trying to find the carry side, Jack.
It's going to be a huge fight here. Jungle Book is very, very strong. Getting onto the Malzahar is the only way you're going to be able to win this fight. The positioning coming through will swap to the other side last second and is on the right side for this Malzahar. Quinta leaning back, knows how big this moment is. If we can get to this Malzahar and delete it early, it will not spread the damage around this board. He's going to be stuck a little bit on this front line, but now working his way to the back line. Stuck on the
almost down. Darius down. Katarina's on the back.
Now the Malzahar, but look at these dots. They are spread across the entire board. Is it going to be enough in the death animation to get through? It is not. Jungle Book showing some weakness here, and now Quinta has a really good shot.
Dehua is down as well, so it's down to the final 1v1 between Jungle Book and Quintanilla. Quintanilla's fate is in his hands. Just one more win against Jungle Book to make it to day 3 and knock Dish Soap out.
Wow, final possibilities. Quintanilla getting the emblem here. So good chance for him to get something additional. Maybe some round components here. He has the tier. So there will be a new implementation. No gold, full gold here for Quintanilla. So no chance. Goes to level 9. Gets an additional executioner. This is huge. More burst damage for this Katarina that has been ramping up over 9,000 for so many rounds. So I believe a little more, or the most improvement has been for Quintanilla.
And this would be the very first time at the Tactician's crown for Quintanilla if he can win this fight and knock out Jungle Book. He is in the middle for this placement on the Katarina. It's going to be much harder to get to this Malzahar this fight, but maybe he wants to get onto this Seraphine.
She's on the back.
So that will not ramp.
She's on the back.
It is ramping across the way, but this Darius still has a ton of uptime, staying alive for as long as possible, starting to get some resets coming through. The Katarina is going to take down the Darius. It is going to take down the whole board. Quinta is going to be going to the Tactician's crown.
And he knows it. He's happy. So amazing here, Asa. Quintanilla once again taking the win so difficult. He needed to win and taking down Bishop, who was the other one in contestant. Asa, huge results here in the end.
Wow, it really looked like Jungle Book was going to have that going into the 7th streak, but Quintanilla able to get that Battle Academia emblem off the last carousel, as well as going level 9. Huge spike in power. Defeating Jungle Book pretty soundly, even getting onto the Malzahar pretty late to secure his spot and knock out Dish Soap. So that will be Dehua, Marcel P, Shaco, and Quintanilla advancing from our lobby.
Katarina Reroll won 0 games yesterday. Not a single game, but when it mattered most, Quinta and his Katarina were able to come through after a 3rd game in a row of playing it. Absolutely insane, legendary stuff from him.
Yeah, this was the last game, so we will go to a short break and we will check the final, the formal table, and we will see which are the 8 that will advance to tomorrow and what the news will be. So Nekra and Gangly up next with all the details. See you soon. Vamos!
TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to get that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent? 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Wei Jin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer. Thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear?
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent?
What an electrifying finish there for the final game of the day. Quintanilla needed an amazing performance to be able to overtake Dish Soap, and it was just enough to see Quintanilla join the rest of our players in that final lobby for tomorrow.
Just an absolutely insane finish to the day. Some of this, obviously, you got to give credit to the format for keeping the standings tight, but man, the obviously we have to call attention to the misclick from Dish Soap trying to swap to the other side against Quintanilla and unfortunately benches the Samira by accident. Granted, he might not have won that fight, but at the very least, he took way more of a loss than needed. And if he can actually find a win, you have to imagine that would have been the difference maker for him to outlast Dehua, and Dish Soap might have been able to make it into that top 4. But unfortunately, like you're saying, Quinta goes on the run, and good for Quinta, right? Because Quinta's been an amazing performer all set long, made it to the top 8 of one of the TPCs, and unfortunately wasn't able to close it out there. But this time around has actually made it, been able to go all the way to the top 8 and secure their spot in the Tactician's crown. So congratulations to Quinta for clutching it out when his back's up against the wall.
It's crazy that Quintanilla, this is only his second ever regional finals. And the last time that he was here was Cyber City, and he got 23rd. So just think about the growth that Quintanilla has shown us, not just over the TFT Pro circuit, but also in just the last couple of sets. And it is so heartbreaking to see Dish Soap get so close to making it into this final lobby. But I have to give huge congratulations to Brazil. 3 of their 4 players today were able to make it into the grand finals. That is a high conversion rate from our 24 players that started the day.
And it's not just the players that have qualified to tomorrow's regional finals. With Marcel P and Robin both qualifying into tomorrow, that means 2 things. 1, we've got 8 players all going to the Tactician's crown, but what I'm most excited for is that tomorrow is gonna be Checkmate. CMB, JD Zlinski, Cambly, Robin, Dehua, Marcel, Quinta, and Shaco are gonna be duking it out over the course of the entire day to see who's gonna be the regional champion of the Americas.
And we still get to see all of our players that competed this weekend in the TFT Pro Circuit for the next set. So while we don't get a chance to see a lot of them make it to this final lobby, we are going to have an amazing showdown waiting for us for our grand finals tomorrow. And we have one of those competitors with us right now to talk about what's coming, what happened, and we're so excited to have you here, Dohua. Congratulations on your finish today. And how are you feeling about everything that's happened so far for these past 2 weekends?
Oh, I'm so pumped. Like, I don't know, it's like I made it to Worlds last year, like last set, and then I like beginning of like this set, like I played so bad, like the whole TPC, and it's just like I just can't believe like I went to back-to-back Worlds, and it's just like I don't know, like I don't think anyone expected me to do that, like especially 2 sets ago, and especially before this tournament. So I'm just super pumped. Like I'm so excited to go to Spain and then see some people who I saw from Worlds last year, and it's just going to be an amazing time. So, yeah.
All right, let's talk about this set a little bit, because you're alluding to, I think, the elephant in the room that it has been there, which is one. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you hit Challenger this set, Dehua?
I don't think so. I think I was over the cutoff for like an hour, and then never went it back, and never actually had like the gold border, the yellow border, the whole entire set. Just honestly trusted my study group, grinded scrims. I hosted my own scrim block, played some scrims, and like I'm now. It's like I guess the work paid off. Like it was just amazing. Like I don't know. I think I played well the whole weekend, and I hopefully I can bring it into tomorrow. So.
Can you give us some insight on what that prep looks like? Because I know a lot of people were looking at the ladder players coming through, having a good read from having played at such like that, echelon of the ladder. But then you really talk about how scrims are so impactful to your prep. So what does that look like when you are prepping for a scrim or you're doing all of this? What are you taking away from those practices?
I'll be honest, this week I didn't even scrim that much, but last week I hosted my own scrim block, and like you just get 6 games in almost every day leading up to week 1. And I think like one of the nice things about that is I just played a lot of these 4-cost, like I think people would consider humble lines, and I don't think I had that much reliance on that, even though it kind of brought me back last week. And then just kind of talking with, just getting that practice in, because like if I play solo queue right now, I'm not Robin Songs, and it doesn't really work in the same way. And unfortunately, the waiting 6 minutes to get a full Masters lobby is not the most enjoyable thing. But yeah, then also just like studying with my group. Shout out to everyone in the kitchen, and shout out to everyone in Brownies. I mean, they all know who they are. And then a special shout out to Broseph, who just kind of like guides me like the past 2 sets, and like just thankful. Like he just leaks me all attack and tells me if like I'm being really stupid or something, and just kind of just like the work out in the end. So I think I just had like a really solid understanding of the game right now, just because like kind of the most I've played this set at least. So
the thing I love about you the most is how you are willing to kind of put your neck out there, and you've had some hot takes in the past, both this set and last set. You have your TFT podcast that you do with Broseph, and at least for me, I love that you are both willing to put your neck out there, put your name on the line, and then back it up. I imagine for you though, you have to be feeling some feeling of like vindication that like you've been flamed quite a bit online for some of the things that you've said, and now you're actually here as one of the few people who's doing back-to-back Tactician's Crown runs. What does it actually feel like for you in this moment?
I'll be honest, it feels really good. I won't say some bad words, but like it's just so nice. Like I just like go on Twitter. I let myself get. I know I'm really good. Like the read is so good. And like I'm just sitting there, like I'm looking at these different tier lists, and like I'm like, man, like is this player better than me? I'm like, not really. Is this player better than me? Not really. I'm like, so I'm like, just like, why can't I just do it, right? Like I like so like I don't know. Like it feels good. Like it feels good to like. It's like I kind of play this game to like shit talk, and like when people shit talk back, I want to prove them wrong, right? And like that's one of the reasons why I kind of play, and it feels really good to prove them wrong. And like I don't know, if you look at the list of people who went to back-to-back Worlds, there's not that many people. So yeah, like it feels good, and I hope you know, at least when it comes to crunch time, people stop underrating me. So yeah.
I'm curious, like, I don't want to damper on your parade at all, but, you know, looking back at the Tactician's Crown that you just did in Cyber City, would you have considered that a performance that you were happy with? And in terms of going back, what are kind of the expectations that you have for yourself now that you are going to the KO Coliseum one?
Hey, I mean, I think the goal always has been, right, make final lobby and put yourself in a position to win, right? Especially with how Checkmate format is, it's like it's not shameful to not go first, right? But you want to be able to show that kind of consistency over the two couple of days to actually make that final lobby, and that's the goal. So I would say, yeah, that last Worlds was a disappointment, right? Like I don't think I did play my best because I wasn't in that final lobby. And it'd be so amazing to actually make it there this time around. So, and I'm super excited to go to Spain. So it's going to be so much fun. Like I don't know, like it's just like the social aspect of Worlds is just so incredible. So really excited.
The difference maker is that this set, Daehwa and Gang lead breakfast study sessions. We'll be leaking the dark tech to anyone who's going to listen, so you can join us in the hotel breakfast. All right, but Daehwa, I did want to talk a little bit about your playstyle, though, because I think that's something, since your kind of breakout into the scene last set, everyone, whenever they watch you play, kind of associate you, for better or for worse, with this willingness to play on a razor's edge, high risk, high reward, especially last set, right? That was like your thing, playing the amp stuff, playing the boom bot line. How do you feel this meta aligned with your strengths as a player, and would you still consider yourself to be that high risk, high reward playstyle?
Honestly, this is how I know a lot of people don't watch TFT. Like I'm pretty sure, like of all my study partners, I play some of the most like quote unquote humble TFT. Like I'm pretty sure at least this set, I'm absolutely terrible at fast nining. Every time I fast nine, it's like bot 2, and it's like, how did this happen, right? And it's like today I started off the day 3 different times just playing Star Guardians, and then I played a Zaya game. Like none of these like really fast 9 comps, and then like obviously if it's like true given to you, like you 10 streak, right? Get crystal in, and then you have to play the fast 9. But I would say like I'm a very humble player. Like a motto that I used to have back when we had the old Tactician Cups was like you have to get 28 points, and it really doesn't matter past there, right? You just have to get to the next day. So try to keep that with me, and just like it's just about kind of making those incremental steps to get to that next, just so you can kind of keep playing and kind of keep going at it. So yeah.
Well, I think you brought up something that I think everyone is really excited about. You talk about Checkmate format happening at the TAC Crown, but we're going to have it at the regional finals. And because of the way that the lobby is shaken out, where we've got 2 players that have already qualified, that's what's on the plate for tomorrow. So is there anything that's going through your head right now in terms of how you actually want to approach the day? Is there anything that you've kind of gained from taking a look at the TFT Pro Circuit Cups that have happened as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows it at this point. It's like you gotta get your 20 points, you go in the kitchen, you get the burgers, and you hope you hit your Ash crystal board, right? But yeah, like I mean, last set, if there was Checkmate, right? Obviously, stuff doesn't play this. I would have won last regionals. So I'm kind of trying to really want to go back and actually prove, and kind of like I do feel that last set, like I feel like you know, I should have won regionals, and I hope I can actually prove to you that I'm a player who's actually capable of doing so this set. And yeah, hopefully, you know, when the time comes, everyone's in check, or at least I'm in check. I can actually kind of close it out. So yeah.
I've got one last question for you. Really just kind of talking to you tri-state to tri-state. Listen, there's not a lot of regions in TFT, especially in North America, where we have these like sub-communities that are truly rooting for each other. There's a lot of people over in our Discord right now. They're all super excited that you've made it into the Tactician's Crown. What does it kind of feel like, I guess, to have this sort of sub-community that maybe you're not like directly studying with, but there's these people standing behind you to cheer for you going into a major international event?
Oh, it's super nice, and like it's like I'm telling you that anyone like here is like in the tri-state area, or at least like middle East Coast area, like join the Discord. Like it's a great time. Like they always have these sub tournaments for people who might not actually be at that like not even TPC level, but even the cup level. And then yeah, the LANs, like I've been to one of them. It was an incredibly fun experience, and yeah, I really appreciate kind of all the support throughout everything. So yeah.
All right, I have 2 more fun questions for you, and then we'll give you shout outs and send you on. One, you know, you said you were excited for Spain. Have you ever been before?
Yeah, I like my dad is actually German, so like if you look at the Wikipedia, it says German, U.S. on the thing. So I like travel. I've been all around Europe. I haven't been to Alicante, but I've been to Barcelona. I've been to Madrid. I've been to all of the most of the major cities in Spain. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So and then yeah, super excited.
All right, so you know that you're going to be getting good food while you're there, so that's a very good thing. And then I have another question: how do you correctly pronounce your name?
It's Chinese, so it's Dehua. So it's but like I don't care. Like I've been on the internet long enough. Like you can't expect everyone to like get it right, and it's like sometimes like I'm not even saying it, like during general conversation. So.
Okay. Well, this is good to know. Thank you for sharing that with us because we would like to try to get it right as much as possible. But thank you for also being forgiving in that way. Dohwa, thank you so much for joining us. Any final shout outs that you'd like to make outside of your study group before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my study group. Shout out Brosif. Shout out Artix. Studied with them the whole set. Shout out my girlfriend. I'm going to bring her to Spain. It's going to be so much fun. I love her so much.
Let's go.
Shout out to her. Yeah, just like I guess shout out to my parents for not for letting me play and not being totally on my ass. So yeah, just and then shout out everyone who was watching today for allowing this to happen. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, and we're wishing you the best of luck tomorrow to close it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, he's a great interview. I feel like every single
I
time you get a chance to talk to him, I didn't not believe you. I always agree.
This guy is incredible. He's got the hottest takes. He's got the best TFT. He's from the best region in North America, Tri-State. You cannot miss with Dohwa, however you want to say it.
Well, I'm so excited to see how Dohwa is going to do alongside the other players that are going to be in our grand finals tomorrow. We've got 8 incredible players that are going to take to the stage and see if they can clutch it up and be your America's regional final champion.
We got there.
Took me a second. And you'll see 9 players on this graphic because these are the 9 America's players that have qualified to Worlds. Unfortunately, Michael did not make this final lobby, but since Michael won one of the TFT Pro Circuit Cups, he is going to represent the Americas and be a strong representative at that. And what a showdown we will have tomorrow, Gangly.
I love the mixed bag of player history that we have represented in the Tactician's Crown. We have some of the most elite that our region has to offer. Michael, Robin, Cambly. We've got some newcomers. I think Shaco, Quinta are 2 players that are kind of showing up out of nowhere. And then we kind of have these rising stocks, Marcel, CMB, JD, who have been in the scene for a long time and are now getting their shot internationally. CMB, of course, returning after a long hiatus from international stage, but still these rising stocks who are kind of changing the shape of their narrative. So love it. I love being able to see all the different types of players that are going to be representing our region internationally.
And I think it is especially exciting that half of our lobby tomorrow has just not ever been to a Tactician's Crown. And for a lot of them, this would also be a first accomplishment winning a regional finals. So much to look forward to as we close out our 2-weekend affair here at the Americas Regional Finals. Please make sure that you can follow our channels and continue to follow along all of our players' journeys as we look at closing out the Asia Pacific Regional Finals, the EMEA Regional Finals, and of course, the Americas tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. To all of the players that have come to compete this weekend, and we will see you all tomorrow for the grand conclusion of the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. Good night.